Oh my gosh. Hello, everybody. We're going to lower our music here, give a little background. We are at the Steel City Spectacular CEDH 20k with 513 players.
Yeah, it's just insane, Jay. We are here in sunny Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Excellent conditions for the event today. Beautiful weather out there. I'm sure that all of the players today will appreciate that. Since that has so much impact on the way that they're going to be playing today.
Yes.
But as Jay just mentioned, 513 players.
513 players.
Biggest CEDH event to date.
Yes, and so you're locked in with us. I'm DefCat, this is Zeb, and we're going to be commentating for the next 12 hours over 6 rounds of CEDH, and then tomorrow, another 2 rounds. This was the first ever 8th round tournament.
Yep.
And then into our top 16 and our finals. I would like to say this is all by Excalibur Events. We're very thankful to them. They've done an amazing job. They treat everyone that they've hired very, very well. We can't wait to continue with them at their next tournament, which will be announced soon. And on top of all of this, we are going to be giving away this awesome trophy that you see in the center. Very Dark Souls, as we were talking about earlier. I like it a lot.
Yeah.
We are going to be waiting on our first round pairings. If you want to be communicating with our judges, and you can tell them what table you want, or I guess they're grabbing a random first table, most likely.
They might be, yeah.
We are not prioritizing whoever we are bringing up to. We are going to be having random games as we feel like that's where we see the coolest decks most of the time.
100%. Yep.
Yep.
Yeah, no, I'm so hyped for this.
Absolutely.
I know a bunch of people that are participating in this event.
Oh yeah.
I've talked to them personally about their deck choices and stuff like that, and it's crazy. It's all over the place, and I am just super into it.
Yeah.
And what else is going on? I mean, it's crazy. Everyone's hyped. Like
Very hyped.
Everyone I've talked to, whether I know them or not, are just like so excited to be here. The energy is just like through the roof right now.
Yeah.
And what's crazy too is like we're in this massive convention hall, and every seat pretty much on these tables are CEDH player seats for this tournament.
Yeah.
Right. There is another tournament that's about to be happening, but that's it. It's all being held for this event, which is crazy.
Yeah.
Right.
And all of that, there are 15 vendors here stocked to the gills with vintage, legacy, and CEDH staples. I have been, according to my wife, not buying anything. I'm kidding. I got a budget. But I have been going around and buying a lot. The vendors are amazing. They have so many unique items. And not only that, they have their own artist alley at a CEDH event. Like, if you want to go to the best events involving CEDH, you have to go to an Excalibur event. And that's 100%. Not us vamping for being here. This is genuinely the coolest event I've ever been to for CEDH.
Oh yeah, totally. I've been to probably at least half of all of the major tournaments that have happened in the last 2 years, and this is, by and large, when it comes to CEDH, bar none, the best.
Yeah.
I cannot believe the space that we've got here, the group of players that we've got up here.
Yeah.
The tournament organizers are great. The judges are always phenomenal. I love the judges here. It's just, the vibes are just peak.
Immaculate. Yeah, immaculate vibes. We're going to look over, we're going to show you guys what our commentating looks like today. We're going to be showing you all the gameplay right up here to our left. We're going to be showing our feature matches this way. We're going to be letting you guys know who is here and who is sponsoring this event here on the bottom. And we are also going to be getting started soon, so we're going to put you guys on a
Do it.
Welcome back, guys. We have spoken to the judges. It looks like we're getting a pod ready to go. We're going to have life totals on screen via a digital device.
A device that advises.
Indeed it will. I hope it does. Yeah, and then hopefully we'll be able to see what commanders we got, put that on screen for y'all. It'll just take us a moment to update it once we have those players. But let's talk about just for a second what we're expecting to see today. Obviously, this is a proxy-friendly tournament, but they do ask you to bring proper proxies. Thank the Lord.
Yep.
And so we're going to be seeing any deck possible. This isn't a money issue for anyone and what they're bringing, which is great. So I'm expecting to see a lot of Kennen. I think that is.
Oh, yeah.
I think we're going to see Freedom Waffles Kennen list as well as Kefka being kind of the most recent hyped deck. I think those are the top two we're going to see.
For sure. Yeah. Kefka, Kennen. I mean, like, we're definitely going to see some of the staples though. A bunch of people are bringing Blue Farm, different versions of that. We've got Rog Thras, we've got Wrong Thras.
Yes, yeah. So there is a interesting zeitgeist thing within the community where if you're in the know, you'll know this term, Wrong Sai and Wrong Thras. It means instead of building optimally for lower CMC gameplay with the best card draw, we're opting for cards like Commandeer, which are high CMC, more utility that go into the deck. And so instead of adding Adnaz or adding Compact Win Cons within these two decks, we're instead adding these cool angled, people won't think about it cards. So we call those Wrong Sai and Wrong Throws.
Exactly.
Yeah.
No, I expect that we're going to definitely see some of the usual suspects coming out here.
Yep.
Especially with some of the grinders that really know what they're doing.
Absolutely.
But
we got our round one pairings. It looks like.
Awesome, fantastic.
Looks like we got our round one pairings.
As I was saying, I fully expect us to see some spice. There's going to be some people that are like, I'm going to be playing some stuff that only I know how to pilot.
Oh yeah.
And I'm going to expect Brewer's Advantage to help me get at least into day 2.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm really excited to see who is willing to just chuck Adnaz on turn 1. I am going to assume we're going to see a lot of people wanting to just jam. With 8 rounds of Swiss, why would you not? I don't think playing respectfully in these first couple rounds is really on your mind. You're ready to just bang. Put the win attempt on the stack, hope no one's got it.
Yeah, well, we're definitely going to be seeing here in a second if that's going to be
we are.
the modus operandi today.
Absolutely. Let's get over to our gameplay to see if we got players yet. Do we have our pod pick?
We don't have the pick yet.
Okay.
The judges have informed us that they are in the process of doing so. So we'll know
you,
momentarily.
Wonderful, wonderful, wonderful. How is everybody doing today? We got 54 people watching. What is everyone thinking? Are we thinking, oh my gosh, I wonder if it's going to be another 11-hour game? Are we thinking maybe this is the most respectful games we're ever going to see? Who knows?
Yeah.
You better watch. You got to find out.
Yeah. That's the only way to find out. I do know that I'm pretty sure the judges are intent on making sure that game actions are made and things progress as smoothly as possible.
Oh, absolutely. These judges do not mess around. They were luckily able to say this before we started. They said, if you tell your opponent to do something and they tell you the word no, if they continue to ask you to do it, they will get a turn skip. I love that. No bullying at the table. You can politic all you want, but if you just keep pestering someone, the judge is going to call you out quick, and I love it.
Yep. Looks like, how many people do we have in the open?
The what?
The open.
The open. This is a 513.
Yeah.
I'm thinking the audio does not sync with the video. Yeah, it'll be a little bit off from what we're doing with the commentating, it looks like, which is a bummer. Oh, the audio from the video in terms of the chat. Yeah. That's how that works. That's internet latency.
That's just latency. I think that's just streaming in a nutshell.
That is indeed streaming in a nutshell.
Not too much we can do about that, unfortunately.
Yes, indeed. Can you go over the Pro REL rules? So for the most part, if you want to look up anything from that, there is a MPA, so there's a large agreement. I think you can find it through the Top Deck website, if I'm not mistaken, for how Commander's going over that. Outside of that, this is Comp REL rules.
Yes.
We are enforcing that. So it's Comp REL with the community agreement MPA on everything. And it looks like we may have our pod ready.
Let's see what we can see.
And we're just going to be updating our player information beforehand so we know who is playing what. Maybe not why. We're taking pod 36.
36.
All right, who is in pod 36? All right, in first seat, we have Xavier Williams. And what are they playing?
Xavier Williams. Give me 2 shakes of a lamb's tail to figure that out.
Making sure we have all the names correct. Xavier Williams with 1,445 top deck points is on.
Give me another couple seconds here.
Yep, no worries. I think if you hit the 3 dots next to the name, maybe that's how we get it.
Oh, you know what? That is 100% how we
Checklist.
get it.
There it is. Yay.
I'm smart. All right.
You may need the mouse more than I do.
I know, right?
Yeah.
Give me 1 second. I'm on the Wi-Fi, whereas
Yeah, we are on
Jay
Wi-Fi. I am
yeah.
currently connected via the Ethernet. I am
Yeah.
hogging the Ethernet at the moment.
Jay's got the speed. I've got the accuracy. I don't know.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. I like that.
All right. Let's see whenever it decides to
Talk about-
populate here.
Let's get the names at least. So we have Xavier
Yeah.
Williams in seat 1.
In 2. Seat 2, we have Gnome Opitz. N-O-A-M-O-P-I-T-Z.
In seat 3 we have
Drew Donovan.
We're still in the right seat.
So,
Players,
Drew,
players.
D-N-A-C-E-A.
Yep.
And then
the
in
last
4th seat, we have
question,
Vincent
one of you
Bang.
can have your phone or light totals and name and sector. So then the camera, I'll turn off notifications. Much appreciated.
And Xavier's on Yashola, is that it?
Yeah, Xavier is on Yashola. Thanks for that.
Your match
Yashola, Gnome is on.
Sure.
Populating all of the other deck lists now. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, it looks like it will take some time. Now, obviously, the biggest CD bench ever, I can understand that was taking a moment to load. That
Yes.
makes
There are more than 500 of them in the database right now that we are.
Let's go ahead and
pulled
start.
from. So, what I'm learning here is that I need to be preemptively pulling everything up like 10 minutes
my
beforehand.
mic is
Your mic's cooked.
Oh, it sounds like it's a little too loud. It was just a little loud.
Okay,
Are we good now? No. Audio, are we having I think we had the top-down commentators on. That may have been the issue.
That might have been an issue. Okay, I've got our deck lists here. So, player 2, so that is going to be Gnome, is on Rog Grass.
Rog Grass, and then for Drew.
Drew is on our very own Ryan will appreciate this. Godo Bandit Warlord.
Let's go. We have a Godo.
And then
Another
Vincent
Rog Grass.
is on another Rog Grass. So 2 Rog Grasses, an Ishkola, and a Godo Bandit Warlord.
Wonderful. And we
Very
will be showing player audio when we zoom in for stacks, so you guys will be able to do that. We are going to be using table audio, yes. No mic is still cooked. Okay. Uno moment. And we're back. I see normal audio levels.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I'm gonna maybe up our volume. I think hopefully upping our volume is the correct
Right.
answer.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay. Let us know if you guys like this audio level
Hello,
as we get
hello.
into our game.
Mic is still cooked. Background music is terrible.
Fixed.
Turn off the back.
Yeah,
Okay. Music is loud. Okay, that might have been part of it.
Oh, okay. So we weren't loud enough. It sounds like.
Okay. Yeah, and the background music was going to end anyway before
Yep.
commentation started.
Yeah,
that's
absolutely.
That's just filler between matches.
Yep.
So don't worry about that.
Yeah, and it looks like it was just resetting our volume increase on our microphones. Hopefully we are good for that now. We are a two-man crew, so
We're doing our best.
we're doing our best. We are commentating while, it keeps resetting our volume. There we go. That should work now. Okay, we're gonna. Oh, wow. Okay. Hopefully we have audio issues solved.
It looks better on our end.
Yep, it looks great on our end. Yeah.
So chatters,
Yeah.
how are we doing?
All good. Everything is
all
better
good?
now.
Awesome. Thank you so much for helping us out there.
Love it.
We're all in this together. We're all troubleshooting together.
All in this together. I grew up on High School Musical. I'm just saying. And let's check out. Make sure we have our proper player order. Looks like we do.
Cool. And one of our players did need to use the restroom and they came back, so we are about to start up here in just 2 seconds. So, everyone is in their proper order. So, I do believe top right player is player 1, and then it's going to go clockwise 2, 3, 4.
Yep.
So we've got Ishtola, then a Rogthras, then Godo, and then another Rogthras.
Indeed, indeed. If we can grab a, oh man, they're really shaking that table during shuffles. If we can grab the YouTube chat up here, that way we can consistently see it while we're casting for any issues. We will switch to table audio during large stacks where we as the commentators may not be able to know what exactly is up to. Yep. We are good to go.
Fantastic. Yep, we can also see YouTube chat, so we are
Yep.
able to talk to you guys as well.
Yeah. Very good, very good. Players shuffling up.
Yep, here we go. It's happening.
It's not the camera shaking, it's the table itself. It's a small table. That makes more sense now.
Yep.
I was like, how's that? It's not attached to the table.
Oh, right. So, yeah, yesterday we did stream the vintage event that was for a Black Lotus.
Yeah, the battle for the Black Lotus
insane.
yesterday, yeah.
Yeah, and how was that, Jay?
The battle for the Black Lotus, if you guys want to go back and watch the VOD for that, it was the best vintage event I've genuinely ever watched.
It was insane.
Yeah.
I got to watch the first round. It was Bosch and Roll going up against Shops, and unfortunately he lost 2-0 to Shops. But like watching Shops just go like, play Mishra's Workshop, tap it, Soul Ring, and like some other nonsense, and then just go boom, play the new Tezzeret, just keep going, and then like Ancestral turn 1. I was just like, what is happening here?
We watched someone combo off with Breach by using Psychic Frog to ready, discard 3, recast Ancestral Recall, discard the 3, cast Ancestral Recall. It was amazing. Yeah,
that's so gross.
Because they had to pitch Brain Freeze turn 0 to stop a win attempt. And it's their only Brain Freeze.
Yeah, unfortunately, our cam and audio is going to be slightly out of sync. That is just what's going to happen because we're streaming. So that is unfortunate, but that's just like part of how that's going to roll.
Yeah. That is sadly how that ends up operating.
Yeah. What is if you guys could tell us the delay, so we just know kind of like what we're dealing with. When I say a number, if you could post the number, I'm going to say 1. So,
I also want to know if you're talking about our mouths not matching up with the audio you're hearing, because that's what I'm worried they're saying, because then that's a totally separate issue, and I don't know how to fix that. We're in the middle of doing this. But
that's
we are already on the play. We have an Urza Saga into a Mana Vault. It looks like we have a Roger into a Llanowar.
Fantastic. No pregame actions.
Yeah, no pregame actions. That is sadly a ceiling light creating the glare there on player 2. That is something unable to be fixed because we are in a large convention center.
Yeah.
We have a Lotus Petal being put down, and we're going to resize our screen just a little bit to see if we can see a little bit more of what the players are playing here. Some more in the center. There we go. Now we can see a little bit more of what's going on.
Yeah.
Roger coming out. Looks like we have a Mox Amber.
Yep. Do we know what the blank goblin is on?
We don't know. Yeah, we were not given that information. We can ask a judge if you would like to ask.
Yeah.
Looks like we are fetching. No, we are doing something else with 1 mana there. It is some form of tutor. It looks like we played an Earthcraft after a fetch, but I don't see the fetch. Oh, I see the fetch now.
Okay.
So we have an Earthcraft after a fetch. So Rogthras, Vincent already up to what I would consider a sizable lead with that. But that's some great Rog tech that we've talked about in the past, being able to untap and everything.
Oh, 100%.
They did, in fact, get a basic, so that is definitely an Earthcraft.
Yeah. Looks like 4, 5, 6 for the sticker goblin.
Yes.
Yeah, I can believe that.
Yep.
All right. So that's about optimal then.
Yep. I'm interested what Esper is going to be tutoring. It looks like we're back onto Gnome.
Yep. So we've got Urza's at 2. So.
Yep. It looks like we did not get a second land drop for Xavier Williams. That is awful.
Are you sure? Isn't that the Bloodstain?
Oh, we're fetching.
We're in the middle of fetching.
Oh, we're in the middle of fetching.
I was about to say, like,
there's a cradle.
Oh man.
We got a
so
cradle.
he fetched and passed.
Yeah.
And then we've got Cradle on Rogthras.
Okay. So we are allowing people to fetch. It looks like
we're doing some short. There's some
we
shortcutting
are
is allowed.
shortcutting.
And you know what? In like, as long as this event is going to be going on, I totally understand that.
Oh, absolutely.
When it gets into the nitty gritty in either the late game or in the later rounds, I'm sure that we'll like slow down that. But for right now, we need speed. You know, everyone doesn't want to be here until like midnight.
Yeah, absolutely.
So we got a UC off of that Bloodstained in that previous turn. Maybe one day people will play Anti-Glare. Hopefully that picks up more.
Yeah. But again, these are convention lights, and it looks like we are drawing. We do have the cradle. We're putting some to the bottom. Looks like an enchantment. We are back onto Godo playing a mountain. Godo visibly nowhere close, but we know how fast that changes.
That changes like instantly.
Yeah.
So, yeah, because right now Drew has access to 3 mana.
Correct. Oh, and it looks like are we jamming an ogre? Oh no, we're not.
Okay.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not, but
yeah.
All right, so we've got Imperial.
Yeah. We are tutoring up.
So what is a good target for Imperial?
Goblin.
Godo? Goblin. Just get Goblin.
It's most likely Goblin. Yep. I thought we were about to see.
Oh, is that Growing Rights in the
Growing Rights of Icklemok?
Unknown. Yep. Okay. Which is pretty dang good.
Oh, it's amazing. Yeah.
I mean, obviously it's
with
just
a
another
cradle.
But do we know what we saw him got Gnome get off of that off that Growing Rights then?
We don't know yet. Yeah.
Okay.
No, we do not. Yep. Yeah, we are going to be bringing some light shields next time around, which is exciting.
Yeah. Because the issue is not on us. It's
that is
the
indeed an
overhead
ogre.
lights. There's
That's an
nothing
ogre.
we could have done about that. But that is an ogre?
That's an ogre. Or is that a...
I'm almost positive.
I do believe that's a treasonous ogre.
Guess what? We have technology.
We can zoom and enhance.
We have
zoom,
technology.
enhance. I do believe that's a treasonous ogre.
That's an ogre.
That is a treasonous ogre.
That's an ogre. Wow. Oh my gosh, we're going to assume there's a pass from there.
Yeah, so that's revealed information. So we possibly have a win attempt.
Just a Thrasios for Vincent.
Okay. But I mean, we've got 3 blue players at the table. So
yeah.
there's got to be some amount of interaction just like hanging out here. So Xavier has obviously cracked his Urza Saga. Gonna go find something, probably floating a colorless mana.
Yeah.
Access to a bunch of mana this turn.
Yeah. Hopefully there are some talismans in hand or a way to convert this to some pips. Well, it looks like we did find a land off the top. Finally, we have a Tundra.
Okay, so a lot of, not a lot of, but a decent amount of colored mana. Okay, so We are tapping that Tundra for, what is that guy?
Something really cool. Oh, is that a Fate Spinner? Oh, never mind. Oh, Blind Obedience?
Okay.
I believe that's a Blind Obedience.
Okay, so the floating one colorless, and then
Plus
we've got
the
a white
white.
for a blind obedience.
Yep.
Which is that stops Godo, right? It also is pretty good against the Rog Thrasses because their creatures will enter tapped. Earthcraft doesn't work very well right now.
Yeah.
We got some talking going.
Yep. It looks like the table's definitely making sure they know what's going on. We have a Mox Amber
Mox Amber.
that is unable to be used at the moment. We got some good talking, so we're going to attempt to go over to table talk for a moment. You guys will lose us for this.
I'm going to play Rejuvenating Springs as land for turn. As Thrasio.
Hopefully we're able to gather some information here in players' chat there for a bit.
Phyrexian Metamorph.
Phyrexian Metamorph,
That's
okay.
what that guy is. Okay, interesting. So what did the Metamorph duplicate? I'm assuming either Thras or... I didn't see Xavier Dig, so it wasn't Imperial Recruiter.
Apparently, how was our player audio, y'all? Can we get check on that?
Yeah, please let us know if there's any issues
Yeah, if
with...
our-
Metamorph copied a Rograk.
Okay.
Oh, to activate the Mox Amber.
To activate Mox Amber, that makes perfect sense, yeah.
Also, there are likely to be like culling the weak and something like that
Correct.
in there. So maybe just, yeah. So more than likely that's why that it's Rog.
Yeah.
Very interesting choice.
Yeah, or
Yeah.
Thras, the turn on Mamber, yeah.
Well, I got confirmation from one of the judges. It was Rograk
Okay.
that was duplicated. The table audio is bad.
Okay, yeah, we will not be flipping over to that until we get that resolved. Fair.
Fair enough.
Fair.
Fair enough.
Was it popping or was it just loud and bad? Because if it's popping, that's an entirely different issue. But if it was just loud and bad, that's totally fixable.
All right, so let's see. Vincent.
We're fetching for Vincent.
Fetching. Got a Trop Isle, is that
Yep.
what I saw there?
Yep, we got a Troppy. Poppy Troppy.
Sloppy Troppy. On copy.
Oh, God. I'm using that. Woodsy footsie for the sloppy
Yeah,
Troppy.
yeah,
Oh, God.
yeah.
That's round one. We're going to be a little silly. How have CDH streams gotten worse over the years? That's a great question. You should try one yourself. And it looks like we're going to be going in, tapping through Earthcraft.
Yep. For an additional 2 mana, so that's 4 floating mana.
Oh, we got a Finale. X
Finale
equals
X is 2.
Or 3?
3, yes. 'Cause
Yeah.
There's also a tapped rock right there.
Correct, yeah. A large part in information gapping when streaming is the fact that we don't want to be close enough to the players to reveal any information.
Yes.
Yeah, so we are, in fact, waiting on any judge clarification when we do receive anything.
Right. Okay, so let's see here. What would a X3 finale find in this situation, do you think?
For the most part, it could be a bluff for Kennen, getting something lower. Obviously, there's an insane amount of combo pieces at 3. I don't think there's anything in Yard. We're E-witting, obviously.
Nope.
But it looks like it has resolved. There is a library, half a library picked up in Vincent's hand.
And looks like we have found something.
Yep.
What is that guy?
We're going to take a zoom and check out what we found. That didn't help. It's a secret lair version of a card. It is 3 CMC, but I think we are unable to decipher what it is.
I'm asking a judge right now.
We are getting
some clarification here.
We got Y'shtola coming out as well. So Commander has been cast for Xavier after some grueling land drop misses.
Ah, I see.
Spellseeker for Sylvan Scrying.
Into Sylvan Scrying.
There we go. That is the Sylvan Scrying.
100%.
Yeah. That makes sense. I would like a Cradle in that position too.
Yeah.
Oh, we have a Valley Flood Caller coming from Gnome in end step for Xavier. They take one through their mana vault and move on to their turn. Land drop for turn is looking sharp.
Well, that's 4 creatures, so we're going to have a flip of
Growing Rights will
now.
flip now. And
Looks
what a way
like-
to do it with Valley Flood Caller.
Oh, I know. Some crazy stuff's about to happen in this turn cycle,
Yeah.
I assume. And that was on end step. All right, so we're moving into Drew. So we do have Itlamok flipped.
Yep.
A lot of mana on Gnome's side with everything untapped pretty much.
We're binning a... Okay, that's a Soul Ring off the top. We're getting close to Godo mana, but there is still the Blind Obedience no matter what.
Yeah, so that's the big thing here is Drew is going to be playing through the blind, right?
Yep.
So either Drew has to wait for it to disappear because it's also kind of affecting Vincent and Gnome, or simply play into it and wait a turn cycle to have untapped, an untapped like way to try to go for it, right?
Yeah.
So it's all up to what's in hand and what Drew thinks that he can get in the meantime.
Absolutely. Yeah. Looks like we're going to be casting our Soul Ring. It'll be coming in tapped.
Dude, Blind Obedience is so freaking good. There have been so many times where I have thought I've had a win in hand. I'm like, this is so cool. Slam something and just be like, oh right, that's there.
Yeah, this is just massive for in seat 1 too. I mean, Xavier probably feels amazing, but he's staring down Gnome with a significant card and mana advantage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, so let's see.
Looks like we are throwing out a... Oh my gosh, that's Blast Act.
Interesting. I mean, that's a great time to drop
Blast
that.
Act.
So this needs to be responded to by the ROG players.
Yeah, the ROG. This is all the ROG players.
Interestingly enough,
yeah,
I think that
yeah,
Xavier might be okay letting it resolve.
Yeah.
Even though Xavier has Y'shtola out.
Yeah.
The ROG players are likely going to respond.
Yep.
There might be
we have a Thras flip into a Flesh Duplicate. We're looking at another Thras flip right now.
Yep,
That's
trying to find answers.
That's how we're digging. So there is no answer.
There might not be an answer, right?
Force of Will, Richard Kane Ferguson.
Okay.
Off the top.
So we'll see if the Y'shtola player wants to maybe let it resolve by countering this force, because a clean board is probably good for the Y'shtola player. It'll just kneecap these Rogthras
Oh my
players.
gosh, yeah, it's massive. I mean, especially with the growing rights flipped. Oh, we're going to be sacrificing using... Oh, no, we're paying the 3 mana. Never mind. We're using the new counterspell from Final Fantasy to snub this Blast Act. That's the Blasphemous Act from the Secret Lair for Deadpool. It gets countered. Oh, man.
Okay, there's no responses. It's countered.
Yeah.
Okay, so that either means that the Y'shtola player is kind of wanting to keep Y'shtola out, because, I mean, obviously Y'shtola is very good.
Yeah.
And it might be like the linchpin to what Xavier is trying to accomplish right now.
Yep.
Or Xavier just didn't have anything.
City of Traders. Are we going to see something slammed to get Godo out? It looks like we're debating on it. We'll have to see. Vincent picking up his cards, giving us a thumb, probably thinking about what's coming. And we go to player 4's turn.
All right.
Untapping with an ability to get Cradle in hand, Sylvan Scrying. We've got 3 creatures on board at the moment. We're going to Sylvan Scrying. We're going to grab that Cradle. Looks like the table is happy
Table's
with
okay
it.
with it.
There we go. Thras players be cradling.
There are
be cradling.
two cradles out here, and I mean, that's just Rogthras in a nutshell. There is just tapping for mad amounts of mana. Let's see if they have the payoffs, though.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if they know how to afford.
Does that mean that Gnome has 2 versions of Cradle on the field then?
Correct.
Normal Cradle and the Itlimoc?
It does. It does. Gnome is in a significant advantage in seat 2 of all things.
Yeah. But kind of tapped out.
Yeah.
And used the Force, so Vincent might have a really good opportunity to just kind of like dump on this turn
Absolutely.
here.
Absolutely.
Notably, Vincent does not have the flash speed ability that Gnome has. Though.
Yes. Yeah,
so,
and that's why I'm looking at Gnome. At any moment now, as long as Gnome finds Banishing Knack and or Retraction Helix, Gnome has a win on board due to Mana Vault.
Yeah.
So Gnome in a significantly dangerous position comparatively to the rest of the table. The only issue for Gnome is that they are going to be unable to go for that until they get rid of the Blind Obedience. So the good thing is the Banishing Act in general will also get rid of that Blind Obedience for you.
Right.
So you are going to be able to, as long as you have another non-creature spell to untap your Valley Floodcaller, you can go infinite from there, which doesn't sound out of this really that hard. But in a sense, too, we do have the Earthcraft. Oh, we're going to get a Mockingjay, or a Mockingbird. So I've been reading Mockingjay recently. Reading up on my old middle school favorites. The new movie coming out. Yeah, so at any moment we could see that. Yeah, we did not use Force, Eric. Correct. Force is in hand for Gnome with a onboard win attempt possibility. This is big.
Yep.
But the Earthcraft is basically the growing rights of Itlimoc for Vincent.
Yes. Yeah. No.
Yeah.
They both have like kind of equal amounts of mana right now.
Yeah, they
There's,
do.
like, tons of mana floating around right now.
Wow.
Good grief.
This is some good gameplay.
Did we get confirmation on what that Mockingbird duplicated?
We're gonna have to ask a judge. It looks like we are getting a response right now. Mockingbird copied Imperial Recruiter. We are searching.
So Vincent is doing a search.
Oh, we are going to get
Seedborn.
We're gonna get Seedborn. Oh.
Oh man. Uh-oh.
Holy cow.
All right.
And it's able to be cast through untapping a basic through Earthcraft and then tapping the Cradle. This is incredible. I'm assuming we're having good audio. Make sure that doing it good. And then gosh, this is such an exciting game. We're talking about this Seedborn a lot. Table talk is being, can be get through, yeah. That's what we're on right now.
All right. So Vincent is trying to table talk with Gnome over this Force of Will.
Yeah.
Trying to figure out what can get through, what can't.
So, buddy, we all know you got it.
Yeah. No, literally, it's like, I mean,
yeah.
90% of CDH is just politicking.
Yeah.
Like, if you cannot politic right, you're not going to get it.
Yeah.
So
well, can I ask you a question? Does Xavier care? Because it's between these two Thras players now.
Oh, 100%. No, that's the thing is that, like, I've not really seen Xavier put out interaction. Yeah. And Xavier's on blue and has Ishtola out. Anything that Xavier does right now is going to probably trigger Ishtola at the end of turn to get some cards. Xavier's just like this is 100% Godzilla let them fight moment for Xavier. Vincent,
I love that.
Vincent and Gnome have proven that they have control and some way to try to go for the combo in some manner, right? Xavier has not proven anything and doesn't need to. So Xavier's just waiting for an opening right now.
Yeah.
Drew is also kind of in that mode, but Drew is on the opposite end there. Drew wants Xavier to find some way to get rid of that stacks piece
so
with blind obedience.
Instead, we are going to be offspring what looks like Storm Top Trainer. So that's going to be look at the top 4, pick one card, put it in your hand, and we offspringed it. So Vincent is going to be able to do this twice. That's actually something that a bunch of Thras players got from Vintage. So Vintage players have been playing a lot of this card recently, and the offspring effect from it allows you to grow your cradles. It allows you to get card draw. It's good card selection. Thundertrap Trainer is such a good play here. I love that Vincent is bringing this into the deck.
Oh, yeah. MDFC is the copy off of that Thundertrap Trainer. Okay, so the token that we see there is the duplicate of Thundertrap Trainer.
Yes. Yeah, the token is the offspring effect. That's when you get to copy it.
Sure.
It looks like we got a Psych Rift possibly as one of the grabbed cards. Yeah.
That's going to be rough.
So if you guys are watching, obviously, you may be used to watching recorded gameplay of CDH. That's normally when you have perfect knowledge. And during live events, it's a little bit of the fun of it is not knowing what's going in hands.
Yeah, we got to suss it out, you know?
And that is a bit more the fun watching live. It is a very different experience than watching recorded gameplay. And I think most CDH players are very used to that. So that is a big difference for this. We have a silence from Xavier.
Uh-oh. Is it happening? Wow, this will be quick.
On upkeep.
Like I said, Xavier has done almost nothing this game, and it was probably because he's just waiting for the moment, right?
Force pitching the flesh.
And Xavier knew the force was there, right? So does that mean that Xavier has some way to back this up? It doesn't look like it.
He's got 2 in hand. This could just be naked Thoracle. Which at this point, seeing that we've seen the one revealed is now gone, and that Vincent couldn't do anything. Wow. We could see a naked attempt here. It looks like we've got a, not Rain of Filth, Pay Life.
To get black mana?
No. Sorry. The board wipe.
Oh.
No, that wasn't that. No, it wasn't. I saw a life loss, so I was wondering if that's what you're getting for. Yeah, not Toxic Deluge. We're talking about it. We're sharing hand information.
Sharing hand information.
Thras players have shared information. Wow.
Yeah.
And maybe Deluge, yeah.
Yeah, no, that is a Toxic Deluge. Yeah, so it was a Deluge, but did it go through, or no, they're talking about whether they...
Yeah, they're talking about whether or not this gets countered.
Yeah, exactly. Bait for the Deluge.
Yeah.
Which is, it happens sometimes. Which is interesting, because it seems that Xavier maybe wanted that wanting that Blasphemous Act to go through earlier, but it just didn't have the counter magic to help keep it up.
Deluge is going to go under Y'shtola.
But yeah, the Deluge, if it's for what 3, it
looks
goes
like,
under
yeah.
it goes under Y'shtola and still wipes out huge
yeah,
amounts of boards.
We are gonna see
Okay.
the Force of Will pitching the Cyclonic Rift.
Oh wow, so the Psych Rift is gone.
Oh, we have something. We have a deflecting swap from the top row from Drew.
All right.
Paid for. Wow.
Just hard cast deflecting swat.
Yeah. And it works.
And it works.
The Deluge goes through. This is massive for Xavier
Interesting.
Williams. Oh my
Interesting.
goodness.
And Drew is okay with that because, I mean, Drew's just like, I don't care about my creatures on board. Because,
Yeah.
like, literally all Drew needs to do is just resolve the one creature that matters, more or less, right?
But, I mean, Xavier's down to 1 card in hand, it looks like. There is no
Yeah.
card draw at the table for Xavier at the moment, unless he can get in there for some damage to get the end step for
Yeah, and
Y'shtola.
it's very interesting because, like, Y'shtola's pinged for 2
Yes.
because Deluge.
Exactly.
So now if he attacks with Y'shtola,
We do.
that's going to be 4 damage on at least one player.
It is,
So
yes.
that's going to be a draw of
No.
some amount of cards, right?
Gnome does get attacked. We do have confirmation that was combat, and Y'shtola does have vigilance.
Secret hand sharing is not against Comp REL rules.
It
You
is
are
not.
allowed to share any amount of information that you own with any one player if you choose.
Yeah.
Yeah, hardcast deflecting swat is wild. That's one of my favorite things about this game in general. Is just
Yeah.
that, like, there are so many times where, like, you're just like, oh, you don't have this or that. I'm just gonna play into it, and then you hardcast it. I've hardcast Force of Wills before because
Yeah.
people are like, you don't got it. You got 1 card in hand.
Yeah.
And I'm just like,
Yep.
no, I'm just gonna hardcast Force of Will on you.
Yeah.
And they're like, wow, why did I not think of that? Right?
You got to do what you got to do. But here's the biggest thing, too. This isn't King making Drew due to the fact that Blind Obedience is still out. But if we see something hit the Blind Obedience on his turn,
Yeah, there's any number of, like, random nonsense that could.
Yeah,
that could,
yeah.
smack it out there and, like, allow him to
So
win.
we're going to recast Rograk and Thrasios from the command zone for Gnome before passing to Drew. This is a fantastic round 1 game.
Yeah, plenty of
very
interactions.
happy
A
with
lot of
this.
stuff's happening here. A very, very cool board wipe.
Yeah.
That left the Y'shtola alive, which is always, that's got to feel great for
Yep.
Xavier. That, like, able
Ooh.
to deal with everything and still have that.
Vexing Bobble Opal. That is massive. It's going to
Okay.
stop Roger from coming down for Vincent if it's played. The Opal stays in exile. It looks like we are going to be playing to make sure we get no more 0 drops out of Vincent for next turn.
That's gonna be rough.
Obviously, Vincent and Gnome able to be on the Breach game plan if they want to.
Exactly. I mean, also obviously shuts down free cast counter magic,
Yep.
which Drew is going to be banking on
Yeah.
not having against him when he wants to try to go for the
Oh
win.
my gosh. He can't crack it. It's tapped.
But he cannot crack it because of the blind obedience. So we're still in
I
a.
don't know about this play.
Oh.
Is that an ogre? There's the ogre.
There's the ogre, but
And no free counter magic, and everyone except Xavier's tapped out. And we know.
so how many cards does Drew have in hand? Because if there's some way to remove that blind, this might be a win attempt,
Oh my gosh.
right?
Please. It lands.
You're right. Rog does not get stopped because of the bobble, because mana would be paid for it.
Godo's out. We've got a Godo on the board.
Does Drew? So here's the thing: does Drew have some way this
he
turn?
wouldn't have.
But he doesn't,
Yeah,
right?
he doesn't because the
This
Godo's
is
already out.
what I was mentioning earlier. This might be I'm setting up for hopefully it comes back around.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
no one has any removal.
Yes.
And I'll be able to do on my next turn some way to remove the blind so that
Ah.
I can go. But he doesn't necessarily need,
No, he doesn't. Yeah.
right? Because he'll be able to infinite Godo even with tap Godos, I do believe,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
Yeah, big play, huge.
Oh, Hammer and Nazan.
Okay, so now he's got a protected Godo.
Yes.
So what do you think the play is here now? Is he going to try to like blink Godo, or he just wants a big Godo to maybe just put pressure on the board?
I think it was just the understanding that Godo wasn't going to make it back to his turn if he grabbed a Helm.
Oh, no.
There was just no world, so the Hammer is just the best possible scenario.
Yeah, he's indestructible. He's got a bit more power toughness, right?
Yep.
Off of the hammer.
Multiplication!
Or that.
Oh my
Or
gosh!
that. I mean,
Wow!
all right. So now if it resolves, he can get
Helm.
Helm, right? But and how much life does he have left? 20, 23 at the moment?
23, yeah.
So it's what, 4, 5 to equip? 5 mana?
5, yeah.
Yeah, 5 mana, so that's 15
Because Godo's
life.
6, and we always make fun of them for counting to 11.
Counting
so
to
that
11.
makes sense, yeah.
So that's 15 life going down to 8 in order to equip Helm. But he can't attack this turn.
Yeah.
Right? So is it worth it? Like I said, this might still just...
Unless we have a Final Fortune.
If that is a Final Fortune, that could be it.
Oh, a top rope Warrior's Oath Final Fortune. They run all of them, right?
Oh, 100%.
They've got to run all of them.
There's no way. No way it's not. In fact, we can confirm this.
Yeah. But Vincent does have a snap in hand. I think we saw revealed earlier.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see if that.
Oh, Nizan equips it, right? Whenever an equipment ETPs. But again, you still have a tapped Godo, right?
Yeah. But it's not about whether or not it equips. It's whether or not he gets to untap. And so if
Right.
we do see the Final Fortune, there's the helm. There's the helm, baby. Oh, this is so cool.
Yeah. Stuff's going on. Stuff's going on.
Yeah. Oh, I'm so looking forward to seeing a double red spell hit. Let's look at Drew's list and check out whether or not he has Warrior's Oath, Final Fortune. There's one more that's popular that's double red. Last Chance?
Last Chance.
Last Chance.
Yeah, I think those are the 3 main ones.
Yeah.
So make sure you fill out your random questions.
We are cutting. Let's see what is in hand. If he starts touching that life total, oh, what is that? Oh, the monk?
Tapped Monk.
Tapped monk.
Thank you.
That's a Pinnacle Monk, I do believe.
Pinnacle monk to
Uh,
flashback the
ETB,
molten
yeah,
duplication,
return.
going down to 2.
Good grief.
If Xavier casts any non-creature spell that's 3 CMC or higher right now. Oh, we're seeing a sword come out. Or is that something that's going to untap Godo? The Godo got it! He got an untapper from the multiplication copy of Godo!
No way!
Oh my
Shakes
god!
on that! No way!
Wow! Going down to 2 life, Godo seals the deal!
Fleet 2 only had 2 lands in hand.
Oh my gosh. Yeah.
Good grief.
Wow.
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 That is crazy.
Are we...
Was
Sorry.
not infinite
Sorry for-
combat
yeah.
steps, even through blind obedience, because
Wow.
we get untaps.
I hope we didn't peak mics there. Sorry, guys.
That is insane.
Yeah,
Dude, the Godo got it.
The Godo got it. Sorry about that, guys.
Flame of Power Ryan, if you're watching this, your boy got there.
The boy got there.
The boy
sorry.
got there.
I probably peaked mics. I'm so sorry.
Congrats to Drew Donaso for getting that clutch Godo. Good grief. Through the blind obedience.
What
Look
a
at that.
sick line. Molten into copy Molten. Oh my gosh.
That's
wow.
That is what when you have complete knowledge of your deck, how to make the lines work, and have probably practiced against some kind of stacks piece like that. That's when a deck like Godo shines, right?
Yeah.
Like, man.
Yeah.
That
Oh
is-
my goodness.
That is great. That was fantastic.
Wow.
And honestly, that went at a good clip, right?
Yeah.
That is only, what, we started at 9:20-ish. That is half hour into the round. And rounds are, what, 75 minutes?
Yes.
That was great play from everyone at the table did
Yeah.
great. Everyone got game actions in.
Yeah.
Both of the Rock Thrash players were threatening some very powerful plays the entire time. Xavier with Ishtola was like setting up to be like very prominent control. Getting that Toxic Deluge was very good. But again, Drew did not care because Godo doesn't care about someone else wiping the board on their turn. They care about their turn. And there was no removal for Godo, nothing to interact with the Molten Duplication. That's all they needed.
Yeah. That was
And
top
they just-
rope material right there. That was full on top rope material. That was incredible. 2 life. How amazing. We're gonna be
Don't
making
you love
sure.
it when Godo is just like, I'm at 2. I did this to myself,
Yeah.
right? Like, Adnos players eat your heart out. Godo players are the ones that are just like fast and loose with their life.
Absolutely. And we're going to make sure we have good shots of everyone's boards before we start. I'm going to go make sure that we are in order to be able to zoom in case that
Yes.
we're going to make sure.
Yeah. So instead of, we're not going to be doing the like pull and drag.
Yeah,
zoom.
yeah,
We're
we're gonna have
going
it.
to be setting up so that we have press the button, get a
Yes.
player's board state, on track.
Yeah.
Fantastic. So, are we going to be putting up the
In between
In the
rounds here in
between
just a
rounds
moment.
here in a
Yeah, yeah.
second?
We're gonna go for a pause in between rounds after a moment for some production. We're gonna be making sure that we give you guys the best coverage we can with what we've got. Obviously, this is the biggest event ever, so we're gonna cover it the best we can and make
Yeah.
sure everyone can get a good view of the table. But guys, we are going to be right back with round number 2. Thank you for watching. What is up, everybody? We are back. We are in between rounds still, as there is a little bit of overtime. Shocking.
Wow.
At a CEDH event. But we do have something very exciting to talk to you about. I'm going to add it on screen real quick so you guys get to hear about it.
This is the biggest CEDH event to date, with over 500 players.
Yes.
We are saying to date
because I don't know where I saved it on my computer. This is hilarious. Did I even save it on here? I'm just going to flip over to it, and then you guys are going to see it. Ba-ba-da-ba. There is a new event coming in November. We're going to put that back up on screen here in just a second so you guys can read it with us. Ta-da!
You might have heard there is going to be an event this fall, the Frenzy at the Falls.
Yep.
2025. So, November 28th to 30th. So, you could go to Turkey Day and get in an argument with your family, or you could go to the Frenzy at the Falls and attend an even bigger tournament. This is 500 players.
Yep.
For this 20K, there is going to be a 25K at Frenzy at the Falls that I think I was told is up to 600.
Yes, we are capping at 600, and they are. So this already happened to this tournament. We had to rewrite the CEDH agreement between the organizers for how to run things because we went, oh crap, we have more players than ever. That means we need to do 8 rounds, which has never happened. So if we get over 540 at Niagara Falls, that is a 9-round Swiss tournament.
That is insane.
Yeah.
It's possible we could be seeing, like, if this keeps up, a day 3, like a 3-day tournament.
I don't think we need that, thankfully, because until we get to 12 total rounds, we don't need that. So with 9 rounds of Swiss, cut to top 16, cut to finals, we are safe right now. So it does.
For now.
Yeah, for now. I think once we crack 1,000, it's going to have to be a 3-day. Yeah.
I would love to see those numbers, honestly.
Yeah, yeah. I think at that point, it does get a little scary. And I think this is a conversation to be had, which is that reasonable to do a 3-day? Because that's a lot of time for people to take off.
That is a lot of time.
Because no other tournament structure does that right now at Magic.
No.
There's no other 3-day. It is come here, qualify, and then go. And so we may run into qualifying.
Yeah.
Instead, that may start.
Oh, exactly.
Yeah.
There could also even be like concurrent tournaments that are essentially dequalifiers at the day 1 would be like 2 concurrent tournaments. To get into it.
Yeah, because there is the kind of the frustration with a point system where if you just are someone that lives locally to a local tournament that constantly gets points, you have an insane advantage over someone who has to travel. And so being able to travel and just qualify then and there makes a lot more sense. And that's why we run that for a lot of standard tournaments and modern tournaments. Qualifying has always been my preferred method.
Yes, for sure. 3-day tournament structure is really weird. Big agree. I said that just to not to will it into existence, but to just kind of pause it.
Yeah.
I would not want that. I would not wish that on anyone.
Yeah. So it is confirmed only today it's only as in 2 days, not today. It is only a 2-day tournament. We are going to have a vintage, right? Vintage or legacy?
Legacy.
It was a legacy 10K on Friday. So the last time that a legacy event that big was played, it was there in 2019 actually. So we're actually going back to the original location of the biggest one.
Yep.
Yeah. We had vintage here yesterday, and that was so much fun. Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. Yeah. The vintage battle for the Black Lotus ended up being a lot of shop decks fighting against Lurrus decks, and then the 3 different Lurrus decks. So we had Underworld Breach Lurrus, which, if you guys are not familiar with this, think about using Brain Freeze, your normal lines in CEDH for this, but instead, they would opt to use Psychic Frog and then continually cast Ancestral Recall to fill the graveyard. It was beautiful.
That's nutty.
Yeah, it was amazing. So, outside of that, they're using Paradox Outcome, which is returning all your artifacts to your hand, draw that many cards, or sorry, non-land permanents, not just artifacts, and then replay out their moxes. It was a beautiful tournament. We got to see so many amazing players. We got to see Scoop Phase, a regular face in the CDH community, in the last round of Swiss. He did take it home. He got to be, I think, 10th overall.
Yeah.
Got to go home with some money. And that's what's great about these vintage tournaments here. It's not just getting top 8 in order to get paid. You do get paid all the way down to top 16.
Yeah, and honestly, like, I like tournaments that allow, like, maybe not the top third, but a good number of players to actually be able to get paid out so that they get paid back for their time, right? This event, the Steel City event, and also Frenzy of the Falls are 3 days, but there are only 2-day tournaments, right?
Yes.
So day one will usually be like 1 day 1.5Ks, 2Ks, stuff like that. And that's also why the Legacy event will be on that Friday, right? And then the major events will be day 2 and 3 of that, right?
Absolutely.
It's not the 20K or whatever will start on Friday and go through Sunday. Like we were mentioning, they're not 3-day tournaments. It's just we've got 3 days over which some 2-day tournaments will happen.
And this event will be able to be signed up after this event. Here's the big thing. If you show up to a Steel City or Steel Series event, you get to sign up for the next event at a discount earlier than everyone else does. So if these start selling out as a result, you want to come to the tournament so you can get to the next one.
Yeah, if you want to save your spot and also pay it in at a discount, you got to get to a Steel City event.
Yeah, and the discount does depend on how many players do sign up, and it's a good one, thankfully. But these events are starting to run around $100 to $120 on average to enter them, which for what you get for coming is worth it, because I compare this to a 1-day pass at MagicCon. And
for real,
what does MagicCon have? It's got artist alleys, it's got vendors, it's got events. Well, guess what? We have an artist alley. We have RK Post here, for goodness sakes. We've got 14 vendors today. We've got lots of different events, and we have free events that are just creators coming. If you guys
there was
wanna
a
meet them.
spectacle play. There was a spectacle play yesterday where 16 creators jammed some EDH, CEDH for a little bit there, right?
Yep.
There's been a lot like impromptu meet and greets because and that's the great thing about this too. It is a slight bit more casual than a Magic Con, but that means that you get to just be like, oh hey, I know that creator. I would love to talk to you for a quick minute. And they're usually like, yeah, let's just chat. I'm not in the game right now. What's up? You know, kind of stuff.
It's way easier to find and talk to your favorite top players, too, within CEDH. You're also going to meet players that you didn't know were good, that aren't creators, that are just jamming tournaments that are amazing, and you're going to get to talk to them.
Yes, RK Post does go to a lot of stuff, but...
yeah, he does,
But we've got RK Post, I think Phil Stone is back there, too.
Yeah, Phil Stone is there as well,
Yeah, there's I think 6 artists right now at least. So, like, obviously, it's not like the 30 that you're going to get a Magic Con, but, like, honestly,
but there's no lines.
But there's no lines.
There's no line.
And honestly, a lot of artists that you'll find at some of these smaller ones are actually going to be the ones that are the hardest to find in some cases, because like what was the guy that did the Dan art? He
absolutely.
only shows up to his locals. And but there's like a local tournament that event, like a convention that happens near him, and that's the only place he can find him, right? So it's stuff like this. We need stuff like this where there is a traveling convention that's smaller, more manageable, that can go wherever instead of having to be at the massive convention halls that MagicCon has to be, where local artists for Magic cards will be able to attend very easily.
And there's more than just, luckily, official Magic artists at these events. You're going to find Gold Sabertooth here. You're going to find lots of local, amazing artists that do altars as well. We have about 4 of them out in the lobby that are doing altars all day. So there's lots to do as well. So if you want to shop, you want to have fun, you want to meet the best players, meet some new players that you didn't know, as well as obviously play in the event, you know, it's a great time. So definitely look forward to signing up for Frenzy at the Falls 2025. Again, it is November 28th to the 30th, and we are looking forward to seeing you there. We're going to head over to a little bit more of a bumper while we wait for the next round to start. But thank you guys for watching. As per usual, I am DefCat.
And I'm Zeb.
Thank you guys for watching the Steel City Spectacular CEDH 20k here on Playing with Power. Welcome back to the CEDH 20k at the Steel City Spectacular. Our main event is going on to round 2, and we are going to have our pairings up as well as the decks very soon. We are currently waiting on our pods to be put together, and then we are going to be pulling our feature match over. So far today, we've seen a Godo win off of a double-casted Molten Duplication, which was incredible, using the mono red flip land from Modern Horizons 3 to get it back after being able to land a Treasonous Ogre on turn 3. It fought through 2 insanely ahead Rogthras tables or players. The Rogthras players were very ahead. We're gonna grab table number 9. And we're going to put their names up here. We're going to update our names and deck lists so you know who you are watching. In seat 1, we have Aaron Greiner.
Feature match for the main event.
In seat 2, we have Brandon Hunt.
Brandon Hunt, Ron Ellis, and Kevin.
And Jerome Ellis in seat 3.
Feature match area. Pod number 9.
And Kevin.
Round 2 feature match.
We'll have those.
Yep. And deck lists are submitted, and we're going to be getting them up very soon. Aaron is on Lumra, baby. We're going to get a Lumra on the camera. Love that. Brandon Hunt in our seat 2 is playing. And then, for those of you who did not hear earlier, we have the Frenzy at the Falls coming in 2025. So there is another chance to come to one of these events if you missed out on it. Our second is a Rogthras who is on Tezzeret. Look at that.
Cool.
Wow.
So we'll be seeing some very interesting.
Yeah, Rogthras. I love to see Tezzeret cool craft, and we got to see it all day yesterday at the Legacy event.
It did some work.
Yeah, and then we have, is that Jerome Ellis?
Jerome Ellis. Selvala, Heart of the Wild.
We have a Selvala. Oh, I'm going to be able to say so much about this deck.
Dude, it main decks Garrick Primal Hunter.
Yeah, it does.
What?
And then we've got, and it was Jerome, you said?
Yeah, Jerome Ellis.
Jerome Ellis.
Heart of the Wild. In our seat number 4, Kevin, is on Shatterfang Squirrel General.
We have a Chatterfang?
We have a Shatterfang. And do remember, all of these players are 1-0, meaning each of them did win their previous game. So we had a hero win.
Hold on. Bro, we have 3 mono green.
We have 3 mono green.
What?
We've, Shatterfang is
yeah. Sorry,
black.
I got excited. Yeah, we have a
Lumra
Golgari.
is mono green. Selvala is mono green. But then Shatterfang is green black. And then obviously Rogthras is Rogthras. That's on team.
Oh my gosh, we have 4 green in one pod.
We only have 1 blue player with Rogthras, and
It's gonna be over so quick.
this is going to be very interesting because I don't think there's going to be a ton of interactions.
Oh boy,
Wow.
this is wild. They're all 1-0.
And they're all 1-0. And our last match, if you were watching, was only about 40 minutes.
Yeah.
With an 80-minute timer on the game. Is this going to be an even faster game? Will we have a round 2 that's like 20 minutes?
Yeah. Oh my goodness. 2 mono green decks, a Golgari deck, and then Teamer. What a table.
This is quite insane.
Yeah, we're going to be posting this to the subreddit real quick so that way they know we are live with round 2. Our players are getting set up currently. It looks like we had a player that also had an improper proxy. I'd love to talk about this real quick. At the moment, we have proxies that are fully allowed. Obviously, this entire tournament is proxy friendly, but the biggest thing about the proxies is we want to make sure they are the same consistency as the other cards. So we do have standards when it comes to the proxies, and if we do have a proxy hit the table that is unfamiliar art and or it is a sketch, we're going to have the judges let us know what it is so that we can do this. For those of you watching, and maybe you have not watched a live CEDH event, do understand that we are not going to have the perfect information that a recording of a CEDH game does have, but that being said, I am DefCat, and this is my co-caster Zeb. We are from Playing with Power. We are excited to be bringing you this event and all future events for these. We are hoping that we can actually break the record of today, which is 513 players. 513 after drops. We had about 520 going into it. This is the biggest CEDH event ever held by far and large. Nothing even touches this, and we are looking to break that record again at Niagara Falls. Altered Commandra is the Lumra, by the way. So that is the altar that we are seeing in seat 1.
You can see it's a bear.
It's a bear.
It's a bear.
Oh, I want a beluga bear.
Oh,
I want a
man.
beluga Lumra. Beluga Lumra. We have probably seen at this point, I'm gonna guess this is the least blue we're gonna see at a pod all day. But they're all 1-0, which is incredible. I mean, hats off to these.
Somehow.
They did. I mean, what won last game? The only non-blue deck at the table. We saw a Godo push through 2 Rog Thrasses that had Cradle, and the other one had double Cradle and an Earthcraft, and still fought through it. Was amazing. Was absolutely amazing. Our other things to announce, obviously, there are a lot of vendors here that are providing these cards to these players. They are amazing. You can find all of them at the bottom of your screen, as well as any of the other vendors that have supplied things for this. As you can see in between us here, we do have our trophy, which is massive. It's a giant Dark Souls level statue holding up the sword for the Steel City Spectacular, the Excalibur. Yes, yeah, it's perfect. Wonderful, wonderful. Today is 6 rounds. Tomorrow is 2 rounds of Swiss, and then cut to top 16 and top 8. We are currently resolving mulligans for our players, and it looks like our Rog Thras was able to keep a 7 they enjoyed, which, woof, for this table is scary. There's not a lot these mono green decks are going to be able to do to turbo out faster than a Rog Thras. We are looking towards the ability for Chatterfang to most likely be what's controlling this game the most due to the ability to kill things.
Yeah. And again, we've got all 4 heavily creature-centric decks that have a certain amount of combos that are highly reliant on very specific pieces, a lot of which are kind of small.
Yes.
You know, so that Chatterfang is going to be doing some work.
Yeah, Chatterfang is going to be able to do the most controlling at this table. I mean, for the most part, instantly take out a Rog. I doubt we're going to see Roger live to tell the tale, especially if we get to a turn 2. And it looks like we are mulliganing. We are going down to second 7 for most players here, not uncommon. We are running life totals in the center of the table. If we can have the judges remind the players that we do need to have a digital life total in the center. And then throughout the game, as you know, we are going to be able to pop on over and see our individual players and get a close look at it. So if there are any questions about cards, we will be asking judges as well as zooming in to make sure we have a proper understanding of what's going on the field. And we will always be able to contact the judges for clarification if anything is different.
Is my audio all right, everybody? I'm getting someone saying that really hard to hear.
You probably need to move that up. Let's mute for a second. Hopefully, we have now made the audio a little bit better.
Does that sound better?
I'm going to up our gain as well. Thank you guys for doing this. This is obviously all being done live. Live things will happen.
Hiccups happen.
Hiccups happen. Live things do happen. We are still resolving mulligans here in round 2 of the Steel City Spectacular. We have a digital life total. A fellow flip phone enjoyer, I see.
Yeah, that big old screen.
Yeah. I love that. I love that. I'm excited to see what happens. This is going to be wild. And for without a shadow of a doubt, there are going to be cards you and I have never heard of hitting this table.
Oh, I am excited.
Yeah.
This is going to be so fun.
I do have at least the experience. I am still the rank 1 major tournament Yisan player, so I know the weird green cards, but I don't play Lumra.
Yeah, I have played against Lumra
Yeah.
multiple times now, so I kind of know what they're going for. Their graveyard is going to be extremely important, obviously. Everyone else at the table is going to be wanting to interact with that as much as possible, usually trying to do so when Lumra's ability goes on the stack. It is so difficult trying to stop Lumra from going off, and there's not a lot of white or black at the table, obviously.
No, there's
meaning
not.
Graveyard removal, unless it's a colorless artifact, which there are.
Yeah.
It's going to be really, really tough.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot tougher. Yeah, I completely agree. We will be resolving any audio issues in between rounds, so if we do have a bit imbalance in the volumes, that will be fixed going forward. Thank you guys for sticking with us while we continue to do this. And it looks like mulligans are taking us a bit, which makes sense in this pod, because I bet everyone's looking for the Lambo. Everyone's looking for the fast mana.
Yeah, they're trying to figure out what the heck to do against each other, and it might, like you just said, it might just be who can go first. That's it.
Yeah, and with Lumra in seat 1, I doubt we're going to see Lumra actually turbo out. It's unless we see a fancy shenanigan like a Concordant Crossroads.
Perhaps.
That's about it.
I don't even know if the Lumra player would like to do something like Concordant, because Selvala is there as well, right?
We will most likely see stacks pieces such as Root Maze.
Mm-hmm.
I doubt we'll see a choke, but that would be interesting.
That would be very interesting.
Yeah, so choke would stop any islands from untapping.
Yes,
Yeah,
obviously,
yeah, yeah.
which would
Yeah.
be not great for Rogthras, but like that only really affects their one island and then their Trop Isle.
Yeah, there's a really niche scenario where they're actually packing land copies, and we see multiple cradles, which would be very funny. But
Like Vesuva or something like.
maybe, I don't know. I doubt it. But the only deck that would run it. Oh wait, no, Lumra does run land copies.
I was going to say Lumra does.
We
yeah,
may
there's
see.
Thespian stage.
Yep.
There's,
Yeah. Is it target copy, or is it copy target, or is it only one of your own? I think it's one of your own.
Vesuva?
Yeah.
I'm fairly
It's any
positive
land?
It's any land.
Wow.
It's
Yeah.
just
Then
a
we
land
we may see someone else clone each other's cradles here, which is bound to happen.
Yeah, it is indeed any land in play. Yes, it is just
Wow.
a clone.
Wow.
So that'll be interesting.
Yeah. And on top of that, with mono green 2 at the table, we're not really interested in seeing something that would stop interaction because they both need it for one another. So I'm worried that the Thrasios player may in fact be given a little bit more leeway due to the fact that everyone needs them.
Yeah, well, like we were mentioning before, interaction is kind of going to be king in this this game, and the only one that really has good spot removal, good counter magic is obviously the Rogthras, because they have access to those colors. So we can expect some deals to get made. We can expect players to try to politic a whole bunch, especially with the Rogthras player. But we also might see them gang up on the Rogthras player if they get ahead, because they've got the ability to interact.
I'm very excited to see what the dichotomy of this pod is. There's so many ways this could go, because I feel like we've just thrown out any of the regular politics that would be made due to the texture.
Luris or Lumra wins because there's no interaction, huh? Well, like we were just saying, Rogthras has interaction, and they might be heavily mulliganing into it, because anything that can remove creatures right now is king. And if you can just, literally, like, every Lumra game that I've played that we've been able to stop the Lumra, it comes from just spot removing that Lumra every time it comes down until it costs 20 for them to cast, and they finally can't get it out anymore. And then the rest of the table actually gets to play the game.
Not only that, we're most likely gonna see stacks pieces coming down from Selvala, possibly even Kevin on Chatterfang, but we have removal on a commander in this game, which there's gonna be a lot of creature mana, and every single one of these decks is on Cradle. Lumra being in seat 1 honestly may just draw out the bullet there's probably only going to be one bullet at the table to hit something. And if anything, Rogthras being in second, there's a high chance Lumra just gets blasted into nothing, and then Rogthras gets to go out the next turn.
Yeah, a lot of Lumra decks want Lumra out immediately. There's so many turn 1 Lumras out there. But this might be a pod where Aaron goes, maybe I try to just set up instead.
Yeah.
Right? Just let someone else take the heat.
This is a try to go second pod.
Shatterfang by turn 3 guarantee. I mean, Shatterfang or
Yeah.
Selvala, they both have like really high octane combo that can just activate on the turn that they're played. So possibly, I mean, obviously, like Rogthras is a very good combo deck that has interaction, has all kinds of stuff. So here we go.
We already have 2 Sagas down into a Roger from Brandon. 2 Sagas, and we have Kevin on a mold of 4, by the way. We're going to see a Elves out from Sobala.
Welcome to round 2. You have 50 minutes.
Looks like that is our pass. That looks like, let's get a better look here. An emergence zone with white border.
Man, a lot of colorless going around here for monocolored decks.
Absolutely, yeah. Is that a buried ruin?
Ooh.
Oh, into the scrap work. Okay. Very good.
Yeah, like we were mentioning, looks like Lumra is just kind of like, I'm going to just like
Yep.
hope that someone else draws the heat out
Yep.
first.
And we do have the Mana Vault there in the top corner. We are talking about this. That looks like an Earthcraft from Rogthras.
Yep, that's a perennial Rogthras play.
Yep.
Earthcraft.
There it is. Back over to Jerome Ellis. Not untapping with a ton of mana, just 2.
Yeah. we've
There's the
got
Cradle.
Just cradle in hand. Nice. All right. But I think that's the best that Jerome can do right now is just get Selvala out.
Yeah.
Which is rough. Because we've got Brandon on Rogthras looking like he's in a decent position to try to do some crazy stuff on his turn. And there's a lot of mana chilling out on Aaron's side.
Gosh, land go from Kevin.
Did everyone just like keep interaction? Do we have just like Besagus and like whatever the heck we can possibly have to interact here?
Yep.
Yeah, Rip the Glare. That is unfortunately these overhead lights that are not on us. It's on the event lighting that we have here.
Yes.
We are already planning on anti-glare countermeasures for
Yes.
the next event that we'll be hosting to make sure
Yep.
that doesn't happen again.
At the next future event at the tournament in at Niagara Falls, we are going to be having a separate room is what we have now planned for, so that way this doesn't happen. But yeah, we are in a tournament hall instead of an actual CEDH event area to where we would have control over that. But we are looking right now for what we're getting off of the Urza Saga hitting Chapter 3, which, by the way, the fact that we hit a Chapter 3 on anyone's Urza Saga.
I know. This
Crazy.
is crazy. A lot of people I've been talking to in between round 1 and 2 were talking about how like we're never hitting turn 3. You know, things are going crazy. We're on turn 3 in the first 10 minutes.
Yep.
So that's telling you like what these players are afraid of interaction and are just setting up as hard as they can.
Yeah.
We're gonna see some crazy like just like balls to the wall plays here in the next couple turns because they are just like getting themselves so much mana as quickly as possible.
That's an LED.
And there's an LED. Okay, so here it is.
This could be the Lumra hit.
This is 100%. So Aaron is going to, no, in not Zuran Orb, it's going to get the LED. So
Yeah.
he's going to crack, go get Lumra out, because obviously good lands in hand.
Get Saga back.
Get Saga back, drop Lumra, get a ton of lands. Either he's going to find some way to untap them or just let it pass for the next round.
Yep.
And be like, I'm already set up for Lumra. This is what's going to happen.
That's beautiful. The Chatterfang player is speaking a lot, it seems, and probably wishing they had interaction for this.
Lotus Cobra? Yes.
Yep. Let's
Oh,
zoom
no.
in. That Lotus Cobra.
Oh, jeez. And a finale? Okay, so,
Going
okay,
to-
that's in the
going to
graveyard. Finale in the graveyard. But Lotus Cobra now into Lumra means Aaron is going to have quite a bit of mana
Absolutely.
after this resolves, right?
Yeah.
Is that a City of Traders in the bin? So there's going to be, I do believe if another land enters, City does not get sacrificed if it enters at the same time as them. I don't believe.
We can sequence it no matter what.
Yeah. But only 2 lands off of Lumra, it seems. Saga and City. They enter. Needs a land sack outlet. Yeah.
And it looks like we may be passing.
Lumra will get there. Non-deterministic storm.
Yep.
Pretty much. I mean, yeah, that's Lumra in a nutshell for you. I think I've seen a Lumra player sack and replay Lumra 10 times.
Yeah. And we had Buried Ruin.
Non-deterministically, like.
Yeah, we had Buried Ruin already shown. So.
Yes. Yeah. It's crazy how far they can go.
And there it is. There's the pass.
Wow. I mean, a great setup turn.
Yep.
Hopefully, I mean, and no cards in hand at this point for Aaron.
Yep.
So everything's revealed on that side.
Yep. I'm wondering what Kevin has on this Chatterfang because he mulled the 4. And
Right.
I honestly was expecting to see a hate bearer, such as a Dothy or maybe a opposition agent. I'm shocked we
Right.
did not see that.
No. Oh, man, Dothy would be so fantastic right now in order to stop that Lumra.
Yeah.
Then
again, do you really want to keep that kind of stuff in seat 4? You're already in such a desperate position.
It's very desperate. It is true.
Oh, that's a map. We do have a map for Brandon. Whoops. For Brandon. That map is going to go get that cradle.
Yep. Waiting on confirmation on that.
Yep. But this is all about the cradle.
The steel on the playmats lining up. Yeah, when we saw that it was able to do that, we were like, we got to get these playmats as close as possible so that like it's perfect. It's pretty awesome. Not gonna lie.
They look amazing. Yeah.
Yeah, they're really cool playmats.
They look great. Yeah.
All right. I don't believe the map has actually been cracked though. Oh,
no, the map.
There's the crack.
The map's cracked.
Okay. All right. I take that back. Literally as I was saying it.
Yeah. Yeah. Sadly, there is convention lighting causing glare for seat 2, and that is something we are unable to fix due to being in a convention hall. Where we currently are was the best thing we could do. We were able to get 3 players with no glare. That's all we were able to achieve.
We will have much more control over the lighting and such like that in future events. Then,
Yes.
for
Yeah.
sure.
Looks like Lumra is looking through their graveyard, probably thinking about the next turn. And it's just going to be a Thrasios, Passios, it looks like, with the cradle up.
Interesting. Yeah, everyone's just a little bit scared to do anything at the moment.
Yep. Quarry top deck would be huge. Yep.
Oh, nuts. Absolute nuts. So, Jerome is, I think, still waiting on their turn to start.
Yes. Yeah. We just resolved cuts.
Okay, there we go. There's the untap. So, what's that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 mana accessible at the moment.
Correct. Yep.
Gotta hope for some big stuff here. So there's Emergent Zone.
Yeah. It's actually 6 with the activation of Zavala.
Right.
Yep.
Oh, because she herself is the largest creature.
Correct. Yep.
I was counting the elf for some reason. All right, so.
Oh! It hits the floor!
Oh, dude!
Oh my god, with the Emergent
That
Zone
is
out.
a Phyrexian Dreadnought, which, if you don't know, is a 12/12 for 1 mana. So it has to sacrifice. You have to sacrifice 12 power when it hits the board, or it sacrifices itself. He's going to sacrifice it to itself.
Yes.
But before it dies, he can activate the Selvala, get 12 mana because 12 power is the largest creature on his board. crazy. Also does get to draw a card off of Selvala.
Correct.
Because that's a largest creature.
Into the Scrib Ranger, being able to put a
Scrib Ranger.
being able to put a forest back into your hand to
That's hot.
untap a creature. Oh my goodness.
This is the greenest pod we've ever seen. This is a green pod.
Oh yeah,
dude.
baby.
This is big green happening right
Wow.
Holy crud! That has to feel so good. in a pod that has barely any counter magic, any way to interact. It's just like I'm just gonna blar.
Oh, what do
Good
we got
grief.
here? What is that a Sithis whiteboarder? No, that's not. We have another elf being put down.
It's that Elvish. It's the elf scout you put a land from hand. I
Correct.
think? Yeah.
We're deciding on what land goes down, it looks like, and or it's a different card. Hard to tell with these mono green decks. They play so many new cards, and with 29,000 legal cards in Commander, hard to know all of them.
Crazy.
We're going to see what the table is chatting about
How
here.
much mana does Jerome still have right now? Like,
Oh, the greater good coming down.
that's not greater good. That is.
Sorry.
Wild Speaker.
Yeah.
It's the draw cards equal to the highest power of something, or
Correct.
your non-humans get +2/+2.
Yep.
So, was that the draw then?
Most likely was the draw.
Draw mode.
Legolas's quick
Quick
reflexes.
reflexes. Gosh, that is such a great card for Selvala.
Yep.
For Marwyn and Selvala, phenomenal card.
So it gives hexproof, it untaps the creature, and then whenever the creature becomes tapped, it deals damage of equal to its power to any other creature on board anytime it comes tapped for the rest of the turn.
For the rest of the turn. Yeah, and on Selvala, obviously that just means like, what is your best creature? I'm just getting rid of that. Get that out of
Yep.
here. Yeah, a lot of weird cards come out because
Lu-
yes, you don't have access to the other colors, but
Oh.
like there's just
Lumra got hit with that was not the play.
really.
That they're gonna get to re-ETB Lumra
Oh yeah,
now.
that's you're not supposed to hit the Lumra. You want the Lumra to stay
Oh
in the field.
no,
Interesting.
that is not good.
They needed to have hit the Rog, I think, or not the Rog, the Thrasios, perhaps.
Yes.
In that situation.
Being able to replay Lumra is massive. That is.
We'll see though. They might have something up their sleeve, but
They were hellbent.
honestly, maybe the Lotus Cobra actually might have been one of the better.
It was the
hits.
Lotus Cobra.
We'll
Absolutely.
see though. We're not in the players' minds, so Jerome might have had something,
Yeah.
might have something up their sleeve, but we don't know yet. Yeah, that is
There is nothing up the Lumra's sleeve, as they have no sleeves, as they are hellbent.
as they are hellbent.
So,
I mean, it could just be like kicking the Lumra while they're down to keep them off.
yeah.
We're not sure. We'll keep watching and we'll find out.
Oh, we can be biased. Oh my gosh.
We can be biased until we get blown out for our commentary because there was something crazy going on behind the scenes there.
I would rather be surprised than just be like, oh, that makes sense.
Sure.
It looks,
That's fair. That's fair.
What do we have here? Is that a Bowmaster? Let's check. It looks like a
That is
Bowmaster.
indeed a Bowmaster.
Ooh,
Okay.
good keep. Good keep.
So what was the target there? The Scrib?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're gonna come back here. Yeah, it was the Scrib Ranger. Good target.
Good target. Yep.
Surprised they didn't use the Scrib Ranger.
Good
Because they're
response because they still have floating mana.
yeah.
Sure.
They don't want the land in hand. It makes sense.
There's any number of reasons.
Ooh. Yeah, Chatterfang is looking to control this game.
Oh, 100%.
Oh, that was a top deck.
Interesting. Yeah. Outside of Rog Thras, Chatterfang is going to be obviously where we're going to get the best removal.
Lumber with not enough mana does pass to Brandon.
Yeah, that's very interesting. Just kneecapping the Lumra is an interesting play. Granted, the Lumra still gets.
Hold on. We have a flesh duplicate hitting the field.
Okay.
That is, in fact, a flesh duplicate. We're going to get confirmation from judges real quick to see what that's coming in as. Most likely, it's the Bowmaster.
Yep.
The Bowmaster, it does enter as a copy of Bowmaster, and they do opt to kill Kevin's Bowmaster.
Not a bad play.
No,
If someone's gonna have one, it might as well be you. So
no offense. I think the play there could have been Bowmaster Pact, keep the other green decks in check.
perhaps, yeah.
Yeah.
Granted, I will say Brandon might be afraid of Chatterfang.
Yeah, absolutely. Yes.
So
And respecting the fact that Kevin's Bowmaster can hit your Thras and your Rog.
right, and do remember, if the Chatterfang has enough mana and there's enough card draw, with their Bowmaster out, they can sacrifice their creature token made by the Bowmaster in between each amassed trigger.
Yes.
So that might be like just huge.
Yeah. Oh, that's why. Crop rotation in hand. They're getting Cradle. They didn't want Raw gone.
Makes sense.
Yep.
Yep.
Yep. Because it looked like the map last turn actually had to go get an island to cast the Thrasios.
You do the blue.
Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Way more interactive of a game than we were expecting.
Oh yeah, no, and honestly, like that should be expected because they mulligan hard.
Oh, they did.
They were all like, we have to be respectful of the fact that there is no good interaction. We've got to dig for our own interaction.
Yeah.
Right.
Very, very impressed with the level of play.
Did they not make the Orc army? The Orc army might have been missed.
Yes.
Question mark?
Let's alert the judges. Because that affects Cradle count right now, which is a really big deal.
Yeah.
We have a finale. It looks like X equals 3.
And Flesh Duplicate, yes, should have time counters on it.
Correct.
I'll also let the judge know.
Yeah, that's going off without a hitch. We have a... finale. X equals, I think, 3. We're waiting on clarification from the judge. But oh my gosh, this could be game.
Return of the Wild Speaker is a instant, is it not?
I'm unsure. Let's get a clarification on that card real quick. X equals 4. But if they had the Orc army out, I'm sure they would have gone X equals 5 probably in order to get the Seedborn. So this Orc army...
Return of the Wild Speaker is indeed an instant.
It was the draw.
It was the draw.
Yes, the Return of the Wild Speaker was in fact the draw off of the trigger from Selvala when playing the Dreadnought.
But that...
You can still play it in response.
Yeah, you can still play it in response. I'm not sure why they did not. Maybe they... I don't think they did. Yeah, no, that is an interesting question.
Yeah.
I have no answer for that. Maybe they forgot. It happens.
Yeah. They possibly already passed the priority on it beforehand, being unable to do it because it's, we are playing Comp REL.
Yeah, they might have like accidentally stacked it so that they just sacrificed and then drew and then realized, why did I do that?
Yeah.
It happens.
The amass trigger being missed is massive here because X equals 4 on this finale, and that would have grabbed a Seedborn with 1 extra.
Yeah.
And Earthcraft.
Man, crazy. So we got some talking.
Yes. Spellseeker. Well, X equal to 4. It was it would throw them off.
I guess to throw them off, yeah. So it's like, what do you get for 3? Obviously, it's Spellseeker or Ewit.
Yeah.
But instead it's, 4.
What is...
Spellseeker is Lumra player talking about their sacrifice Dreadnought right after they tap Selvala. Yeah, it was a little weird. So we have the Lumra player they're talking about their Mana Rock, their Vault, possibly trying to... I mean, they're going to probably try to get it untapped.
Yeah.
Got Pact of Negation off the Spellseeker. Gosh.
We're passing with a Pact of Negation.
Pact as known information. So are they pretending as if they are going to... Well, why is the Pact just chilling out there in the bottom then? Or it's just revealed information.
It's revealed information, yeah.
Okay.
Scare tactics.
Scare tactics. So are they just like...
we have a Nykthos in play for Selvala.
Devotion to 4 at the moment.
Yep.
Yeah, do remember that the Selvala player does have an emergence zone.
Knowing that, it looks like they are passing.
Yeah.
Oh. Nope, we are getting something else here.
Card counting and/or.
Oh, no, that's just the front side of Kevin's deck. Sorry, never mind. They are looking through their deck. They're probably looking through now. Yep.
Okay.
Here we go. Got a Bayou.
Got the Bayou.
Yep. Man, Savala is the loaded gun right now at any moment. Gosh.
And there is again a known free counter spell there. So the Sylvala's got to go like, all right, do I try to like force it to happen, or do I have backup? What's the best way to try to make any plays happen?
Yeah, and Sylvala has not found Prowling Serpapod and or Allosaurus Shepherd to make those things uncounterable yet. Obviously, Mindbreak trappable still.
Honestly, the X being 4 for the finale could have been a pivot.
Yep.
It literally could have been, I know that I could get a 4-drop that does something I need, but then they saw the Spellseeker and went, I'll pivot my search, right?
You know, we did sacrifice the Orc Army Amassed token to a tower to get to black. Casting one of our combo pieces needed later on for Chatterfang.
Is there Chatterfang in AP? Looks like it.
Yes, it is.
That is Braid's Arisen Nightmare.
Yep.
So, very good in a Chatterfang deck.
Yeah.
Pretty peak in a Chatterfang deck. Just gotta get a... I mean, of course, you can sacrifice a land here, but definitely...
Which is what they did, yep.
Okay. Which means they have two mana open.
Yeah, they have black-green available on the Bayou and then a colorless from the Emergent Zone.
Yeah, I do not see Emergent Zone getting cracked in order to cast things this turn cycle.
No.
So, definitely just keeping mana up.
No, yeah. Interesting.
A little bit of talk there.
Yep. Games like these are going to stalemate. We're going to have to talk because any spell is death due to the fact that all we have right now is a Pact of Negation.
Yeah. Everyone seems to have, except for Lumina, of course, a decent number of cards in hand still.
Yep.
Which does mean that Brandon could be bluffing with the Pact and still have other counter magic in hand.
Absolutely. I would like to say we are currently on round 2. Still haven't seen a Ristic.
Still have not seen a Ristic. Granted, we did have 2 Rog Thrasses as well as a Ishtola in round 1.
Yeah.
And didn't see any Ristics. Did we see a Mystic
Nope.
either? No Ristics, no Mystics. And now, obviously, with 3 non-blue decks, we weren't going to see very many of that here either.
Yeah.
Let's see now. Yeah, a lot of think-thonking, a lot of tanking happening.
Yeah. You know what I just realized? If they had the Orc Army, they could have gotten Snap with Spellseeker.
Yep. Yeah, there. Again, I think it was a pivot. I think that Spellseeker was a pivot. Because they realized they had a different line in the middle of it, and it wasn't actually a, forgetfulness on that.
Yeah. That would have won game, though. Snap on Spellseeker would have won the game.
Right. Sam Black literally cast Ristic. But we've not had Sam Black on stream, so we haven't seen a Ristic.
Yeah.
I'm sure there are 500 players here. I am sure there have been Ristic and Mystic Remoras cast in this tournament. We're just talking about what we've seen. Come on, guys.
It'd be kind of funny to gaslight the commentary team. What are you talking about? There's one on board.
What? Huh?
We got some floating colors. We had a Lotus Petal down for Lumra, and we are floating, and it looks like the Lotus Petal was what was got off the chapter 3 on the saga. We are cracking everything.
All right.
Oh, 4. What do we have here?
clarification on that. I think that might be a Lord of the Rings card. Not sure.
Yep. I'm gonna tilt my head. Are we seeing a pact on that? Abuela?
Abuela? Okay. Uh-oh.
Alex in the
A
chat.
wild hire. Chat. Yeah, it's tireless provisioner as Abuela.
Yeah.
La abuela siempre generosa. Or generosa.
Yep.
Very good. Okay, tireless provisioner is
Yep.
hot.
Yep. And I'm going to clarify real quick what is on board here due to the glare. We have a Spellseeker. We have a Flesh duplicate as a Bowmaster. We have a Rograk. We have a Thrasios. And then the one unknown that was played there in the center. Yeah, if they top deck a land, they can jam here, Burrito King. Oh, and is that an Oboro Breeze Collar that we just saw? It is. That is the
Yeah.
Oboro Breeze Collar.
So that is the combo.
That is the combo.
So let's see what happens.
Wow.
Will it resolve? Will it happen? Dryad Arbor in center. That makes sense.
Yep. Looks like we may be seeing the win attempt right here with a packed
That is-
backup.
With a pack backup. That's what I was thinking, was that it was either a bluff to say, like, don't do anything during your turns, or it's obviously just I'm going to go for the win on my turn.
Yeah. And all eyes right now should be on Silvala. Are they going to start flashing things in here?
Yeah.
We see the snap. There it is. Snap was already in hand.
Snap was already in hand. That's why they didn't search it up. That's crazy. All right. All right. Yeah, Lumra cannot do a whole lot in this situation. Yeah, so Silvala is going to want to try, if they can do anything, going to try to do it over the top here, but they have to still fight through at least Pact of Negation.
Yep. And let's see what we got here.
A ton of mana sitting on Brandon's side of the board.
Trying to figure out what that is, if we can get clarification from the judges due to glare. Again, we have a large tournament hall where sadly there is overhanging lights that we are unable to account for. So we are dealing with that. Being in a tournament hall, our next tournament, thankfully, we do have a closed space, but we could only get 3 out of the 4 players visible due to glare. Silvala has been snapped.
Yes. Silvala was snapped because they don't need to snap one of their own creatures. They just can.
Oh, there it is. There's the.
Is that the GGs? Oh,
That's
right.
the GGs.
Yeah. No one had anything because, like we said, everyone's on like green. Like they don't have interaction, and they know that the pact is there. In fact, didn't even need to use the pact because no one had it.
We're going to be grabbing the player that just won, Brandon Hunt, here in a moment. They're going to be explaining how they won. We're going to go over probably how Talon Gates does win from here.
Yep.
But it makes sense. Lumra, as I was talking about earlier, drew the interaction from the table, got killed. Thras, going second, gets to win after the table has spent their interaction. And that's what I expected going into this.
It was very much, I wouldn't say in the bag, but like all eyes kind of were just on the Rock Thras that entire time. Like, all right, when are you going to go for the combo? And because, again, they are the only blue player, all they have to do is just have a couple pieces of counter magic in hand, and they're fine. They're safe, right? Yeah. So everyone else really needed to have been putting pressure on them and trying to maybe even like do a bit of going for it in table talk with each other to go like, hey, I'm not going to go for the win here, but I'm going to try to draw out hate from the Rogthras player to make them not have that anymore.
Yep. So Rograk Thrasios does in fact win with the Cradle, Oboro Breeze Collar, and Talon Gates Madara line.
There was a Fierce in hand revealed off Thras too. Like I said, they probably had backup.
Yep.
So, because I mean that's why why would you go get Pact versus Fierce if you got both of your commanders up? And that's why.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Also, Ewit Snapline. Yep. There's so much that they could have done. It's
absolutely.
Crazy. So yeah, really rough for the other 3 players. It happens, right? I'm not going
Yeah.
to say that they didn't have ways to combat what the Rothgrass was doing. It's just like in situations like that, you have got to talk with your opponents, try to make deals, and try to point. Like every piece of interaction has to be pointed very, very precisely.
Yep. Absolutely. There's not much really that can be done at a table like this once the little amount of interaction available is spent.
Yeah.
Yep. So we're going to go on a quick break, and then we're going to be bringing in our winner. I am your caster, DefCat.
And I'm Zeb as well.
Thank you guys for watching on Playing with Power. We'll see you in just a moment. Welcome back to the Steel City Spectacular CEDH 20k. I'm here with Brandon Hunt that just won on Rograk Thrasios in a pod with 2 mono green decks as well as a Golgari deck.
Yeah.
How was it looking at your pod, sitting down and seeing that?
It was like seeing the Lumra and seeing the Savala, which I know can both go fast,
Yep.
is very scary when you're trying to do the like mid-range pivot
Yep.
To turbo. It was nice being the only blue deck because I basically can control the entire pace of the game if I wanted to. I don't run a bunch of counters, but I do run enough where it's like, and enough interaction pieces that I can be like, you guys can't really win through whatever you want to do. It was just like my start was slow. I think the Earthcraft is a crazy card when you're playing as many creatures as I am.
Absolutely.
But yeah, it definitely was terrifying because I was like, I might just not get a turn 3.
Yep.
And that's just it.
Yeah.
Seed order matters, so.
It did a lot. And going into it, we thought, okay, the Golgari deck having a Chatterfang that has built-in removal, we expected to see way more of that out of their hand, but then we saw them mold a 4.
Yeah, that was brutal.
Yeah.
The Bowmasters, I was so happy.
Yep.
There was so much other threatening things on the board that I was like, oh, thank everything that there's just too much going on.
Yeah, God shined down in that moment. And then
Exactly.
for a moment, we almost expected, what are we going to see? Maybe a Bowmaster Pact if you didn't have a win in hand, which you did. But without it, maybe a Bowmaster Pact to just keep destroying the 2 mono green lists may have been what was, on your mind. But it sounds like you had the win in hand already.
So I had the Aboro in hand. I just needed more creatures to make it like viable to play.
Yeah.
And the second I saw the Bowmasters, there's no way Aboro's never getting targeted there.
Yeah.
And even if I can win over top, it makes more sense for me because also copying Bone Masters potentially makes more mana in the long term.
Absolutely. Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it worked out in a way that was weird.
Yep.
But I liked it.
Yeah.
I thought the win line was clean. I thought everything was clean.
Extremely clean. Yeah.
I saw people talking about Spellseeker getting Fierce. You can't get Fierce with Spellseeker. Fierce is 3 mana.
Yep.
I needed the creature counter because, I could pay for Pact and still win.
Absolutely.
So it was like
Yeah. And the Talon Gates being in hand too.
So I tutored that with Sowing Microspawn.
That was in the sewing microphone.
Yep.
Okay. We were wondering what that tutor was. Yeah.
It was Talon Gates, and you can't really do anything. Like, it's a cast trigger. They just have to look at you and go, okay.
Okay. Yeah. A big part of playing Rogdrass obviously has been looking at all the different lists for it. We are starting to hear about Wrong Side now having Wrong Thrass as well, which is, I love the community wanting to do funny stuff. It's always great. But a big portion of Rogdrass is being able to slip under the radar by just peeking out all these creatures, having so much, but none of them individually are threatening outside of, say, a Seedborn, right?
Yeah. And I've seen a lot of people starting to cut Seedborn just because it does draw in so much hate. It's a great card in Rogfast because you do just explode in mana. But exposing yourself to just one removal piece kind of blowing you out for the turn is very hard. I think Wrong Thrass is my personal opinion, is the Breach version.
Yes.
I don't play Breach. I think the deck does so well just doing the Cradle thing that needing Breach is like kind of overkill. If you want it as an option 7, it's fine. But you have so many creatures and so many high impact spells that no one knows when to counter.
Yeah.
You're just like, okay.
And it's hard to know whether or not Breach is good in there just as a value piece individually, just to get back things you want. But for the most part, anything you're doing is creature heavy. And you're so low on needing counter magic. Obviously, most Thrassless aren't running Force and Negation because you're all about protecting your win line, and then any of the card draw you need's in the command zone.
So I don't play the Breach version. I am on 6, just Legendary Green Creature 6.
Yep.
That card has been a house because it Displacer Kittens, you can have 7 of them. You can have 7 of whatever bombs you want in the deck.
Yep.
And that to me is what's the most important is yes, Breach is good, but there's only 6 interaction spells at a blue table that you have to worry about instead of the 50 that you have to worry about when it's Breach. So I think that's why I like 6 a little bit more.
I believe you, yeah. I think a big portion of it too is some people going back into the old Rogsai Turbo Meta pre-ban. We talked a lot about having 2 win cons in hand is just as bad as having 2 counter spells in hand, but not when those are 2 creature win cons.
Yeah.
That's the biggest difference that people are missing with that. If you jam 1 win con and it's countered, it's very rare there's going to be 2 hard counters at the table.
Yep. And like the creature win cons in the deck aren't a lot. I mean, a Boro just is almost uninteractable. It doesn't matter like what people do. They can try to target it. They can try to get rid of it. And as long as I have enough mana, I can just keep going on top.
Yeah, nothing's going to stop you at that point.
No. And so once I saw where we were, I was like, all right, well, this is my make a window deck. So
yes, it was. Absolutely. And I love that wording for you. Make a window deck. We were shocked to see the Selvala not crack that emergence zone and go for it over you. When we saw the snap, we're like, here it comes. The emergence zone's getting cracked. But we also noticed that obviously the Phyrexian Dreadnought was not sacrificed to draw 12.
So he sacked it in response to, so he drew the 1 card, then made 12 mana.
Yes.
And so it was like, oh, well, that's cool. But like you have 3 cards in hand, and then he jumped the gun in Legolas's quick reflex.
Yeah.
Which I feel like shouldn't have happened until either I was pushing or the Lillimer was pushing.
Yeah.
Just because it is such a gotcha card.
Yep.
And like being uninteractable is so important. But like even with the E zone, he had 2 cards in hand.
Yeah.
There was like maybe 2 cards that I would have been worried about.
Yep.
But with the Pact and the Fierce,
oh yeah, you were safe.
there was no way that he just gets to,
Try to go over you.
try to go over me. And like, I was like, okay. And then once I saw Bowmasters was gone because he had to sack it because he was scared that I was going to get a Bowmasters, it's like, okay, well, now everybody's shields are down and I just get to play the game I want to. So
Absolutely, yeah. And there was no way that we were going to see Lumra go after they were Hellbent as well. I mean, the top deck could have happened, but
even if it did, like, he didn't have uncounterable Limra.
No.
And like, I'm incentivized to just go, okay, like, I'll show you a pact. And then he just goes, okay, well, good game, everybody.
Absolutely, yeah. And it definitely had the old feeling like CDH did for a little bit where it felt like the person who goes second always wins.
Yeah.
And seeing that Lumra genuinely wasn't going to probably win the next turn even with Lumra out, seeing it get removed was questionable for us.
So the problem is like with Lumra, you can make so many copies of Lumra that it's like, okay, if he hits 1 land, like half the lands in the deck just say copy Lumra or like sack Lumra to make another Lumra.
Yep.
And so it's like, how much are you going to sit here and risk waiting for Lumra to like pop off, right?
Absolutely.
Like, and I think he wasn't comfortable with letting Lumra pop off, and I think that's fair.
Yeah.
I don't think you wasting the Legolosses like that was good.
Yeah.
But in his defense, Lumra was basically showing win if he was able to sack Lumra. So
that was especially due to the fact that we talked about earlier. It's split second. It's a really important card.
Yeah.
And holding it is a big deal. I don't believe we're going to be seeing what I would like to say off-meta decks really pushing too hard past round 1 and 2, but we do have 2 undefeated Godos currently.
that's thick.
And we watched one of them pod 1 win by duplicating Godo through a blind obedience. And then duplicating it again by running the monk, the mono red monk from
the
Horizon
Prowess?
3, the
The
Prowess
Prowess
monk,
monk, yeah.
and it put molten duplication back into his hand, went back down to 2 life using his treasonous ogre, and then the artifact got untapped it.
Oh, that's so gross.
Yeah, and so
Godo is so cool.
very, and it feels like we have dedicated pilots here that definitely know their decks.
Yeah.
That even if they're off blue, can push through a lot of things, which is really cool to see. I'm happy to see that. What's different about your Rogthrast list?
I wouldn't say what's like different. A lot of Rogthrasses play very similar cards.
Yeah. They should. There's so many good card quality.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's the thing too, is like card quality for Rogthrast players is like, wow, we get to play these like really kind of questionable 2-drops that are like, is it worth countering this spell? Is it worth countering this spell? And so you get to keep asking those questions when playing into farm. My favorite pet card right now is oh gosh, what is it? split second 4. It's 2 blue.
Yeah. The one where you get to steal a creature.
You give him a non.
Yeah.
Sudden substitution.
Yeah, sudden substitution. Yeah.
Sudden substitution is so good.
We're gonna see more and more split seconds as the year goes on. Like you just have to. Yeah.
And it's so good to just turn any like I don't mind giving up Rograk if I stop your win line.
Yep.
And like, or I don't mind taking your heuristic study and giving you like all of these things that like that card does, because Thrasios is so good at holding up 4 mana and being inconspicuous about it, that card just kind of shines through as like all right, well, I didn't play around the 4 mana like I should have, and it's just a big scare card.
Yeah, we're seeing it more and more popular in any deck that can get a lot of mana. So any blue deck that's also on Cradle is going to be playing that for the most part. But we're also seeing a lot of people attack at different angles where they're, like you said, they're taking out any of the cards that draw the heat. We're not seeing Seaborn Muses often. And in fact, we didn't even see Heuristic today yet.
Yeah, and I mean, like, obviously in that pod, I would have been the only one with Heuristic Study.
Yeah.
I don't think it was ever worth it for me to get it. Like, in the sense, just because, like, Savala's never feeding me cards because they make too much mana.
Yep.
And, like, Lumra's feeding me, like, 1.
Maybe.
If I'm lucky. So, like, I'm never going to keep a hand that's, like, super all-in on Heuristic, especially into that pod.
Yep.
And, like, maybe into Farm and Rogsai and all these other, like,
where
really...
non-creatures are constantly being shoved,
I'm always going to try to greed a little bit, get to at least some form of advantage engine. But for the most part, I think, like, it's hard to justify in that pod specifically going for an advantage engine.
Yeah, I think you definitely kept the correct hand. Was it your first 7 or second?
So that was my 6.
It's your 6?
Yeah.
Oh, gotcha.
So it was an interesting 6, but I'm happy I kept it. The Urza Saga, like, people were like, oh, map, like, what are you going to go get? And I'm like, haha, Basic Island.
Yeah, I thought, we were like, oh, okay. And then the crop rotation came out, and we're like, all right. Yeah.
And I also think the new Tezzeret, one of the best cards in the deck.
We saw that in your list. We were very excited to see it.
It is. I'm sad I didn't get to find it, but it is so spicy.
Yeah.
And I love that card.
Yep.
So.
Grabs keys for your One Ring after you go get it. It's amazing.
So I use it to get Candelabra.
Yes, absolutely.
That is amazing. I also can get map with it if I need the Cradle. It all just depends.
Both.
Yeah, do everything.
Just do everything.
So yeah,
we saw it a ton yesterday in Vintage. We were doing the Vintage Battle for the Black Lotus yesterday. That was super fun. So we saw a lot of the card. We were excited to see it today. I got one last question for you.
Of course.
How are you enjoying the event?
I think the event is awesome. The fact that it's like a convention mixed with like the big CEDH tournament, I think is fantastic.
Yeah.
I think we needed more of this.
Yeah.
Like, I've gone to a bunch of these big events. I even went to the last Open, or I guess this isn't the Open, but I went to the Open last year in Ohio, and it was cool. There was just not a lot to do outside of just play Magic, be there, and like drain yourself out, like having to think so hard. But I will say, I love the convention idea of having like, hey, we're going to bring on creators. We're going to bring all these like places. And I think that's like what it should be about. So
we got an artist alley. We got 14 vendors.
Yeah.
We actually have on-site food.
Which is insane.
In a very well air-conditioned area, by the way.
Yeah.
It feels great in here.
It's not too cold. It's not too hot.
Yeah.
You're not sweating. You're not freezing. A lot of the times these types of convention centers can get real cold, real fast.
Very.
So especially when you're on like this type of tiling and everything. So always tell people to bring sweaters and stuff. But
all walkable from all the easy accessible hotels, all that. Yeah, very good venue. We're really thankful for it. Guys, this has been an interview with Brandon Hunt on his win for Rockcross in round 2.
Yeah.
I'm your commentator, DevCat, and we'll be back with more after the break, waiting for the next round. Welcome back to the Steel City Spectacular 20k CEDH event. We are about to get round 3 coverage on their way and get the names of the players as well as their deck lists up here for you in just a moment. We are currently waiting on players to arrive at the scene.
Indeed.
So far today, we've seen a Godo win after fighting through a blind obedience and duplicating their molten duplication, which was very cool,
It's crazy.
and finding a way to untap Godo to go for the win. And then we also watched a double mono green Golgari and into a Rogthras. Rogthras was able to take it after the interaction at the table was spent to take care of the Lumra that was going for it next turn. We are currently choosing the next pod to be shown. At the moment, we are looking at most likely pod 3 there. I don't think we knew any of
No,
these.
we had that one.
We've had Drew. And it looks like pod 6
Pod
is good
6.
for us. Let's get our names and our decks revealed. It's exciting. All right. We're going to have their deck list loaded up here in just a moment, as
Give me
well
one
as their
minute.
names. We are currently going through a quick redraw, and we will have that information available just in a second. And after the game, stick around as we are going to have a interview with whoever wins the game. And if it's a draw, I'll take as many as we can get. So we have Trey. We're just going to do first names here. Or no, we can do last names. Trey
Trey Mickelson.
Mickelsen. And that is Mickelsen.
Sure is. And Trey is on Timnacron.
We have
So good old
Timna
Blue
Farm.
Farm.
We have Blue Farm from Trey Mickelsen.
All right. And then in second seat, we've got Rourke Moran.
And that is Rourke
Moran.
Moran. And they are on.
Inala.
We have an
Archmage
Inala!
Ritualist.
Yes! Oh, I'm so excited.
I am not, because oh my god, we are going to have to keep track of so much.
I love
so many game
Inala.
actions.
Yep.
All right. Third seat, we have Jim Lee.
Jim Lee. and they
Jim
are playing-
is on Thrasios Yoshimaru,
yeah, Thrasios
ever
Yoshi-
faithful. So some Bant nonsense going on here. And then in fourth seat, we have Dylan Casey. Dylan is on Timnacron. So
Okay.
we've got 2 blue farms.
And that Dylan is spelled what? We got.
Dylan.
It's a DY Dylan. Okay.
Yeah. And then Casey is Casey.
Wonderful. And they are on Blue Farm
Blue
as
Farm
well.
as well.
Let's get our names updated on our page.
CEDH 20k competitors, welcome to round 3. You have 80 minutes. You may begin.
Wonderful. We are good to go.
The clock has started. We have 80 minutes. So let's take a peek here and see how our table is doing. They're setting up right now, so
Yep.
it'll be a couple seconds. They probably will get like a minor extension for that.
Yep. And the good thing is, too, setting up, we get to talk a lot about the dichotomy of the table. And that's been a
Yep.
big topic so far because round 2, I think we were just flabbergasted when we saw 2 mono green lists at the same table, both 1-0, into a Golgari list.
You know, and that'll happen because like because the pairings in round 1 are very, very randomized outside of like ELO a little bit. So you'll have that where like decks like that can push through either like pilots that don't have as much experience or certain decks that, you know, might not be like tier 1, like in the meta. And so they break through early, and then when they hit a deck like Rogthras, that's where they have issues. And when you get 2 or even 3 of them against a deck like Rogthras, that's not great. But that's also why we've got 6 whole rounds to get to day 3.
Absolutely.
It's okay to have an early win and then a loss immediately because like that just happens, right?
Yeah.
But there's still
Absolutely.
plenty of time for players that might have hit a wall like that to recuperate and get back in it.
Yep. And this is a day of 6 rounds of TDH, and then we have a day 2 that is going to have another 2 rounds of Swiss into the top 16 cut and then top 4.
Looks like we had a immediate draw. At
Yeah, we had
pod
an
8.
immediate draw at pot 8. Wow.
I'm assuming that there was some amount of so if you didn't already know, you get 5 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, 0 points for a loss. 7 points guarantees you day 2.
Yes.
Right? So what I'm assuming is, because that was pod 8 and that's still up in the upper echelon,
Yep.
enough people in there were like, hey, I won one, I drew one already.
Yeah.
Can we just get a draw right here and
Yeah.
now? We can take a break, go get food, go
I
do
was about
something.
to say, I'm
right?
sure it was the lunch pack.
And we're basically like locked in for day 2.
Yeah.
There might be 1 or 2 people in there that are only gonna have 6 points after that.
Correct.
But they're still like, one more draw and I'm in.
Yeah.
Why wouldn't I?
Yeah.
So
The
so
big
yeah.
thing, though, and I think actually this is going to be a little bit more important, that is one of the first draws we've seen all tournament that wasn't time related.
That was not time related.
And I believe we're going to see a lot less draws due to the fact that we are at a 513 player event. You need to get into top 16.
Yeah. I did actually see someone had already run the math on round 1.
Yeah.
There were 33% draws.
Yeah.
Whereas the average is around 40% normally.
Yeah.
So we're already like doing okay when it comes to that. So,
Absolutely.
So hopefully that keeps up, because that's the thing, is like you gotta get those
Yeah.
points in. You can't just draw out. You've
No.
gotta get points in.
Yeah, with 513 people, you have to jam games. You have to get wins. It incentivizes this so much more, and I think is a natural degradation of what many people thought was a problem with drawing. This is going to lower that issue for certain.
Yes, for sure.
Yeah. Getting in here to our round, it looks like hands are drawn. We're going to start with mulligans. We don't know if mulligans have been completed yet. We're going to see if anyone starts jamming.
All right, so the 80-minute timer is starting right now for the feature match.
Wonderful. Players are drawing hands. We are debating on our mulligans. I think a big dichotomy of playing Blue Farm and why a lot of people will prefer to play Tin McCrom is due to the fact that, hey, if all I find is mana in my hand's still good. And that's what
certainly.
makes it so great. It makes mulliganing way less stressful.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's not pieces you need. Obviously, in an all-player taking a draw or a mulligan right away, not uncommon.
Not uncommon.
At all.
You have to have very, very specific cards in hand to make anything happen with an all.
Absolutely. Very, very important.
I am very interested to see the fact that there's 2 blue farms on not quite opposite, but like first seat,
Yeah.
fourth seat. That's going to
Yeah.
be very, like when we're cycling through the turns, that's going to make things very, very awkward.
You know, I have an inclination we're going to see the first Ristic of the day.
You think?
Just a thought.
What? No. No.
Yeah. Not having seen one's pretty crazy.
It was interesting to not see a single Ristic up until now.
Yeah.
You know, we're a third of the way through the day and haven't seen a Ristic yet, or a Mystic. Not a lot of cards drawn in these games so far.
No, not at all. I've seen more cards drawn a vintage match.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah.
Yes, you're hurting your chances to get to day 2 if you are just trying to draw immediately. But remember, there's still 4 more rounds, or 3 more rounds after this one, right?
And that's why I firmly believe it was probably a lunch pact. It was probably
a lunch pact.
We can all draw and get lunch. There's going to be a level of hunger that goes into that decision.
Yeah, and like you have better odds at winning later on if you aren't hungry like crazy, you know? So it literally could have just been like, hey, we're all going to get to 6 points or 7-ish points average for doing this. Let's just go to lunch.
And be
right?
refreshed, yeah.
Maybe they didn't like their odds. There's a couple people that didn't like their odds at the table. Like, oh, that deck's not great for me. I'm just gonna, you know.
Also, proxies 100% are allowed as long as they are not flimsy paper proxies that are easily thumbed through on the deck.
Yes.
Yeah, they are. There's a card quality still, needed to be able to play proxies, and they're very accessible. So Yeah, it is proxy friendly. All the events here are proxy friendly, as this is a non-Wizards of the Coast affiliated event.
Indeed. For instance, yesterday in the Vintage event, up to 15 cards in your deck and sideboard could be proxied, which is nice for Vintage because, I mean,
Yeah.
Power 9 and all that
Oh,
nonsense.
absolutely, yeah. Yep. It looks like we are resolving mulligans. The Inala player thumbing through, which obviously is very difficult to decide on mulligans in this deck. It is very similar to Vintage, where it's all in the mulligan. And it looks like we are keeping 6.
Well, I think they're still thinking a little bit.
Yeah, yeah. I saw the test for a second.
Yeah, I think it's down to Inala
Yeah, yeah.
at this point. Because, I mean, you've got to be like, you've got to have some amount of ramp. You've got to have a tutor effect at least, right? If you have one of the pieces in hand, then it's a weird thing because you're like, okay, I've got the piece. Can I actually cast it?
Yeah.
Is it viable to have it, or do I need to keep digging? Oh,
are
and we
keeping
do have a
6.
keep.
Oh,
Oh,
you put it
or
back.
not. Oh!
I think we're debating on what card to pitch.
Sure.
Yeah, it's going to be
Gonna be one on bottom.
resolved. Yep.
There we go. All right. Clinched. We're locked in.
Oh my goodness, this is exciting. Our first metapod of the day.
Yes, this is truly a metapod. We definitely metapod.
Yeah, I laughed too.
Screenshot. So we obviously are looking at some of the heavy hitters of the TDH meta.
Yeah.
Blue Farm has always been top tier. No. What? I get to play the best cards of all of those 4 colors, which are just the best cards in the meta? No way.
Yep.
Inala is a bit more fringe. It's very dependent on the pilot.
Wow, land go from 2 players, both Trey and Rourke opting to just, we got a UC fetched, it looks like, for Trey, and we have a Badlands fetched for Rourke. And it looks like we have an Imperial Seal. No, not Imperial Seal. Let's get a close-up on what player 3 is doing there. That is a Birds of Paradise, it looks like.
Got it. Yep.
Yes.
Goose.
Yep. We'll see if we get a bolted bird. And then Arid Mesa for Dylan. A Tropical Island was pulled up for Jim Lee. And we all land past. Oh, well, except for Jim. Jim had a
Except
play.
for Jim.
Yeah,
Yep.
Jim had a play. Wow.
Interesting. No Mystic, no nothing. Yeah, it's gonna be, we gotta just like
Yeah.
strap yourselves in, go get some popcorn. It's gonna take a sec.
Ancient Tomb LED.
Ancient Tomb LED.
Are we going to see a Hellbent Crom?
I have seen that quite a bit. You know, there are way worse things you can do with that deck.
Yeah.
Basically, the entire, like, I have heard players just go like,
Vamp Tutor in response.
interesting. But yeah, I've seen players just go like, as long as I can resolve a turn 2 Crom, it does not matter what my hand is. So I can 100% see that.
Opposition agent from the top rope. Oh my goodness. And the
Whoa.
wow, we are going to be looking at player 2's hand.
Wow.
Jeez.
That's rough, buddy.
Ancient Tomb coming
Oh
in
no.
big. Oh my gosh.
That's gotta hurt.
That
has gotta hurt
that's
this
rough.
early.
Rourke is not gonna forget if no one has 3 mana yet to fire that off sooner next time. But I guess they were worried about a dashed Ragavan from Trey.
I guess. Like,
Yeah.
good grief. Oh, the African swallow. It's not a goose. It's the Monty Python bird.
The one
That's
that has
right.
the coconuts.
The coconut. Yeah, because you can switch side whether it's the African or the European swallow.
Oh my gosh. Deadbeat Scott, thank you. Love you too, bro. Oh gosh, that is so hard, bro.
That hurts. That hurts.
Anala getting hit with the Oppo. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken for Rourke right now. That's awful.
But I mean, like, honestly, that's probably one of the more optimal times to like drop that, right?
Yeah.
Because like you get to, because that's what Trey was the one trying to resolve the tutor, right?
Correct.
So you are putting a damper on your opposing Tim Necrom, which is going to be one of your biggest opponents here. And
if I'm not mistaken, let's get a read on opposition agent. Is that supposed to be face up?
I do not believe so. I don't know if that's a mistake that a judge could call on, or if it's just.
That is a Ristic study that was taken. I believe not that it's not a rules misplay if they don't, but I believe it's a misplay on Trey's side if that is indeed the point. We'll do that after this round. Yeah. We have a Lineside Diamond played. We're pitching an Arid Mesa.
Okay, it does exile face up.
It is face up. Okay.
Yeah, no, we're good there.
We have a Grim Monolith. Got it. It's face up.
Oh, and it would be face up anyway because it's revealed information.
Right.
Usually. Yeah, and that was on the Lightning Tutor, yeah? Or was it Vamp?
It was Vamp too.
It was Vamp, but I guess it's still, whatever.
Yeah.
Still revealed information. Doesn't matter.
Ooh, Cavern of Souls. Or is that, no, it's Gemstone Caverns. Oops.
Yeah, it's Gemstone.
That's Gemstone. Gemgone. And it's a land pass, it looks like? Nope. We're getting, most likely, a Ristic.
Yeah, Praetor's Grift right now.
We're getting another Oppo.
Getting another Oppo.
And, or, yeah.
Because
the
that's
only thing,
3 mana.
Only thing to copy.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't dislike that. That makes sense to me.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah. If not you, then I.
It's just kind of like mutually assured opposition agent going on right now.
Mutually assured opposition agent. We have an Ancient Tomb. We're pitching a Simian Spirit Guide, and we're casting a Smothering Tithe.
One of my favorite cards in the game.
That is big.
Dude, I love Smothering Tithe. All right. And it is perfect in Timnacrom. Because, I mean, just like, you're playing, like, the pile of best cards, and they have some very varied mana costs with mana pips.
Yep.
You got to have that color fixing.
Yep. Smothering Tithe is one of the cards that I feel like a lot of players let go they shouldn't. I actually value Smothering Tithe over Rhystic Study.
Sometimes you really have to.
Well, in Blue Farm.
Yeah.
I think in Blue Farm it's understandable to value Smothering Tithe over Rhystic considering you already have the draw in the command zone.
Exactly. Are they debating over the resolution, or is it actually resolving? I think we've got some chatter here.
Oh, yeah,
Jim Lee is trying to convince, and seems to have successfully convinced Trey to throw down a Force of Negation, pitching a card in order to counter an exile.
Yep.
And that is a successful exile on that Smothering Tithe.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, perfectly good decision. Like I said, Smothering Tithe is really good. Like you just said, it is extremely valuable in Timnacrom because of the mana distribution of colors. You got to have mana fixing. That's just too good not to do.
Sound the alarm bells. We have a Rhystic Study.
There we go.
Going into the red zone, we are hitting the Anala with the opposition agent.
And that's honestly like another reason why Trey was just so willing to just dump that to get rid of that, because they're like, I've got these cards that I'm dumping, but I'm going to be resolving a Rhystic. And also, it could have been a bait to see if someone could bring out some counter magic to protect it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that means that the Rhystic is free to come in.
Absolutely. We're tapping 4 here for... Let's get a close-up on this. A Wheel of Fortune!
Okay.
See if there's a response to Wheel. No one's got Bowmaster mana.
Yeah.
Are we wheeling? Wow.
I mean, I think that's good for... Who's that?
Huh. Rhystic not paid for. Colorless floating. Trey does draw. Oh, and we're wheeling.
And we're wheeling. It's happening.
There was a Nas in Trey's hand and their own Smothering Tithe. What a grip!
Yeah, but
Oh,
I don't think there was any
God.
more counter magic. There's a brain freeze. Yeah, so that was actually a very opportune Wheel of Fortune, because I think Trey was just hoping for a for the round for like just to come back around the wheel turn-wise to get more cards to find counter magic. Didn't get there because the first spell cast after that was a wheel.
What a just nutso
Interesting.
hand. Holy
That was a great
crap.
hand if there was any amount of protection.
That game was over without that wheel.
Yeah.
Oh.
That wheel just saved the game for that. Yeah.
Yeah. We have a land drop for Rourke on Anala. We have a colorless floating with the Lion's Eye Diamond up. What are we seeing next, if anything? Using the colorless, we're doing something here. Maybe
Something. Leo say, there is no way right now to fix the glare in the bottom right because that is not our lighting. That is the lighting inside this big old convention hall that we're in.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, there are no large enough shades or anything like that that we could put above everything to stop that. In future events, we will be in enclosed spaces for the feature matches, so we will have better control over lighting. Right
Yes,
now,
yeah.
unfortunately, that's the best we can do. We can, however, if you ask us about cards, ask the judges what those cards are and get them for you.
Correct, yes. Yeah. If anything, we are able to at least change our video settings between matches to see if we can get something that looks a little better, but at the moment we're doing our best. We are getting 2 mana tapped for something here. Most likely, what are we seeing? Is that a Sylvan Scrying? It looks like it. That is a Sylvan Scrying going to try to go grab Gaia's Cradle, paying for the Ristic.
All right.
I'm a little shocked we saw the Talon Gates come down this turn.
It might have been all they had in hand.
Well, they have Sylvan Scrying. I'm saying that now they've missed they can't land drop the Cradle.
True.
I'm surprised we land dropped free Cradle.
Yeah, that is an interesting...
Unless top rope, we have an Exploration in hand. We're casting off the birds, which would be very cool.
True.
I'm very hot on, very hot on Exploration in that deck.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Anything that gets you multiple land drops, because, again, also, you're, in decks like that, would want to return lands to hand, too. So if you can find a way to bounce Cradle and bring it back out, you have those multiple land drops for that.
I think we're saying go.
Oh. Are all the Oppos gone? Did I miss that?
Nope. So opposition agent got hit with the Talon Gates so he could search.
That's why he did it. Okay.
Yeah, that makes
See,
way more
that,
sense.
Wait, yeah, that is that. Wow, how did we miss that? That's why Talon Gates had to come down.
Maybe it was the 12 hours of casting yesterday. Maybe that's what got us. Yeah.
Perhaps. Yeah, the Oppo is phased out. Oppo man, Oppo.
Yep. And luckily, obviously, the Oppo's not out for the entire table, only for Jim to be not affected due to him having the copy.
Yeah, it'll be back. And in greater numbers.
Wow, lots of fast mana put onto the board and all paid for. Ristic's paid, not paying for Timna, it looks like. No, that was an Ancient Tomb tap, so we are paying for Timna. Passing turn after Timna, Oppo's back in.
Yep, there we go. Not anyone taking advantage of that clear line to tutor.
Yep.
All right, we got the untap, upkeep, draw on Trey.
Mm-hmm.
What to do?
We have access to Crom, but it looks like we are looking at graveyards really quick. Nala asking, maybe we are going to see a meme bet.
Uh-oh. What would meme bet help with right now, though? What are graveyards looking like?
Yeah,
there's
a Fire Covenant.
There's a Fire Covenant.
Yeah.
Oh, and also, no, I was thinking of of some of the tutors, but that's just completely useless at the moment.
Well, at the moment, if given enough fast mana, if Anala does fire one off, they will have access to a Adnaz and a Fire Covenant to blow off the Oppos. Not that that stops the Adnaz, obviously. But they will not gain access to their wheel again if the Anala is the one doing it, which they are the one asking for graveyard information at the moment.
Exactly. Yep. A lot of talking back and forth. Was that some hand information being revealed?
Yes, so there was a fetch.
Got it.
I believe. And the fetch is now giving them access. I believe Trey most likely forgot about the opposition agent on field when he fetched.
Yep.
Yeah, it's so common. Who would forget an opposition agent? Who would do that? We've never done that before.
Never, ever. I have never tried to enlighten tutor into a Aven Mind Sensor before. Not in my life.
And I've totally never casted and forgot about it. Never happened.
Never.
Yeah, it happens. It's a long day of playing, and CEDH, you're gonna be a little stressed.
Yeah,
Once
for
you're at
sure.
a tournament,
For sure.
yeah.
And also, it's not an opposition agent, the card. It's a Mockingbird, right? So you might have forgotten that it was duplicating an opposition agent.
Correct. We are stealing away the Volcanic Island from Trey's deck.
Okay.
That will go under the Mockingbird copy of Oppo. But I don't think Trey's going to be too hurt by that, considering they are in such a commanding seat one position with Ristic.
Still having the Ristic and the Oppo, even if there's double Oppo out, just like if Trey can find some removal for Jim's Oppo and any number of other things, they'll be fine.
We're going to see Oppo swing in and hit Rourke on Anala.
Okay.
And it may be a pass from there. We'll have to see. And, we're hesitant before passing turn. Looks like Trey wants to do something else.
Yep, some
They were
thinking there,
bending.
some
They were
land tapping
bending.
and untapping.
They had to go to clean up.
Okay.
Yep. And we're into
Rourke's
turn
turn.
3.
Yep.
What can they do with their new hand? We are post-wheel. Games get very messy here.
Oh, yep.
Yeah.
Do we think that Blue Farm players have body pillows at home? I'm not saying that they don't.
If they do, it's Esper Sentinel, though.
Yes.
Yeah. What a hunk.
For real, though. People love, like, dark, brooding, stoic guys.
Yeah. I would get a Mr. Cremora body pillow.
100%.
That'd be great.
Love the fish.
Yeah. It's got to be shaped like it, though. I need, like, the big
Oh,
fish.
100%. Like a plushie? Oh,
Giant
man.
fish. Yeah.
For sure.
Yep. A lot of thought going on here. We're cooking on what's next. We're going to have a cavern. Ooh,
all right.
There's the Cavern of Souls. I wonder what it's naming.
Feldegriff.
Oh, yeah, you're right. That is a legal magic
That
card.
is a legal magic card.
Yep.
I definitely have a Crom pillow.
Yep.
You know what? No judgment.
Yep.
If I could, I'd have a Lotho pillow.
Oh, gosh. Today's going great.
Today's going phenomenally. I hope today's going great for you guys too, watching.
Wow, a cradle. I never saw it coming.
What? No way.
Dang. Funny enough, no cradle's stolen away with opposition agents. That hasn't happened yet.
Nope.
Not that it could. But definitely a target.
Legacy Gold players, your parents online on top deck, and
It's just a pillow.
Lotho's not a body pillow. Lotho is just a normal pillow. Yes. Lotho is just a normal pillow.
All right. Game actions are happening. We have a Thrasios with the Ristic tax being paid.
All right.
Agent going to be swinging.
Interesting.
Shins getting kicked. We're
Yep.
kicking the Crom Shins.
Still has an untapped cradle. Can tap for what? 3 off of it. So one Thrasios activation is sitting up there.
Not a bad thing to have on you.
No.
Timna going to be thrown at the other Timna. We're going to gain 2, lose 1, draw 1.
Nice. Getting some value there.
Yep. So I'm surprised we didn't go to Combat, considering the mana up. So that means there's
For
definitely
sure.
follow-up plays here.
Yep. Board wipe, perhaps?
Paying for Ristic for a Mox Opal into a Lion's Eye, paying for both. What a responsible Blue Farm player.
I respect it. Honestly, like some of the best games of Magic I've had is when everyone is extremely responsible about when to and when not to pay for Ristics. And it feels great when everyone is like on the same page about that.
Yeah.
So we've got some more. Is that a vault?
Mana Vault paying Ristic, and
And
they're
then tapping out?
for Crom.
For Crom. Interesting. Perhaps this is because Dylan was not able to beforehand, and then whatever Dylan drew off of the Timna was able to go, you know what, I can do this.
It's just one card. It's just one card.
Because I think, are they...
Yeah.
No, they've got a couple cards in hand still, but
Yes.
but they probably didn't have access to that until the draw.
And mana available. Named Wizard, we just got confirmation from the judges. The surprising and morally shocking, we got a Wizard named for the Cavern of Souls.
Off Cavern of Souls
man.
for Rourke.
I don't
The
know.
Anala player naming Wizard? For shame.
We have an Arcane Signet coming down for Trey. Losing
I-
2 off his Ancient Tomb. There we go. It got pointed out.
It got pointed out.
No. This game is coming down to punchies. I mean, shins are getting kicked pretty hard.
Which does matter.
Got bloody shins.
I mean, there's ad nauses, you know, here and
Yeah.
there. Granted, Trey's is in the bin, but that doesn't mean that Trey won't be able to get it back.
Yep. And we're seeing the turn pass, I think.
Yeah.
Nope.
Well,
Not just yet.
some thinking,
Yeah.
some talking.
I mean,
yep,
we
there's some
only-
chatter.
We only got 2 lands for Trey.
Yeah,
That's rough.
it's rough.
The wheel did not. Oh, there we go. There's a land.
Trey still has access to a good amount of mana right now, right?
Morphic pool for a. Ooh, I forgot the name of it. It's the Taru. The
Oh.
right.
Tataru?
Tataru. So if you guys aren't familiar with this card, this is a new white legend from Final Fantasy that says whenever someone else does something, you make a tap treasure.
So what you do is 2 and a white.
Draw.
Yeah,
Right.
2 and a white. When she enters, you and target opponent each draw a card. Whenever an opponent draws a card that is not the first card they drew in a turn,
Yep.
you create a tapped treasure. Do
Yep.
this only once per turn.
Yep.
So,
And we are-
pretty decent when there's a meta that draws a bunch of cards. Who would have thought?
And we just flipped something from Secret Lair off the top of the library from the Thrasios activation in response to Taru.
I'm going to
Second
get
hand.
a judge
Yeah.
for that.
No, not played. A drew
Oh.
by Thrasios.
Oh,
Drawn and revealed through Thrasios. And that happened after Taru came down, so it looks like we already got a tap treasure token.
yes, because well, it would be a tap treasure token, yes.
Oh, I'm
because-
surprised that the Thrasios activation wasn't in response to the casting of Taru.
True. Oh, it's the is it what bright
the
bright
ET.
glass Gear Hulk?
Possibly, but it
The
also
green white Gear Hulk?
it triggers itself after, even if they did it in response, due to the making them draw.
True. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah.
Yep.
That was the Gear Hulk was what was revealed.
Yep.
Yeah. Yeah, Big Scary, yes, you are correct. It is a may have someone end yourself each draw a card when she enters, and it's whenever a player draws a card not on their turn, you
Yep.
make a treasure that's tapped, and it happens only once per turn.
Yes.
Not
We
quite
are-
low, though, but still pretty dang good.
Yep. And Anala has drawn for turn. Let's see what they do. Is Kraken. We got Uncounterable Wizard.
Uncounterable Wizard, what's it going to be?
Oh, and it is being tapped. What are we going to see?
Oh, no commitment.
Ah. It's being tapped.
Oh, now it is being tapped.
For a mana ball? Dang it.
Okay.
Yep. And that looks like not an Urborg. That is a Phyrexian Tower.
All right. Which is a pretty good part of
Yep.
the combo, because you need to find some ways to get some of your creatures into the bin in order to make the cycle go on.
Absolutely. And that's a pass.
Alrighty.
Just mana.
Everyone's playing real safe right now, it would seem.
I wonder if casting Anala at some point as a blocker is going to be helpful.
What is the rock under Mox Diamond? I do believe on Rourke's board.
On Rourke's board, we currently have a Grim Monolith, a Mox Diamond, and a Mana Vault.
Okay.
Yep, we're going to zoom in just to show off the glare, but that is a Grim Monolith if you are able to see it. Yeah, convention lighting is kind of on the ceiling and untouchable by us.
Yeah.
It would turn off an entire section if we turned it off.
Yep.
So due to this being at a larger venue, that is an issue for us, but we are going to be in a closed space, luckily at the next Excalibur event coming in November, hopefully breaking the record again for the most players at a TDH event.
For those that are just tuning in or have not been apprised of the situation, this is a over 500 player event.
Yeah.
There are more than 120 active pods right now playing Magic the Gathering, playing TEDH Magic the Gathering. It is nuts.
We have an army of judges.
Yeah,
An
like
army.
there are so many judges. There are more judges than there are in some tournaments right now.
Absolutely. And Biomancer's Familiar is going down. Let's go. Not paying the Ristic, it looks like, yet. Are we going to see the bio? Yeah, it looks like we're tapping for it. Yeah. And we're paying for Ristic. Gemstone, normally pretty good for paying Ristics.
Yes. Very, very responsible. Very good plays.
Yeah, a non-lucked counter.
Yes.
Yeah. This is big. A Cradle and Biomancer's Familiar, putting the Thrasios activations down to only 2 mana.
Those are cheap.
Yep, that is 3 activations.
Yeah, that's a lot of value right there.
Jeez. And not only that, we have one of the combo pieces on board right now, and we now have something that lessens it. So if we find an Aboro Breeze Caller in this current state, game is over.
Yeah, and for any of our viewers or listeners that are not aware of what that combo is, could you explain it to me real quick?
Absolutely. So the Aboro Breeze Caller is a Kamigawa creature that says you may pay to put a land back in your hand and untap target land. What target land is that going to be? That is going to be Guy's Cradle. And obviously in this deck, you don't want to put all your lands back in your hand because then you got nothing left. But guess what? Talon Gates can be paid to put on the battlefield. So you're able to activate Talon Gates, put it on the battlefield, put it back in your hand, untap Cradle, and you're able to continuously activate Thrasios and continue to put other lands you don't need in your hand, dig through your entire deck with near infinite mana, and then by the end of it, you will have infinite mana. You'll have enough creatures from Cradle. That is what we saw win last game.
Yep, exactly. It's a very, very cool recursive combo that just allows you to do a whole lot.
Oh, growing rights.
And a growing rights. So, yes.
Baby Cradle.
Our Thras player is going to have essentially 2 Cradles on board after the end of this turn, which is obviously very good.
Crom Trigger.
Crom Trigger. We got a Crom Trigger.
We got a Crom Trigger finally. A lot of pointing going on. Wow.
A lot of pointing.
Hey, can I read that?
Yeah.
What are you green players doing?
What is this nonsense?
I never wrote a green card in my life.
I am very interested in this being a Thras Yoshimaru, not a Rog Thras, like normal. And I haven't seen a whole lot of the white section of that pie making appearances this game. So what do you think is going on in that deck, right? We can obviously bring up the deck list, which I will, so we can find a little bit more about what's going on here.
Yoshi gives us access to all of our silencing effects and Smothering Tithe. That is the major portion of why you run white. And, of course, as aforementioned, Esper Sentinel.
Ooh, we also get to run Emil the Blessed for more infinite combos.
Yep.
Right. Does that mean, yes, indeed, Derevi Imperial Tactician? So it would seem that this is a backup Derevi combo in case the main combo of Aboro and Gaia's Cradle doesn't go through.
A lot of these decks will end up being creature tutor heavy and be effectively secret Derevi decks.
Yes.
But I am not seeing that from the game plan so far, especially for the fact that they included a Biomancer's Familiar.
Right, for sure. Again, it could just be that the main win condition is just working out right now. So they don't need to pivot. We
are sharing info on this growing rights. We just passed some card information over from Inala to Timnacrom in Seat 1. So Rourke to Trey. They're working out how to deal with this. I think the growing rights of Icklemok obviously is a very scary card. It is a secondary Cradle for this deck, but I don't know if they understand the fact that that is a red herring because they don't need it.
Yeah, it's not necessary. Granted, do remember that growing rights does have an ETB effect.
Yes.
It's not like phenomenal, but it's still more card advantage.
It is.
That could help out Jim in this position, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
Deck lists are not going to be available till after the tournament because
we have private access as the casters. That's not public information.
Yeah.
We are allowed to talk about it, though.
Yeah, we can talk about it.
I did confirm that, yeah.
Yeah.
Our players are still passing cards. We're talking.
Yeah, a lot of John here.
Yeah. And it looks like we saw another revealed card. But Growing Rights is still sitting there. We're still chatting over whether or not this gets either dealt with by removal or countered.
Or if it's even worth it.
Yeah.
Right? Who knows?
Absolutely. We're going to get a quick zoom on whatever they're passing over here. And it looks like we've passed on growing rights. No, we're still thinking.
Yep.
Yep. I don't think we're going to see this game pass next turn.
Abhorrent Oculus.
Abhorrent Oculus. Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Because that's the one that like manifests and all kinds
Yep.
of nonsense.
So the chatting will continue. Sorry. Checking for dispute. I think for the most part, we are probably in a place where we are not just talking about what to do with growing rights. We're talking about what to do with this game. We're pointing at the oppos. We're pointing at the mana available. And we're starting to talk about, hey, who's going to get thrown to?
Yeah. You know, like people making their cases for like, hey, I'm not going for it yet. I'm not the threat. They're the threat. And then that person going, watch it here. This isn't like, you know.
Ooh, we are flashing in a cloud of fairies.
Is that
not Cloud of Fairies? Sorry. Fairy Mastermind. Fairy Mastermind. Cloud of Fairies would win the game.
It's a 2-drop fairy, not that fairy.
I have Cloud of Fairies on the brain, given the fact that it would win the game.
Yes, a second growing rights being the second Gaia's Cradle. I'm sure in this situation it's probably just more Thras activations.
Yeah.
Which is, honestly, like that's still a reason to want to counter it, right?
It is.
Because it's just like we cannot let them draw an additional 4 cards,
Yeah.
you know, in this turn cycle.
Absolutely. It can be very difficult in a spot like this to talk your way out of not being the threat to others.
Right. So
I think we're throwing around this Mockingbird a lot right now, and I'm wondering if they're talking about allowing it to die,
yeah,
like attacking into Crom or something.
right. Have we moved through the resolution of the growing rights then?
No, we don't know that. Yeah, so growing
Okay.
rights is most likely still on the stack due to the fact that we still have
The
Fairy Mastermind.
I think it's getting flipped.
It is. Yeah, so it has done.
So
yeah.
that's what I was saying, because I think that Jim attacked with the Mockingbird, right?
Yes, that's what
and that
it
would have
was.
meant that they'd
And
move
that
through
flips.
combat.
Yep.
So yeah, so it stuck.
We are seeing a nuts amount of mana represented.
Yeah, a lot of mana. This is gonna grind a little bit here, but there's also very much the possibility that Jim, because almost all of Jim's pieces now are just activated abilities and not really casts. There's like one more cast that Jim needs to resolve to win the game.
Let's go through some triggers here. So we just got a Timna trigger off of Crom, hitting the gut of Trey, and then Timna kicking the shins of Anala for Rourke. And we drew 2, and then we saw a draw due to Fairy Mastermind's trigger, and now we are looking at Tataru having a couple extra tap triggers and a Mystic Remora being played by Dylan. Mystic Remora this late in the game is insanely powerful.
Oh yeah, super good.
Yeah.
That's the one thing. It's just like Mystic Remora, you either play it turn 1, or if you get it like turn 3, 4, you're drawing mad amounts of cards. Especially when someone's trying to turbo off and they're just like, I gotta let you draw cards while I try to win.
Yep.
And hope that you don't hit those counter magic spells.
Yep. So from what I can understand right now, it looks like Rourke is petitioning to Trey about needing to start counter stuff. They keep putting their hand over to Trey, saying, I can't do anything.
Mm-hmm.
And it looks like we are going to use the mental misstep. Paid with mana. And we're going to get a mental misstep right back.
Ooh, a little fight there.
Yeah.
All right, so that's the stack. It resolves.
Yep.
Okay, so it's still going.
Yep. And the heuristic was paid for. That is a strange...
Is that being played upside down? What is that?
Yeah, it looks like we're going to check something here.
Is that a fetch?
It's a fetch, just has upside down. Okay.
So windswept.
I was like, what was that? And we're moving over to Trey. I'm going to think we're hitting the final turn cycle here.
Yep, things are gonna get hairy here in a second.
Yep. You know what I bet right now?
Hmm.
I'm thinking about those players that took the lunch pact earlier and went out to lunch right now. They're probably having a great time.
I know what I'm doing after this game for sure.
Yeah, unlike you folks at home right now getting to enjoy this game with some food, I hope all of you guys are having a wonderful lunch over this. seeing it as it's around brunch time for most people.
Yep, it's 1:29 local time here. So if you're central, it's going to be about noon. If it's
Okay,
West
Zeb,
Coast,
go
you're-
ahead. Enjoy. I'm gonna let you talk about it.
So, it would seem that Trey has just resolved what we in the business call the boy, Lotho, corrupt sheriff. Sheriff. So, Tataru Taru is pretty awesome. I do like Tataru Taru, but man, there ain't nothing better than a Lotho.
Trigger. We have a Timna coming down. That is second spell and second draw. We're gonna have a Fairy Mastermind trigger and a Crom trigger off of this.
Porque Maria, you are probably 100% correct that that fetch land was played upside down to remind Dylan to not crack it while there are oppos on the field.
Ooh,
Good
love
pickup
that.
there. Good pickup.
I love that.
Yeah, because more than likely, if Dylan ever goes to crack it, goes, why did I put this upside down? You know.
Absolutely. Genius. Dylan really lucking out not having any fetches in hand for the most part.
Oh,
He's
for
actually had
sure.
the lands.
For sure. There's some table talk happening now, some
Yep.
politicking. Pointing at Rourke and Jim's boards.
Yes. For the most part, we have an insane advantage toward Dylan, but Dylan is in fourth seat.
For sure.
We're only going to be swinging with the Oppo over at Dylan to draw one out of Timna, losing one life. Not opting to tap out all of our treasures and land for Crom.
Yeah.
Wanting to leave mana open.
A lot of discussion about the oppos.
Yes.
Whether it be who I'm going to attack with this, or can we deal with them in a way,
Yep.
right?
And it looks like Anala is being passed to, but we're also going to do some Thrasios activations before that happens. Growing Rights has been tapped.
Okay.
Oh, we are Besageing the diamond? We pointed at the diamond. A bit of a weird time for a Beseju given the fact that no one's winning right now or trying to win.
Right. Unless, like, just very afraid of what
As a
Anala can
Beseju.
do.
It's one extra pip.
Trying to figure out.
Yeah, we'll figure out where that's being pointed at, but that's a bit odd.
Let's get some judge confirmation here.
Yeah. We're going to have our judges let us know where that's headed. Oh, it hit the cavern.
Hit Cavern of Souls. Okay.
Genius.
Because remember, you can target lands with Beseju.
Yeah. Very good, very good.
And, yep.
Now for the flips.
Yep. All right.
This one's going to be a fresh reveal. What do we get? It's going to be the Swan Song from the Miku Secret Lair. I'm like 99% sure on that one.
Probably.
And then we're thinking about showing this draw. We're bottoming it. We're going to get another one. Let's zoom in on it for the dramatic reveal. It's just a land. It's a fetch on top of that. It's going into the battlefield. Yeah, Cavern of Souls is a amazing hit because now they don't have a protected win.
Yep. Yeah. Rourke cannot be happy about that.
No.
I think I saw them making some gesturing that definitely was trying to defend against that target.
Yep.
And was talked down out of it.
Yep, I love that call from Jim Lee. Excellent call.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, this is some very, very well played Magic.
Yeah, everyone is, again, being very responsible with what they're paying for, trying to keep threats up, like open mana.
Yep.
Talking. That's the most important thing. Again,
Yeah.
politicking and being able to talk with your opponents and
Yep.
go, alliance for now. Let's let this happen. Let's stop that from happening.
Yeah.
And it keeps one player from just like running away with it.
Yeah, conversations are very good. Getting into the point where you're having arguments is not, and the judges here have been snubbing any extra long conversations where one person is asking multiple times for the same instance of a problem.
Yeah.
And if one player says no, that's it. That's
Yeah.
end of discussion.
Yeah, and no browbeating or coercion.
Yeah.
Like if anyone, like if there's even a hint, a sniff of someone just kind of like trying to, be mean to someone to get them to do, to bully someone into something, the judges are just going to jump on that in an instant and give what was it? A turn loss?
It is
essentially?
a turn loss if you repeatedly ask a player to do something after multiple no's.
Yeah.
You're at the point where you are stalling the game and you will receive a turn loss. But I know for a fact that Rourke has to use his free resource of chatting with other players to get out of this because they are a combo deck. They have to use yapping as a free resource to get through this.
Yep.
At this point, if there's nothing to do, you can just take the turn loss for yapping enough because you need to get by. Nothing's going to get done if you can't yap out of this position. But we got a land being played, and we are looking at what's next. It seems like possibly flooding after the wheel for Rourke.
Yeah.
It has been a bunch of flooding.
It's been a
that is
lot of
very
flooding.
unfortunate that the wheel turned out poor for them when it actually saved the table from Trey. Going back to turn 2, when we did see this wheel, Trey binned an ad nauseum, a brain freeze, and tutors.
Granted, if Trey can find breach,
Yeah.
excellent position.
Yeah.
You know?
But Trey was wheeled out of the win from seat 1. It was a very, very good wheel. But it didn't turn out for Rourke.
Yeah. And funnily enough, the player that's kind of in the worst position right now was the most impactful, the Inala player, resolving that wheel at the best possible time to stop Trey, the Timna Krom player, from being able to, on their turn, try to go for a win.
Yeah. Fetches lying dead on the table. Nothing to do with them, but where it looks like we're going to be casting possibly Yoshi with the mana currently tapped. No, we're going to get a silence from the Princess Bride Secret Lair. Silence.
Yeah. So, man.
Wow.
To answer you, Rodrigo, who just asked in the chat, it looks like Jim is trying to go for a win here. That's our Thrasios Yoshi player. So right now, obviously that's the best position, but we have to see if this silence actually resolves.
Yeah. Silence getting chatted over. We actually know where every mental misstep is, other than Rourke's. We know that Dylan and Trey cast theirs, and Jim Lee's mental misstep was put into the bin after the wheel.
Right.
The Ristic was paid for with the gemstone. It looks like we're getting some Thrasios activations, but obviously we're going to see a trigger from at least the Remora, as I don't believe 4 mana was paid, and they may be paying for that.
Yeah.
Yep. It looks like they're going to pay for the Remora, that's awesome.
Yeah, again.
Why not? You got the mana.
Why not?
You've got two cradles.
Yeah, you've got 2 cradles. You've got the mana. Don't give the blue farm player any ability to find an answer for you.
That's hilarious.
After the silence is resolved, perhaps.
We're passing hands. We've hit the point.
Deal making like crazy right now.
Oh, Dylan has now seen everyone's hand other than Jim's. We're talking.
That is crazy.
This is it.
Near perfect information of all of your other opponent's hands in order to try to stop the one player from going off.
Offer you can't refuse.
Okay.
And not only that, if they do actually trigger one another's Ristics and or Mystics, you know what's going to happen? We're going to see Fairy Mastermind draw.
Yeah. Yep. And what's also going to happen now is if this was just like an attempt to draw out hate early, right? We still need to bank on Dylan, Trey, and Rourke having more answers after the silence to try to stop Jim from going off, right?
We're going to check what that trigger put on the stack was real quick. Let's see what we can find out. Looks like it's just it's just a trigger for the player so that we have proper information on stack. Okay.
But yes, there might be a situation where the 2 blue farms allow each other to draw cards off of each other's Ristic and Mystic in order to find answers.
Here's the thing about that. Let's get a little meta for just a moment. In everything here, look at Dylan's board. Look how much stuff is on that. If we stop Jim, Dylan's gonna win. I mean, and we got a Swords to Plowshares coming at Timna, it looks like.
Yeah.
And or the opposition agent. And now we have another trigger put on the stack. Probably Ristic, if I am not mistaken. And then we have a Lotho trigger as well from second spell. Or no. Yeah,
it's a second spell.
Yeah, second spell.
And
And a Crom trigger.
And Crom trigger. Yep.
Yep,
Do you remember
there's
that?
the Crom trigger.
Yeah, both Lotho and Crom kind of read the same. It's one draws you cards, one gives you a mana. So
Yep.
anyone's second spell
Yep.
gives each.
And now we're back onto swords. And we're going to draw from Mystic Remora off swords.
Man, this is, I think, the first big stack we've seen.
Yes, it is, yeah.
At the feature match table.
Fairy Mastermind will draw off a second draw from Dylan. Lotho is now triggering. Lotho will have him lose a life and give him the treasure. Trey is up to 4 treasures.
That's not bad. Oh, more John. People making their cases.
It looked like we were cracking some treasures for a moment, but
Yep, there's some tanking happening.
Yep. But this is the turn.
Yep. Yeah, this is where we're going to see the longest wait because
Easily.
everyone
Yes.
is going to be trying their best to make their case.
Yep.
Game actions are going to be kind of slow because every time anyone makes any game action, there's going to be chatter about it.
Absolutely. And not only that, when we're looking at this situation, let's scope out for a second. We're at 513 people playing. There's 120 pods being run. There are so many things you're going to be talking about throughout the day. At some point, someone's going to get into the groove with something, but we have another trigger put onto the stack. We're going to zoom in onto this, and we're going to get the trigger cam put on. And it looks like another swords?
Another swords, I do believe. That's a secret layer swords.
Yes.
What is the target for that? It's
Kind of an inverse color proxy version of it. Kind of cool to see. We're going to get another draw from Dylan. It looks like Trey was the one to cast it. Yes, a treasure was used on Trey's side.
Porque Maria, yes, we are going to have a round timer on screen tomorrow.
Yes. Yeah, round timers were sadly unavailable today. We're going to get them tomorrow.
But you can always ask because I have access to that.
Yes, our round timer currently is at
26 minutes
Yes,
on
we
the
have
dot.
26 minutes left.
And do remember that the feature match that we are watching actually has a slight extension of about, I think, 10 minutes.
Yeah. So we are anywhere between 30 to 35 minutes currently left in this game. It's heading Mockingbird.
Okay. Yep, so we're trying to get rid of
Oppo.
Oppos.
There's the swan song that was revealed earlier. This was something that we knew was going to come down eventually.
Another trigger on the stack.
Correct. And then we have a Remora trigger.
Sheesh.
We're going to have a draw. That is the first time Trey has drawn his second card per turn. So that is going to trigger Fairy Mastermind. And then to Dylan's draw on Timna Crom. We are now out of Fairy Mastermind triggers, most likely, unless we see Rourke sandbag some interaction and end up casting 2 spells. So that is most likely, other than Thrasios triggers, all we're going to see for Jim Lee for the rest of this turn and knowing what's in, and having card advantage. We are sharing that information. Trey is giving over to Dylan what was drawn. Most likely to show that he has nothing.
Yeah, I'm wondering if that might not be the best thing to do, since if Jim doesn't get to end the turn and win right now, it goes to Dylan, and now Dylan knows what's in Trey's hand.
And that's exactly why I think Dylan was petitioning so well for it. We are getting a Mind Break Trap, it looks like. And I think that is a proxied Mind Break Trap.
All right.
That's hitting the stack. But I think, for the most part, Dylan was very smart to say, hey guys, I have interaction, but I need to see your hands before I do it, because now Dylan knows what he's going into, for the most part, into the hopefully winning turn for Dylan.
Nothing better than a free Gitaxian probe, I guess.
Yep. Yapping can get you that a lot. We are drawing again through Remora. I believe we saw 2 draws there. Oh, that was due to the fact that that was the second spell from Trey. We have the swords and now the Mindbreak Trap from Trey. So Dylan with at least 11 cards in hand, if my count's correct. Wow.
And, yeah, and again, this is still the same stack from like 10 minutes ago.
Oh.
It is grown, reduced, and then grown right back again.
We're on a pact.
Okay.
No, yeah, that is pact. Yes.
That's an invocation pact, I do
pact.
believe.
I'm almost positive. Yeah.
Let's confirm.
Yeah.
No. That's the invocation pact.
That's the invocation pact. That was it. Yep.
Oh, that was
and
it?
we have
Okay.
a red elemental blast hitting it.
Oh yeah, no, that for some reason I thought that was Kefnet. Never mind. Wrong art.
And then we are going to see if we can get this stack a little clearer for everyone at home real quick. We're going to zoom in on the stack. We're doing a little bit of production magic real quick. And I am going to quickly transform an extra camera here so you guys have a better look at the stack while we're going through it. It looks like we have a Flusterstorm.
Sure do. And there have been quite a few spells this turn.
Yeah.
So that means that there is the ability, I do believe, for Jim to target multiple of these and still get away with it, with that
Yep.
fluster.
Indeed. And it's after the Mindbreak Trap, which is very important. We're just going to do a little bit of production magic to get a better zoom on this for everyone.
TCVX Pride. Luckily, we will hope not see any 11 and a half long games because there is a hard stop at 20 minutes into time.
Correct.
So at max, a round will only be 100 minutes only.
Yeah, only.
Because if you go into turns after the 80-minute mark, there will be a forced draw at 20 extra minutes, no matter what's going on.
Correct. And we're going to get this zoomed in off here so we can keep a better track of what this stack looks like.
Can we get a...
Yeah, I'm going to cut that down real
Okay.
quick for us.
Slick. Big Scary Gamer, I'll need to check. I don't know if it's for top 16 as well. There, maybe for top 4. Not. Ben, man, yes, we are aware that we can't exceed 12 hours on the VOD.
Yes. And we are not having to deal with that because we are recording all of this in 4K. So every game will be available afterwards. Okay, we have 6 of the copies going at Red Elemental Blast, and we have 3 of the copies going at Offer You Can't Refuse.
Yeah, so like I mentioned, more than enough on the stack to be able to split
Yes.
targets.
Well,
which
that's the thing, though, is if Dylan does get a Dark Ritual here, he can pay.
For sure. We also don't know if there's not more interaction in Jim's hand to
Yeah.
keep going, right?
Yep.
So we've got a lot of things coming off the
Resolving that.
stack.
Oh, and Offer is countered.
Okay.
It looks like this is the stack.
Being said, you have your ability to win the match.
Yep.
You may begin.
We're back to Pact. We have a Force of Will being put
Force.
on the stack.
And then we've got a Mystic Trigger.
Yep.
And it's draw. All right. Yeah, here's the thing. This is why this is getting so crazy, is that like a lot of cards are being drawn by 3 very interactive decks.
Yep.
Does anyone know what turn they are on? I do believe this is turn
4.
4?
5. You're
4 or
right.
5? I think it's 5.
It's 5. It's turn 5, yeah. Oh, we are, yeah, turn 5. We've had 2 flipped lands off their ICOs. This is turn 5.
Cool. So not bad.
No, not at all. Yeah. Oh, yeah, turn 5. Yeah, because the cavern was blown
Because
up.
the cavern was destroyed.
Yep. We can keep track of turn order probably next game.
Yeah, we'll do
We
that
might
as
be able
well.
to do that.
Yeah.
So,
At this
the-
point, how tapped out or with how tapped out Jim is, what is the line that he's going for? Well, there's still enough mana plus. Well, that's a Scalding Tarn.
We actually do know, probably due to the fact that we're attempting to Swords the Plowshares, the Oppo.
The Oppo?
So this whole stack where after Silence was at Swords the Plowshares on the opposition agent, meaning we are definitely tutoring for the win here.
Yes.
Yeah, we already have Talon Gates and Guy's Cradle, so this is most likely a Court of Calling and or any other creature tutor straight to battlefield for the Oboro Breeze Caller.
Questions about the Envy. So this is not the Envy.
Oh yeah.
This is
so,
the 20k main event.
So this is the Steel City Spectacular 20k event, the largest CEDH event in history. 513 players, 120 pods continuing to go. And so we're back into, it looks like some Anala tapping.
Like, you know what? He's been sitting there for...
The sandbag's real.
Yeah, no, and that's what you have to do as a turbo, like, deck like that. You've got to just be like, I'm not acting until I need to.
Absolutely.
Right?
Yes. We do, in fact, have Comedian in the pods out there. Comedian is out in this 20k trying to win that 20k.
Oh, yeah.
Big bucks. I am excited for who else we see, but I'm enjoying the pod dichotomy we've had so far. We are randomly picking from the undefeated pods. That is how we are choosing our pods. We are not highlighting anyone due to status today.
No.
This is purely off game record.
Yeah, if players with status in the socials do end up do end up in the featured match, it's likely because they're literally at the top pods in the end.
They would deserve it.
And they would deserve it, right? We're not going to look at someone just because they have a good record before this, tournament started.
And we're trying to find the games with the highest quality, and I'm assuming 3-3-0 players. That's going to be fun next round.
That's going to be fun. That's going to be good.
If we have any of those.
I'm hoping. I know we've got at least one 2-0. If we've got a few 2-0s.
Yeah, we definitely have a bunch of 2-0s. That's not a problem.
Yeah.
It's whether or not we're going to have a full pod of 3-0s.
Right.
Yeah. Most likely we're going to see like some 3-0s and some 2-0-1s. So some 2 wins, 0 losses, 1 draw.
And do remember.
Oh, we have a deflecting swat. It looks like hitting the table. Yes. Deflecting swat is going to
redirect
the Mindbreak trap.
That's a good one because that targets anything.
Yes.
That also, interesting. Would it have been able to have been cast for free during the Flusterstorm? Was that not 3 spells yet?
I think it was drawn after the Flusterstorm. We've had 3 draws from Dylan since the Flusterstorm, and I believe that either they want to keep the deflecting swap for their turn, and we're waiting to see if others would, because in this case, Dylan has not shared their hand.
No.
Trey shared their hand to Dylan and knew the Mindbreak trap was there, and probably went, hey man, I don't know.
Yeah.
And then you can normally go, hey, I drew into it afterwards. If you got 3 draws, it's understandable.
Yeah, it's crazy. There's a lot of revealed information, but also still a lot of, even after that, a lot of hidden information.
This is an extremely well done stack. The players are doing a good job at talking through this position, and I think they understand what has to happen in order for this to move forward. I don't believe any of them are too worried. It looks like we are going to have the deflecting swat go through.
Wow.
Mindbreak trap is now going to be redirected. But
that movement almost seemed like a whole stack.
yes.
I'm going to ask the judge real quick
we're going to get some
clarify.
clarification on this. Correct. Yeah. We're using some of the floating mana that we had earlier from Cradle We have 7. Oh, we're floating mana.
Interesting.
Swan Song is hit. These need to go to exile if they are being hit by Mindbreak Trap.
Okay, Mind Break is just targeting Swan Song and Silence.
Okay.
The swords are still on the stack because the Oppos need to go for
Yep.
Dylan to be able to make anything happen.
Okay, and they do happen indeed. And so we need a reminder for them that they do need to be exiled if it was Mindbreak Trap that hit them, as currently Silence is still in the graveyard for Jim Lee. But now the interaction's been spent, does Jim still want to jam?
Yeah. It's a tough situation, but also a lot of interaction has been spent.
Yeah.
Right? So there's a good chance that Dylan still has something because Dylan went in so hard to stop all of this.
Yep.
But if Jim has even like anything
Yep.
left, there still might be a chance.
Yep. And Oppos are off the table. And Dylan is going to crack that fetch they've so been saving.
Also been saving.
Yes.
McDonald Burger, more cards, or not McDonald Burger, Handsome Man, more colors does not necessarily mean that you are more optimal, because your mana base is rough.
It can be. But fetches make that pretty
But
easy.
fetches make that easy. But that also makes you more susceptible to Oppos,
Yeah.
a Blood Moon style effect, stuff like that.
Gifts! We have a Gifts I'm giving being slammed by a Nala!
You know,
Yo!
that is crazy. What's still on the stack? Is that the only thing on the stack now, or?
Why is there an Oppo on the stack?
Interesting.
That is Trey's Oppo. It wasn't bounced, it was swords. I'm very confused. Maybe it's the swords trigger?
Okay, new stack.
Oh my gosh. Gifts is getting, it looks like countered? What is that? It's a fluster. Is that a fluster? That's a fluster.
Another fluster is.
That's a, yeah. that's a
Another fluster
from
has hit the stack.
Yeah.
Oh no. Oppo got Otowaret.
Oh, that's way worse.
That's way worse. Okay. I mean, it must have been in response to the swords in order for
Yeah.
it to stay in castable.
Yep.
That makes super sense. Okay.
Yep.
And then was a tutor then trying to be resolved?
On top of
On
the
top-
flash in.
And yeah, okay.
Yeah. So now we're seeing whether or not this Flusterstorm can take care of everything but the Oppo.
Yeah, because it can't hit creatures.
Yep. So maybe Rourke is gunning for. Oh, we're tapping some mana. What are we gonna see? Is that a tainted? Is that tainted pact? That is tainted pact. I knew it. Yeah, I saw black and colorless.
Good
I was like, that's a
grief.
tainted pact. That is in fact tainted pact being cast. Wow. This is cool.
And remember, this is all like, I think still, it's a new stack, but it's still kind of at the exact same point in time,
It
right?
is.
Good grief, man.
And funny enough, no one has a flash enabler.
No, there's just so much instant speed
Yeah.
interaction.
Yep.
And so many free spells going around.
Big to note, that was Rourke's second spell. So we did have a round of draws and another round of Fairy Mastermind draws there. So everyone has actually refreshed their hand with up to 1 to 2 cards and some mana. Oh, we have another. So, okay, Rite of Flame, Ice Vein, Cabal Ritual. Does not have Threshold. Currently at 6. Declines it. Trinket Mage. Black card we can't see.
Thinking about it, though.
Oh, yeah, we definitely.
Can't see
that ain't happening.
Is that an Oppo of their own? perhaps?
Possibly, yeah. Yeah, Convention Lighting doing us some good here. The City of Brass, Step Through, that's going to be able to go get Spell Seeker. Step Through is a wizard cycling card. It means you can pay 2 colorless mana to cycle the card and go get a wizard from your library. We're
And keep
opting out of
going.
it. Oh, that is the combo piece. That is the Vampire Wizard. that goes infinite. We are definitely stopping with that.
There we go.
As long as we can find a sacrifice outlet, this card goes infinite because you can sacrifice your own vampire, reanimate it, and then infinitely have Anala triggers on top of it, especially if you have something such as a Phyrexian altar that gives you the mana in order to continue to activate the Anala triggers to go for it. So the Fluster will hit the gifts, but it looks like we're okay with that considering we now have half the combo in hand.
For sure.
The Oppo is now taking the card out of Dylan's library. Trey opting to Oppo on a fetch was a little risky considering you might want to wait for tutors.
I think that the reason was, oh wait, no. That's not one of the Oppos that already existed, so yeah.
So it's Trey's Oppo that got
Trey's
auto-wired
Oppo.
back.
Got auto-wired back.
Yes. So Trey opted to put it back into play once someone fetched post auto-wire, putting it back in his hand.
Right.
Instead of waiting for a tutor, and that's the risky run with it, and it did fire off, but luckily Dylan was able to come to Trey's aid and counter it.
It might simply be to just go like, look, everyone spent a bunch of interaction. I know there's a high chance I can get this through. I'm going to do it right now so no one else tries anything crazy in the next couple turn cycles.
Because we do not like Oppo, that is for sure. And they are currently going through the process of having Trey pick out the land they would like to take out of Dylan's library that is fetchable with Arid Mesa. So we are probably trying to take Dylan off any more blue mana, so I'm going to assume it's going to be the Tundra.
Yep.
Most likely taking white-blue away. Players have been very respectful so far. It's been very good discussion. No filibustering, nothing like that. They are playing through this game with very good speed. Hats off to them. They have around 20 minutes left in their round timer. It is off the original timer that we would be showing you, and that's why we are not, as we are not accurate with the round timer that everyone else is using, as it is the featured match, and they do get an extension. So we are around 15 minutes left as of this moment. As a result of this going so long, we will most likely have to pass on doing a winner's interview so the casters can't eat food. But we just flipped a Displacer Kitten off of the Thrasios activation, and we are still on Jim Lee's turn.
Yeah, remember that. Even though Rourke just did a lot of really cool stuff, it's all instant speed on the player on the opposite end of the turn cycle from them.
We're down to 2 mana for Jim Lee left. We are bottoming this card. It's going to be a naked reveal. What do we get? Did we miss it? We missed it. He put it straight to hand, I think. Oh, Soul Ring. Soul Ring.
Well, that does increase Jim's mana by 1. But no, Jim will opt to pass.
Yep.
Oh, man.
They were trying to dig for an answer for the Oppo with one another. I am going to fix Jim Lee's camera real quick from where we had it earlier as a placeholder for the stack. We are back to live. It is a Tundra stolen away by the Oppo, like we were talking about, keeping him off the white and blue mana. Very dangerous at this stage of the game. Exciting match so far. The fetch is good. And will be binned soon. I wonder if we're just going to see the Soul Ring played, but that does take Jim off of mana pips that are very important.
Yeah.
But with two mana left, actually, we have 1 green floating. This could be the snap that wins the game.
That's crazy.
If we see a snap out of Jim Lee right now, game over.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Getting to untap, 2 cradles, essentially?
Yes. Oh.
Wow.
Are we just losing the unspent mana? Nope. So, yeah, we're using it for Soul Ring. And it makes sense. Might as well
Yeah,
do
you
that.
might as well.
You do draw people cards, but... Oh, we're tapping? I swear, if we see a snap, I'm going to freak out. What is that?
Is that a Retraction Helix? No.
They're having to read it, too.
I'll ask the judge what card was just played.
Look, if the players got to read it, we got to read it. Sorry, y'all. Exiling 4 cards from last.
It's not a march.
No. We're exiling 4 from graveyard.
Oh, okay. Oh.
Is that a dig
That's
through
just a
time?
delve? Just delving?
Is that a dig through time? See if chat knows.
Yeah. Anyone recognize? Oh, it's the Oculus.
Oh,
That's
yes,
right, because
yes.
it does that on Yeah, okay.
On ETB. Okay.
Yep. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, no, a porn Oculus is gross.
Yeah.
Good grief.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's get a read on that for those who don't know
Yeah,
it.
a porn Oculus reads 2 and a blue for a 5/5 creature eye. As an additional cost to cast it, you must exile 6 cards from your graveyard. It has flying, and at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, manifest dread. So you'll look at the top 2, put 1 face down as a 2/2 manifest that you can cast or if it's a creature, by paying its mana cost, or and then the other card goes in the graveyard.
Yeah.
Right? So, Demi Martin, this is indeed the 20k tournament. There are over 500 players playing for $20,000 worth of prizes.
Yep. We've been asked that enough, even though it's in the title,
I don't know.
that I might put out an image for it on screen. That way, everyone is.
Ben, it's Holly. I think would be one of the better starter decks.
Fierce Guardianship is put into the bin.
And we have a manifested creature. So that is a 2/2 creature typeless creature.
Big thing to note: we let fish go. What?
Needed the mana. It's time, kind of a
There's
thing.
so much mana on their board. Yeah, I mean, needing all of it's crazy to me. Notably, by the way, Trey is at 10.
That is true.
Like, we're losing a lot of life off this Lotho.
But if Trey can pull it through by just having the mana from Lotho to like push for that win, that doesn't matter. Because remember, you don't lose till you're at 0.
But Crombat.
But Crombat.
We're seeing a Tainted Pack from Dylan. We might be watching a reverse Thoracle.
Oh man, that would be slick.
This is what I said this would happen. I said Jim would jam, and then Dylan's going to have all these cards, and he's going to get to go. And is that another silence on the stack? It looks like it.
Looks like. Yep.
That is a silence from
and,
Trey.
And that's what happens. And yeah, obviously, like, Blue Farm is gonna have card advantage out the wazoo. It's gonna do all kinds of crazy stuff. But what matters is placement. If you are the next person in line after someone tries to go for a win, you're in a great spot.
Yep. So, to note, we did have a Rhystic trigger, and we also had a Lotho trigger as Into the Floodmaw gifting is now targeting the opposition agent on Trey's side. And now we have a Pyroblast, right?
I do believe so.
Yep, Pyroblast.
Yep.
Wait, I can...
Is that a Commander Masters Pyro?
Now I can see better. We're gonna quickly...
Yeah, that's a Pyroblast, because it's got the choose one mode.
Yeah, exactly. Gonna fix that real quick. Boop. Oh, that is the wrong side. I was editing there. There we go. Now we have a little better view of the stack for everyone to watch. That is Pyroblast.
CEDH 20k main event competitors. That is time in the round.
So regular pods have just hit time in the round. We're about 10 minutes behind that.
Yeah, and from the last time I checked, we are at about 20-ish of the pods that have finished drew, which is actually on track to be lower than the number that drew last round.
Yeah.
So those are good numbers.
Yeah.
That means people are playing out their games, which
Yeah.
is phenomenal.
That is a very low amount of draws. We're tapping the Opal here for something. We're talking about, oh, that's a Culling the Weak on Timna. Are we going to get a Nas on top of everything?
Wow. I mean, if it's a Nas and it resolves,
Yeah?
Dylan is in
Opting to put
extremely
Timna in
good
the
spot.
bin, by the way. Not in the zone.
What do we got here? So that's the culling.
Yep. Culling the Weak, 4 black mana.
All right.
We're using 1 black mana for the... Oh, no.
That's a Born upon Lewin, I
That's
do
a Born.
believe.
I'm almost positive. Yeah,
All right, and it looks like it auto-resolved.
it did. Yeah.
That silence is still on the stack, yes? Yeah.
Yes,
that
there's a
stack
silence
is
stack.
that stack is still going.
And there's a red elemental blast targeting
Targeting the Born, I'm sure.
the Born. Yeah. Born should not be in the bin.
Yeah,
Born,
yeah. They're
They're like,
pointing. No.
Get
Get that back out here. A little bit too. You're jumping the gun there, Dylan.
Yeah.
Okay.
I would be excited too casting a Born.
Oh,
Let's
I
be honest.
know.
I'd be like, woo!
Like, again, we are in the final turn cycle more than likely. Everyone is a little bit on edge because they're just like, oh gosh, I gotta get my, my win con out.
Absolutely.
So totally understandable. And that's also why it's good to be just good manners. Keep your opponents in check, but don't be mean. Just be like, up. Let's get that on the stack where it belongs.
Yep. Looking forward to what comes of this. Dylan with 4 mana minus the LED available. If this Born resolves, it's most likely a breach. Given the LED,
Yeah.
given the deck,
And
we
I mean,
are cracking
good
the...
grief, he's still holding a freaking stack of cards in hand.
Yeah, we're tapping 2 here and cracking the pedal for...
I see a blue
Gonna
card.
be double blue.
Red?
Final Fortune!
Final Fortune. So maybe that was trying to like bait out counter magic, which is funny because that Pyroblast wouldn't have been able to deal with Final Fortune, but
No, it didn't matter. He doesn't know what he had.
Yeah, no, of course.
Yeah, this is it. This turn is going to be what sinks it in. Final Fortune doesn't look like it's being responded to. This is just excellent play from Dylan.
So it seems everyone is, there's a lot of talk of, because things are getting really, really hairy right now, that there may be a draw. All right? So, which, while I'm sure everyone would love to see a winner come out of this, they're all already 2-0.
Yep.
A draw doesn't hurt them. They're still clinched for day 2.
Yep.
This can happen.
If I'm Dylan, I'm jamming. Final Fortune on the stack, unanswered, baby. Show me the card.
Exactly.
Show me the blue card.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing is Dylan has no real incentive to go for the draw, right? It's up to the other players to prove they have ways to stop Dylan.
Yes.
To cause a draw to happen.
Yeah. Offering the draw. So we're showing hand information currently.
Yeah, this is definitely where the argumentation for a draw is coming in.
Okay, yeah. We're talking about draws now, the breach in hand. It looks like we are maybe not drawing. Maybe we're just go.
Nope, I think that's the draw, possibly.
Let's make up for confirmation that everyone's saying that they don't have anything and that Dylan just won. Let's make sure that it wasn't just Dylan going, I got it. It looks like it's a draw.
We're just going to give the judge a second here because I'm sure they're talking to the players a little bit to confirm.
Yep.
Yes.
Yep.
All right. So it was a draw, which is somewhat understandable.
Yep.
It's one of the things that can get on people's nerves about TEDH is where so many win attempts go on the stack that there's some kind of mutually assured destruction where it's simply like, I'm not going to try to do this if that doesn't happen. So can we just do a draw? And it happens. But again, all of these players are now at 11 points, which is really good for them. They are all keyed in for day 2, no matter what. Honestly, the rest of the day is just gravy for them.
Absolutely, yeah. We are going to be making sure that going into our turns as well, everyone is continuing to be respectful. Thank you to the judges for that. We have something on production that we do need to take care of, so we are going to go to a short break beforehand. But thank you guys so much for tuning in for round 3. Round 4 will be coming shortly. we are back with the CEDH Steel City Spectacular TEDH tournament. We are at the $20,000 tournament. It looks like we've gotten a little topsy-turvy here with our camera. I'm going to make sure it wasn't kicked over too far. We may need to go fix some cameras. That's okay.
It'll work.
We might miss the bottom half of a land. But we're going to go get our players' names up on the screen fixed, as well as we are going to get what decks they are on for you to watch.
So, whenever you're ready.
I'm going to update it to blanks. That way we don't have the incorrect information on screen real quick, and then we are going to replace it. Wunderbar. What are our players' names?
So, in seat 1, we have David Woofter playing the Wandering Minstrel.
We have a Wandering Minstrel.
Yep. Then in seat 2, we have Ethan Alonso playing Rocco Cabaretti Caterer.
Rocco coming in, wow, in the top pod.
Then in third seat, we have Philip D playing Kenrith the Returned King.
And that is with 2 L's, correct?
2 L's, Philip D.
And we got...
And then fourth seat,
Kenrith, sorry.
K-E-N, Ken, and then R-I-T-H.
Thank you. Okay, good.
And then finally, fourth seat, we have Josh Roberts piloting Kefka Courtmage / Kefka Ruler of Ruin. So we have a Kefka deck.
We have Kefka.
Yep, this one has been making the rounds a little bit, so it'll be very interesting to see this on stream. Talk about it a little bit.
I was surprised it was the first Kefka of the day.
Yeah, for us, most certainly.
Yep.
All right, so our players are figuring out their mulligans, trying to get their opening hands.
Yep.
So let's just talk about this pod a little bit here. So we have Wandering Minstrel, which is new for FF.
Yep.
Next up, we have Rocco, which is a old staple from way back when. I'd love to see how it fares with the newer meta.
Yeah.
And then Kenrith Return King is always kind of been around.
Oh, yeah.
It's put up numbers plenty of times. And then Kefka, which is another FF commander, like kind of pushed recently.
Yes.
You know, people are trying to like see what they can do with it. And you know what? It has to be doing something to be in this pod. So,
absolutely, yeah. So Kefka, for the most part, is going to be all about hand disruption. You're constantly making your opponent's discard while gaining your own card advantage, as well as Kefka gets to do something a little funky, where discarding cards that you want in your yard, such as Anger, to give him haste right off the bat.
Oh, man.
So if you ETB Kefka on turn 1, you turbo him out, pitch Anger, he can immediately attack in and do his trigger again, making everyone discard a card and you getting to draw for every card type put into the bin. And you are one of the people that discards.
disgusting.
Yes. Wandering Minstrel is a Wooburg list that is going to have lands come in untapped. So even if a land says it comes in tapped, Wandering Minstrel says it comes in untapped. And that is very pertinent for a numerous amount of combos that Wandering Minstrel runs. We are obviously going to be looking to see a very specific green creature from Karlov Manor cast here. It is the Undercity, not Undercity, it's a 1 colorless and a green. Sacrifice it for 3 colors and a green, and you return all lands from the graveyard to the battlefield. We will have Hermit Druid dump everything into your graveyard, and then we're going to watch Aftermath Analyst put everything back in. Obviously, Rocco. I think most people know about Rocco for the most. Oh, Wandering Minstrel's on Adnos. Ooh, it's a 5-color list.
It is a 5-color list, yeah.
Whoa.
An Adnaz Wandering Minstrel. All right.
It is not primary land combo. We are still on the backup game plans.
Yeah, we've got Brain Freeze, so obviously there's going to be Thoracle Win. Man, Avendo Waking Haven.
Yep.
It's one of the new cards.
And we don't have a Hermit Druid. Okay, so there is no Hermit Druid on the side of David on the Wandering Minstrel. So that is just a 5-color soup.
Yep, I see.
With some advantage of untapped lands.
Oh, yeah. I see like Gifts Ungiven in here, so there's some Gifts lines.
Yeah.
Mount
there's
Doom.
Lumra.
Lumra, Mount Doom. Yeah, this is crazy.
Yeah, we're on the Lumra Mount Doom pile. We're just not going for it on a turbo way. We are still resolving mulligans. Rocco is the type of commander that builds enough mana that instantly wins the game, just like Godo. It allows you to go tutor up a card that will win you the game. Obviously, Rocco doesn't do it by itself like it does need a sack outlet. So that is required for Rocco.
Yeah. All right. How are we doing on mulligans?
Right now, we are still going down. At the moment, it looks like we're going down to 6 for Philip and Josh, while David and Ethan took 7s. We don't know if they were the first or second. But C3 and 4 needing to get better hands, as it's very difficult to play out those seats.
Yeah, and for Kenrith, Kenrith has to be very specific about what mana it has early, right?
Absolutely.
You know, I mean, being 5-color. Granted, I don't think Kenrith is like true 5-color. It's just that you have access to everything, right?
Yeah.
But you still have to be able to like. The whole point is to get Kenrith out.
Correct.
Right.
A lot of people got off the deck once we lost our homeboy, our small little treasure man himself. When we lost Dockside, we lost access to a lot of loops that Kenrith was able to do. But we gained a new face to this deck upon Bloomburrow when we got the Hazel's Brewmaster. That's what we're going to be looking at. When this game starts, we need to be scared of seeing a survival of the fittest hit the field. That is a 1-card win con in Kenrith, just like it is in TNT. When it resolves, you discard any creature and you go get, what do we all know? What Swift reconfiguration with? Devoted Druid. Devoted Druid hits the bin because you discard that too. You go get Hazel's Brewmaster from discarding that. It hits the field. It turns it into a food
instead of a creature,
allowing you to get infinite mana through the Devoted Druid and then drawing your deck via Kenrith.
It is very funny that it becomes a non-creature, but still gets all of those -1/-1 counters, isn't it? Yeah. So strange.
Absolutely, yeah. So, in general, Kenrith has a lot of explosion combos while also being able to play the 5-color soup, which is exciting. And it gets to play the mid-range game plan pretty well.
Yep.
It's a toolbox.
Yep. And to answer your question and commentary in the comments, this is pod number 6, but it is a 3-0 or 2-0-1 pod. Everyone in here is undefeated.
Yeah.
We're just kind of like mixing up who we're covering, and obviously as the tournament goes on and there are fewer and fewer pods with fewer and fewer undefeated players, we are going to start going to pod 1 and 2. We're just trying to find some pods that will give you guys some really interesting games.
Yeah.
And I think this one is a great one for that.
Yeah. And for the most part, we wanted to make sure we weren't having any repeats for people that we've already seen on the cast. So we are just grabbing anyone that's undefeated in a pod, and we're showing an undefeated pod, because even if the other pods are above it, they're all in equal grounding. They're all undefeated. Pod 1 is no different from this pod because they're all still undefeated.
Yeah.
Yeah. But tomorrow, we're going to be showing those top pods.
Oh, 100%.
Absolutely. Yeah, all day tomorrow will be top pods shown, as this is our 6 rounds of Swiss. Then we have 2 rounds of Swiss tomorrow into top 16 cut, and then our top 4.
Okay. There's, I think, are we finally done with...
It looks like we have just bottomed our cards.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh.
And Josh has made a adorable little
tower. Yeah.
Tower.
Yeah.
It's a
I
rocket.
think,
it's a spaceship, right?
No, I think that was an ancient tomb.
It was an ancient tomb.
Yeah, it was an ancient tomb.
Or a command tower.
Or a Grim Monolith.
Or a Grim Monolith. Yeah.
Mana Vault.
Yep.
Yeah. Oh, look at that. Going in with their... Man, that is a blinged out deck from David. Hot ham.
Goodness. That's a...
Mox. And we're going to take a close look at that, see if we can get a better look. We're going to...
So is that Mana Bond?
We're about to check here in just a second. Confluence?
Oh, the land. Yeah, I think that's a Confluence.
Yeah.
Because it's one of the new EOE cards. And I
Yes.
think Confluence would probably be one of the only ones that's good for
Yep.
CEDH.
We have a bop from the Rocco player. Shocking, right?
Who would have thought?
Yep.
Mana Dork.
And then a Delighted Halfling off of what looks like a Proxied Savannah with a Lotus Petal Mox Opal. Whoa!
That's a decent amount of ramp turn 0, 1.
That's a turn 2 Kenrith with a land drop.
Yeah. That doesn't quite get there unless they have...
Oh, another artifact, yes.
Yeah. More craziness in hand, but it's
Yeah.
a great setup
Yep.
either way.
Yep. I did just see a Fierce in Philip's deck while thumbing through, so it's not like he's going to turbo out Kenrith just to have that out. But he is shuffling, so he could draw it next turn. Who knows?
For sure. But I mean, let's look at the color disparities between these decks here, right? We've got Grixis with Kefka, obviously all colors.
We have a draw from David. David just drew. And playing Wandering Minstrel?
Oh, so did we just...
Oh, yeah, we passed around already. Wow,
Oh,
Josh.
okay.
Josh, you seed passed.
Well, excuse me.
I was like, how do they have Flash?
Yeah, that was...
Oh, no, you don't like that. Philip having to read Wandering Minstrel. What is that?
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that the land comes in tapped, but Wandering Minstrel wasn't out yet. So this deck abuses lands that come in tapped. So that's definitely just a tapped land that we don't know. But we are currently playing one of the Surveil lands, but it gets to come in untapped due to Wandering Minstrel, and he does get to bin it. We are seeing the value of the deck right away. We're passing over to Ethan while the cuts are resolving for Josh and Philip. And we're going to see what Rocco's got in store for us. Maybe has some fast mana considering that bird needed to come down first.
Right. So we got the land drop.
Now
Now some
we're going to
thinking.
zero in on here. We're going to fix
City
some
of Brass.
camera coverage. Yeah, City of Brass.
So tapping 2, 3.
Tapping 3. What are we seeing? What are we seeing? Show me the money. Jeska's Will. Oh!
All right. So what does this do for Ethan right now? If this resolves, obviously. I think that's 7, but no commander.
No commander. Yep, this is just the mana to most likely jam a win attempt. Good. Oh, they're letting it go.
Wow, crazy.
Oh, buddy.
That might be a mistake, but it also does depend on what
And what did
Ethan
we
gets
just see get
to
dropped
cast.
here? That is a twin shot sniper.
Okay.
Interesting. I'm assuming we're shooting the minstrel? Yep. Comes down, does not shoot anything, is unable to. My apologies. That looks like a Mistrise village and or a strange proxy. Let's get a closer look there.
That is a tropical island.
Yeah, it's a tropical island proxy. Okay. And a Vampire Tutor and Ed Step from Josh. Killed the halfling.
Interesting.
They killed the delighted halfling with a twin shot. That's what we missed due to
Yeah,
being
there it
zoomed
is.
in. That makes way more sense.
Yeah, for sure.
That'd be a really funny card. It's something that shoots something on the board, but they have to actually like flip a coin to see if they aimed correctly and hit. It's kind of like flipping a Chaos Orb back in the day.
Mm-hmm.
We are looking at what to tutor here. We do have a quick name correction real quick. We have an A instead of an O for Ethan. We are going to fix that real quickly for his last name. Sorry about that, bud. I am dyslexic, so let's get that name back up so I make sure I get it correct this time. Ethan Alonso.
Yep. There we go.
You know, probably feels good to have your name spelled correctly and said correctly. I don't doubt that.
It do be like that.
I do be like that.
All right, what's happening here?
We are still resolving that tutor. Oh, no, we did.
We got
and
there.
We're drawing it.
Drawing it.
We lost our 2 life.
That was a weird Jessica's Will. Yeah, I'm wondering if it was literally just like being scared of that halfling, which is strange, but time will tell.
I mean, how much mana is Twin Shot Sniper? Is it 4? Was it genuinely for the ramp? Was it to bait counter magic?
Yeah, who knows? Let's look at Twin Shot.
It's
Yeah,
4 mana.
it's a 4 mana.
Okay, so it was the ramp out.
Yeah, it's a reach 2/3. So
I mean, it is a part of a combo later on, but And we have something dropped in seat 4. What do we got? That's a Ristic.
All right,
That's a Ristic.
there we go.
Wee woo, wee woo. That's a waiting screen. Yep.
Could have discarded for less, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah. I do not know. I'm assuming he wants it on the battlefield
Yeah.
to sack to Rocco.
100%.
Yeah.
It's to have a body.
Yeah. Ooh, Beseech the Mirror.
Beseech the Mirror is something getting bargained away.
It doesn't.
Probably that Chrome
that
Mox.
Chrome Mox is going to get
Yep,
bargained.
there it goes. Okay.
We're jamming.
Remember, that doesn't mean it's resolved yet.
Yep.
It's just that's part of the casting cost. So let's
Yep.
let's see where priority goes.
We have a single untapped blue on the field and a Ristic. I like jamming into Ristics personally. I feel like most people who play them don't have backup.
Yeah, and the reason that they played it was because they want to find it.
Exactly. And so if the Ristic very recently came down, I totally agree jamming into it.
Yeah.
Oh, we're finding something. It resolved.
Here we go.
Whoa. What's getting cast? It's going to be a Ristic, isn't it? This is going to be way less exciting than I thought.
I mean, it could very easily just be a Ristic to fight the
Yeah,
Ristic.
we'll have to see. We'll have to see. It's going to be revealed in a moment. Oh, I think they're putting that off to the side to be like, maybe I want that.
Yeah, exactly. Now they're going to sit there for a minute looking at...
And it is... Oh.
a green card. What is
Is
that?
it Aftermath Analyst?
That looks like it might be the Aftermath Analyst.
I don't think that was in their list.
No, it was.
Oh, it was? Aftermath
yeah.
Analyst was
Yeah.
in the list. Oh, I
100%.
thought, okay. That's, okay, this is the combo card. If Aftermath Analyst hits, you're in deep doo-doo.
Yeah, because this is David.
It is in the list. Oh,
It's in the
okay,
list.
okay. I was so distracted by the ad nause. So Aftermath Analyst is going to come in. They're going to mill some cards, and they're going to be able to put any lands they find off the top of their library off the top of the library into the graveyard back onto the battlefield tapped, but
Yep.
not because of Wandering Minstrel. And we find
That's a fun, like, mini Lumra almost.
it is a mini Lumra, and then its activated ability is disgusting. Cool. And so if we activate it, they're going to be able to go back onto the battlefield later if you sack the Aftermath Analyst. But for now, they just go into the yard.
Yep.
So they have some way to mill themselves, I'm assuming. That's the only reason they would beseech for it.
Yeah. And I'm wondering... David's out of mana now.
Yeah, I mean, they're just telegraphing that next turn they're going for their win, but I
Right.
don't know with what, because Hermit Druid's the way that normally, I'm assuming it's going to be Lumra.
Lumra, is Brain Freeze in the list? Oh yeah, no, Brain Freeze is in the list, but I mean, that seems bad right now. Granted, it also seemed like Ethan is setting up for a turn by having gotten that Goblin out, right?
Yes, exactly.
Because it's also part of a Flicker, style.
Yeah. I mean,
combo.
Aftermath Analyst is like flag pulling as big of a threat as Hermit Druid in this list.
Yeah. No, I mean, I'm if I was one of David's opponents, I would be 100% scared of that Aftermath Analyst.
Yeah.
Like, knowing how the commander works, the commander being out, it's just Lumra, but you get untapped stuff.
We have a win attempt. We have a survival put on. And if there's enough mana in hand, this can go for a win. It can push.
Yep, exactly, and that's why the Goblin came out.
Yeah. We don't know if this is just to pass with or not. We're about to see, though. And what got binned is a Badlands, I believe.
Yeah,
Yeah.
looks like.
Flooded Strand and Badlands. A good old body. Oh, we're saying for Kenrith, that is a Badlands and Tropical Island proxy. Thank you, judges. Thank you for clarifying.
All right, a lot of thinking going on.
Oh, absolutely. This is something to fight over, but it's not. It's been resolved. We're
Wow.
about to discard. Let's see if it is. What? Oh, what was that? Is that? That looks like some kind of silencing effect. It's one white. Yeah. That is. That's the 3 mouths. That's the enchantment from.
Oh, what, deafening silence?
That's deafening silence.
Yeah.
Whoa.
So that's a arcane laboratory for non-creatures. So trying to slow things down.
Oh, it does get countered. We have a mental misstep from Josh.
Okay.
That makes sense.
Good use of that.
Yep.
Birds is being tapped to play a
Wirewood
symbiote.
symbiote. Oh, wow.
It's a great piece right there.
Yeah, that's very good. Big part of the deck. That is going to be all the mana Ethan has, unless they would like to play a land. But we only have 1 card left in hand, and didn't pitch anything to the survival of the fittest. Most likely, the survival of the fittest was the bait to get out the deafening silence.
True. And either by fate or by Josh knowing what was coming, it was a mental misstep instead of that, you know?
Incredible. That's a Savannah proxy, if I'm going to guess correct. Yep. And Kefka's going in. Looks like we're probably getting a Kefka this turn. We have a City of Traders and an Underground Sea for Kefka. I don't think they would have played the City of Traders if it wasn't for that, unless that's not a city and I'm blind. We're going to
that looks like 100% City of Traders. Interesting get probe. Kind of suss out whether or not something's going to happen.
Targeting Philip, interesting considering they're not threatening anything, but I guess that is the most threatening thing possible.
Well, I mean, we didn't see any response to the mental misstep, right?
Yeah.
You'd think that Ethan would have fought over that.
Absolutely. And we will put the round name out here for you all. This is round 4. Actually, back that up.
All right, so that
Later.
get probe did resolve.
Yep.
Josh got to see the hand, get to draw a card. Oh, someone jostled the camera there.
Yep.
All right, got a Chrome Mox.
We are on round 4.
Uppercase the R.
We have a Chrome Mox.
Got a, looks like a, the Sacrifice Tutor underneath it.
Yeah, Diabolic Intent.
Diabolic
just put
Intent.
under the Chrome
so
Mox.
taps for black and
The City of Traders was
tapped
sacked.
to sacrifice, so we can get Kefka. Yep.
That's a Kefka.
There we go.
It's time for Kefka to start taking over the game.
Yep. This is interaction point.
Yep. Turn 2 Ristic into turn 3 Kefka is the most solid game plan you can have in that deck. Especially in Seed 4.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah.
Looks like we're okay with everything. But
man.
Rocco is on 1 card, so they will be put to Hellbent, which is rough.
Not good for them. I mean, it means that they gotta hope that they top deck something decent and then can just throw Rocco out.
Yep.
Try to find an answer, find some way to push their win condition, anything like that.
We bend sorcery, land, creature.
So that's 3 cards.
So that's 3 cards for Kefka. Yep, and they're at 7 and are passing turn. Kefka leaving with a full grip and a Ristic up.
Yep.
Yeah, just a City of Brass for the Wandering Minstrel being binned. They're going to look through the graveyard here. Oh, they're passing the graveyard to Josh to look through. They want to know what's in there.
Yeah.
There's the Shifting Woodlands.
That's good.
This is it.
Man. That's quick.
We crack Aftermath and then Shifting Woodlands.
Man.
This is their win attempt.
Good grief. And it's crazy because for the most part, it's just activated abilities at this point.
Yep.
And you can't counter a land.
Nope.
I think Josh was making sure that David has Delirium.
Yeah.
And I think that if David did not yet have it, David would have discarded something other than a land to get it.
Absolutely. Are we going to see anyone from the top rope with Ibaseju?
Yeah.
Bristic will not help in this situation, as mentioned.
Yep.
The players are speaking to one another about how they are going to deal with this.
Sure, they need another piece still, but he's got plenty of cards in hand.
Yeah. There's plenty that could be in the hand.
Yeah, there's action that can happen still. Let's see, what is that now?
Another Edge of Eternity card? I can't quite tell. 2 colors, green.
And that's not crop rotation? No.
No, it is not a crop rotation. You know, other players are indeed also reading whatever this is. Huh.
Yeah, we're getting a judge confirmation on that card right now.
Scape Shift. Oh, God.
Oh, I didn't even see the mana cost. For some reason, I thought it cost 1 green. I do know that there's a Scape Shift in the deck, so that probably is Scape Shift, which is phenomenal if it resolves for the Minstrel deck. Holy crud.
It looks like we're going to be shaking hands.
They are quite cooked if it resolves. So let's see.
That's it. It resolved.
Oh,
yeah, that's
Lord.
it, dog. That is it. They just don't know the combo yet. They're dead and they don't know it. Wow.
Oh my gosh. Well, let's see what happens. It would have been Kefka that could have interacted, and there was nothing.
Nothing.
Because Philip seems to be going, I have nothing, pass to Josh.
Josh is like, I don't see it. I don't see it. We're joking. We don't know. Josh probably has nothing.
I mean, Josh could be sandbagging and trying to force Philip to interact. But
that was the interaction point. I think we're out of interaction.
Did it fully resolve? Are we discarding
We're
lands?
already looking through libraries.
Oh
it
my
had
gosh.
to have already resolved.
Okay, it had to have already resolved then. Never mind.
Yeah.
That was me thinking that those cards right there are his board, but no, he's actively having sacked them and digging them up. That is crazy.
Hopefully they're not trying to pull that back, going like, wait a minute.
I mean,
they're trying
2 players.
We just put the. Oh yeah, they're backing it up.
They're backing up.
But the library's already been searched, guys.
Yeah. What could have? Hold on. We're gonna wait for a judge to help clarify.
Yeah.
It seems like maybe they're trying to back it up, but like, they really can't, can they? Or maybe they're just like showing. They might be talking over what the win is, the win condition is for David, right?
Yeah. We have 2 judges that are there. Don't worry. Judge.
We don't have confirmation that there's a backup yet. We're confirming with the judge to find out what's going on.
Yeah.
Like I said, they might just be explaining what the combo is.
Yeah. I can feel Philip right now. Please. I love reading the mannerisms too. They're just like,
Oh yeah.
It tells such a story.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. Like because we're not listening in on the players right now.
Nor do we want to.
Nor do we want to. But with the gesticulating, we got some crazy amounts going on there.
We'll have to see what it's answered, but Josh is hands folded, good to go. I don't think we're seeing much else here.
That is time round 5 after player finish your turn.
No, there is interaction. We've seen it. It's just that this might be like the one point where there wasn't. Because, again, the Kefka player, Josh, played has only drawn a couple cards off of that Ristic and already spent a mental misstep, which wouldn't have been able to hit, this anyway, and probably wasn't really expecting this at this point.
Yeah.
So this is real interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
I mean, there obviously, there could be some sandbagging happening, but
And we're searching through Scape Shift.
it looks like the Scape Shift has resolved. It looks like maybe they were just trying to suss out what they were supposed to do in that situation. There was some deal making or argumentation about what should happen, and then finally a deal was not able to be struck, and so they let the spell resolve.
Yeah. Yeah. We do not know what's in their hand, guys. Let's not say anything rude about these players, please.
Yeah. Let's
not only
this is very high stress environment. Everyone's trying to do their best and also maintain some respectability.
Not only that, these are our top players.
Yeah.
They're in the 3-0 pod.
Yeah, there's a reason they're there.
There's a reason they're 3-0, y'all.
We do have a quick food option in the hall.
Yeah, most likely ask for clarification.
Yeah.
They are selling options throughout the day. You're looking to grab a
But this is by far the longest discussion we've seen all day.
Definitely.
We have never gone this long without a game action during the cast.
Right. And there's still plenty of time left in the rounds. There's plenty of space for these players to do this.
Oh, look at that. Scape Shift is resolving.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, great. We're just not watching. So there is a game action being made. I was about to say, we're definitely at the point where a judge should have been involved. Yeah. Here we go. We are underway according to the judge.
Oh, wow. Philip is pleading, it would seem, with the table to interact, or that this should not have been able to happen.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah.
This is not the top pod. We do not just grab the top pod because we want, especially in these earlier rounds, to see as many different players as possible, right? So we're always going to try for at least the next couple rounds still to pick players that have not appeared on camera yet, but are still in undefeated pods, okay?
Yes. Also, our clarification for our judge says nothing illegal happened, no penalties issued, just didn't allow any takebacks because A had started resolving Scape Shift. So yeah, they did not allow a takeback as per what we were talking about.
Which probably meant that all players did pass priority.
Yes.
That's the only way that could be allowed to happen.
Absolutely.
And David started, and then someone realized that maybe they should have interacted, but it was too late because they had already passed priority.
Most likely, Philip was trying to explain the fact to Josh that they needed to interact when they had interaction, and Josh did not maybe understand the combo at most. And that's worst case scenario. But again, we're just thinking out loud. We do not know that.
Yeah.
Clowns. Get it?
Yeah, because Kefka.
Kefka.
Yeah. There is at least one clown on the board.
I'll take a pun. I don't care.
Yeah, and
I'll take that all day.
It is the Kefka. There you go.
And it looks like. Oh, never mind. It looked like he was scooping up there for a moment. I'm like, oh.
No, they're still sussing it out.
Yep.
The win has not been, I don't believe, presented. It's just some crazy stuff's happening, right?
Yep. And then we binned a Summoner's
Summoning
Pact. And we're going to get a close-up on what these lands are doing over here. We do have the Vesuva. I mean, this is Brewer's advantage at its finest right now. And that's what we can start honestly highlighting is the fact that it doesn't sound like Philip and Josh really knew what David was up to.
Yeah. And Kefka, for the most part, is actually just like a shell that has Kefka as the lead, whereas the Wandering Minstrel is its own brew, right?
Yep.
So, if you haven't played against it or haven't really, paid attention to it, you're not going to quite understand what the heck is going on until it's too late.
Yeah. And we do have the Vesuva with Hedge Maze. The Woodlands is in yard. It needed to be in order for the Scape Shift to resolve. Which is really cool that Wandering Minstrel lets you play Woodlands without having to have a forest on the battlefield.
For sure.
Super cool. And it looks like we're getting clarification of some mana being represented, I believe. Yeah, it looks like we're getting mana representation drawn. That or a love letter.
Yeah, that looks like mana.
Black, blue, red,
Yeah,
green,
that's-
white.
that's keeping track of mana.
Interesting. Huh. Okay.
You know, some people just don't carry around a bunch of tokens.
That's the thing. I saw the tokens.
Oh, you?
they had the tokens.
Oh,
They're messing with us.
yeah, right. Mind games.
The summoning pack came from a surveil land hitting the battlefield.
Yeah, that was surveilled into the bin.
Yep. All right. We are teaching math class.
Yep. Do you know your numbers?
I guess it's more what? It's not biology. What's the study of the Earth?
Geography?
Yeah.
Geology.
Thank you. I was thinking geography, and I was like, I'm not going to say it because I know it's wrong.
Yeah.
Geology.
Geology.
There you go. Yeah, I didn't finish college, so. But that's why I'm here.
Don't tell them that. Stay in school, kids.
Please stay at school. Then you'll end up doing this.
Someone get this man a whiteboard. Yeah. Yeah, we're going a full Pepe Sylvia up in here. Oh,
Yeah, we're gonna.
red meta, white meta, black meta.
Someone please make that meme now. I need that. I need you with that background. We're gonna closely watch the combo player do their thing. Let's take a class with one
You
another.
know? And okay, so
There goes the head
sacrificing,
page.
yep, the analyst.
Yep.
So that is going to, what, reanimate all the lands from the bin?
Yes, that is
Okay.
how that happens. So we're gonna see if anyone's got anything responding to that, because that is what needs to be responded to.
Yeah, this is the point of interaction. If
Bro.
someone can, like, endurance the graveyard, now is the time to do so.
A stifle here.
Thraben Charm, Stifle, there are very, very many ways to stop this. Do they have it, though?
I would. Oh, they're pointing at the Rocco. I think they're about to start talking about this being a draw due to the fact that if David doesn't win here or bricks, then it just gives it to Rocco. So this should be a draw due to king making at most.
But if David has the opportunity to win,
When
would
the Vesuva copy the Lotus Field entering at the same time, the triggers do go on the stack. So I believe Vesuva can copy the Lotus Field. We are getting a judge question clarified.
Vesuva cannot copy another land entering at the same time.
Yeah, Vesuva
So
cannot.
let's see if that changes something. No, it does not, because the judge actually answered that.
Oh, the judge answered it.
Yeah, I just got a DM that I only saw the front half of that was, can Vesuva copy something? I didn't see that he also finished with
Answered it.
no.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
so yeah, I guess that's a good thing to explain real quick if there's nothing going on over there. Can Vesuva copy a Lotus Field or another land that enters at the same time as it? No, it cannot, because a replacement effect like Vesuva is chosen as the card enters. So before it or the Lotus Field or whatever the card that's being copied enter, they can't do that. It's the same as clones, because that's all Vesuva is. It's a clone. It's an as it enters style effect.
Yep.
So clones that enter at the same time as another creature that you want it to clone, can't do it.
Yep, and they are currently looking through. I think they're starting to understand the fact that Shifting Woodlands is in fact the key piece that wins the game.
Yeah. There's some thinking that is being done here.
Yeah.
Probably some wheeling and dealing, some deal making, some John. So we'll find out.
Because we're not exactly sure whether or not. So what's going on right now is we don't know whether or not the Wandering Minstrel has bricked in the combo. Because if the Wandering Minstrel has, is that a Psych Rift?
That looks like that might be, what is that, Commander Masters or something like that?
Yeah.
Psych Rift?
So, rifting the Wandering Minstrel bricks the combo.
Yes. So it does make it so that all lands will enter tapped if it resolves. And is that, hold on, I don't see mana tapped, so is that just a revealed information?
It's just a reveal to the Wandering Minstrel.
So is this an appeal to draw?
Yes, because Philip most likely does not believe that they're going to be able to win after the Rocco's turn.
Yeah. I do wonder, though, if even then, granted, no, I'm wondering if David still tries and allows it to happen, does not draw because he believes that maybe Ethan doesn't have it and can go again, right?
Yeah.
But I think that right now Philip is definitely trying to argue that a draw is the most performant thing right here. We'll find out.
Yeah.
Again, these are all players that are undefeated more or less at this point, so they are all clinched for day 2. So a draw is fine, but also going for it is fine in this situation.
Absolutely, yeah. But the problem is, Ethan most likely wins through only creatures.
Yeah.
Which is way hard to interact with. So if there is a Grand Abolisher in hand,
it almost feels like this might be a great time for, again, politics, where David goes, how about this? I'm still going to get my lands back, but I'm going to stop right here.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah, I will not
go
for
ahead
the
and
win.
Go ahead and bounce my minstrel. I'm not going to go for the win. Let's wait.
Only if Ethan doesn't go for the win.
Only if Ethan doesn't go for the win, right?
Yeah.
Or even just like Philip, who just looked at the camera, just goes, all right, well, I'll just like, if Ethan tries to, then I'll interact.
Yeah.
Or in using that kind of like mutually assured destruction, keep either David or Ethan from going for the win, and then we get a little bit more generation of the boards in the meantime.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely, yeah. And this is by far the only game today that's even had close to this type of stalemate.
Yeah.
Yeah, all of our games today have been very smooth. This is the first time we've seen this.
Yeah. King making only gets ruled as like misconduct or something like that if there's like actual deal making that is something outside of the game itself.
Yeah.
Not just like I won't do this to you if you do that to me or something like that, but very specifically I'll give you $10 if this happens, right?
So,
or if I king make for you, you'll give me $100. Like that is king making, deal making. That is illegal, right? But otherwise, it's technically not illegal, right?
Let's put this into a proper perspective. These players all went for win attempts, and the interaction in their hands wasn't able to affect the board until it came to this position. This position now puts David and Ethan in a king-made position due to what Philip has. This is in no way something that these players orchestrated in order to force a draw.
Yeah, not at all.
Those things do happen, and that's not what we're watching right now. We're watching an unfortunate situation where players were only given certain interaction in order to deal with a player, and knowing that interaction only helps one player.
Yeah.
So this is not, a total griefed game or anything like that. That is not what we're watching.
And also not Richard. They literally have a judge dedicated to that table, always watching what they're doing.
Yes. So the judge is there and speaking with them. We're going to get clarification of where we're at with the judge as we are going to message them and just ask, where are we at? It's just our job as the commentators in order to let you guys know everything possible with these decks.
Yeah, for sure. So right now, I wouldn't say he's in the most control, but he has a lot of leverage, Philip does, to force a draw. That is 100%, I believe, what he is doing right now because of that removal spell. Granted, he has one more card in hand that we don't know what it is, and he's a lot of mana to spend. So he could also be somewhat feigning something here. I doubt it, but he could be. But right now, he's trying to argue with Josh that it is in everyone's best interest for the draw. David seems to maybe still want to try to go for it, and Ethan is probably like, come on, let's, like, if it gets to me, I'm going for the win attempt, right?
My best guess right now is that Josh does have something to stop Ethan and wants Philip to use the interaction on David.
Right. Because of course, what is certain right now is that if, like right now, with this ability, like on the stack, Philip is probably going to bounce it back to him, right?
Yeah.
And as such, he's trying to use that leverage to get David and Josh to agree to the draw.
We are clarifying with the judge to make sure that they aren't just talking about something involving the rules, as right now we are definitely over time on discussion. But we wanted to let you know that here at Steel City, we are not going to allow games to extend over filibustering. Once time is reached, time is reached. We will not be getting any 11-hour games. No. Absolutely not.
Yeah, so game time, time in round, is 80 minutes. If the game goes longer than that, it has a 20-minute stop when it goes to turns. Once it hits 20 minutes after the 80-minute mark, it is a draw.
It looks like we are getting a draw.
And we're getting a draw. Yep.
And or they're saying, yeah, David's got it.
Or they're saying David's got it. We'll find out here in a second.
Yeah.
They agreed to a draw. It is a draw.
It is a draw. Okay, yeah. So the position we were put in, like we were talking about, was there was just not the style of interaction needed in order not to king make. And this is not on the players at all. And also, by the way, Steel City has the lowest draw percentage of a major tournament thus far due to the amount of rounds there are. This tournament, this is the first draw we're seeing where it was done intentionally. The draw before this was only due to time, and then earlier rounds have been all played out. Draws happen, guys, and if you haven't been to a tournament, I can understand why you dislike draws, but if you've been to a tournament, then you most likely understand there's nothing that can happen here for these players. Philip is put in a position where if he interacts, he's giving the game to Ethan. And it just puts him in that position. We are most likely going to get Philip in the booth after to talk and get clarification on this so you guys can hear it straight from the players' mouths.
Yeah, and they also said that the players want to play it out for fun after agreeing to the draw. So we're going to just keep commenting.
Yeah.
So we're getting a bunch of... Okay, so we have a resolved Psych Rift. So the Minstrel is gone, and the lands enter untapped.
Yep.
Right? So now we're going to see what happens to the game in Ethan's turn.
And thank you to the players for playing this out after the draw, just to show this really was going to be over.
Players in the top competition, welcome to the round. You have your 80 minutes to win the match. You may begin.
Yeah, I am personally not big on draws, and it's very difficult to get me to agree to a draw, but I do agree to draws if I'm properly, argued into a position like that. Because sometimes, one, it might not be worth the effort, and two, it might literally just be the best option at the time.
Well, here's the thing. No one likes draws. It's the fact that functionally they're needed in order for someone not to get king bait.
Right. But I will say, I do not play to the draw. I do not think that playing for a draw is a good idea.
Yeah, but we are going to get Philip here into the live stream to be interviewed. And now Rocco is going to show what they were going to do on their turn.
Yep.
Yeah, they are playing for fun at the moment, correct.
Yeah, and also, that Vesuva is not duplicating that Lotus Field. The judge did declare when that happened that the Vesuva was not duplicating the Lotus Field.
Yep.
So it was essentially a dead land at that moment.
Yep, so we're showing the Rocco going, and then we're showing the Ristic Study. Rocco goes and grabs the second part of the combo for Wirewood. And it goes for the win.
And do we have any interaction on the...
No, it has been passed.
Okay. And
Yeah.
so, yeah, and that's... Like,
This is proving the point.
That's proving the point. Like, again, I'm not a big fan of draws, but this was literally a prime example of why sometimes they happen, right?
Yeah.
And again, these players are all probably 12 points in now because of this draw.
Yeah.
They are not just guaranteed day two, they're actually going to be pretty highly seeded on day two.
Yeah. So we're going to be shown the second half of the combo here in a moment.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, the city, the Vesuva can copy anyone's board. So you were, so it wasn't that it was a dead land. It was copying the city of Brass.
Yeah. And we are moving on through the game to show what would happen if they were to play it out.
Yeah. William Rivas, if you have a shot at $10,000, but all you have to do is draw a couple times to get there, would you?
Yep.
I think I would.
Yeah,
That's just how that works.
We're playing for money here. We're trying to win the tournament, not this game.
Yeah.
Yeah, the war, not the battle.
Again, I understand that, like, because like I said, I'm not a big fan of draws, but they sometimes have to happen.
Yeah.
That's just how it is.
We're going to be watching the rest of this game to see how it would have played out.
Grab the Nesper.
Yes. Kefka is going to be swinging in at Phillip, and we're going to be seeing some discards here.
Magic players at the Duel for Duels Legacy event. Your merits for round 6 are available online on Topic.
Some of y'all in chat are wild, man.
Once again,
I have mad respect for y'all for being willing to post the stuff that you do.
And that is a Gifts, it looks like. Yep, that is a Gifts Ungiven played from Phillip.
Yeah, did the Rocco player not actually have it then? Or were they just playing a bit casually because...
Uncertain.
Yeah.
We're uncertain right now.
Steel City Spectacular players, if you are looking to do an edge opportunities draft, we need 2 drafters to launch right now. If you would like
And they're
to
getting
do
the
an
freeze
edge
pile.
draft, you may launch right now if you show up to the registration stage.
I'm sure that we'll get a clarification on what Ethan was doing with his previous turn when we get Phil up in here.
Yes. Yeah, we're going to be hearing from the people that are in this game soon.
Think about it like this, Ben. If this was Ethan not actually having the win, this is actually better for him because he actually didn't have the win and got a draw out of it when he thought at this point maybe he is out of the game, right?
Yeah.
And instead he got a draw out of this. He got a point
Yeah.
when he would have gotten 0.
Yep. And so in that seat, you're going to shut up and let the other person say,
Yeah.
"Here, we're punting." Okay, yep, yes you are. Sure.
Sure.
Yeah. The Gifts is being pointed for Ethan to answer, which is kind of funny considering they could spirit guide into a veil so that way they can't choose, which is funny. But the card's already been pulled, so that wouldn't happen.
Magic players in the Duel for Duels Legacy event. Welcome to round 6. You have 50 minutes, and you may begin.
So we don't have the audio of the players right now because it's a bit harder to do audio for players in a 4-player tournament versus a 2-player tournament.
No, that's on purpose. We're not doing player audio for the fact that we want to be casting.
Yeah, and we want to be casting. We can get clarification at almost any time from the judge of what's happening.
Yeah, we can always ask the judge for clarification. We're here to watch Magic played, not to hear it.
All right, and now they're
choosing their piles.
Yep.
The Savines is staying in hand with the Brain Freeze, and we're binning the LED and the Underworld Breach, which is the correct 2. We are all now discarding due to Kefka. Savines is getting binned. We've got a Felwar, Savines, Otawara, and a creature on the side of Kefka, or on the side of Rocco, it looks like.
Okay.
For Ethan. So that would be 4 draws for Josh.
There has been a request. Can you lowercase the A in Wandering Minstrel?
I don't think I can.
I'm sorry, guys. No, you're just going to have to deal with that.
It's wandering.
It's wandering minstrel.
Calling the week onto Kefka. Looks like we're going to have a Nas resolve
All
here.
right.
Maybe a Citadel?
Something big. Something big. Soul Ring. I mean, there's still a lot of mana floating then.
Oh, yeah. If we tap the Soul Ring, that makes 5. Are we going to get to watch our first Nas pile of the day?
Yeah, we haven't actually seen a Nas.
Yeah.
A lot of Nas decks, no Nases.
Yep. Oh, a meme bet. Obviously, this doesn't do its own breach. It can cast the breach, but the LED still will go to Philip's yard.
Mm-hmm. That's crazy. Lead play it. Yeah, I think there is a non-zero chance that Ethan did just bluff or just let everyone else do whatever to get that draw out because he was
Correct.
just like, I actually don't have it.
Yeah.
There's a very likely chance after seeing all of this play out that is what happened.
Yep.
Which you do what you gotta. Like
Yep.
that sounds about right. There,
Yep.
I also don't think there was any like animosity between the players about that either.
But we're past that at this point, guys.
Yeah,
We're into watching this game play out to see what it would have been, and then we're gonna get Philip to clarify all this. We're gonna hear it straight from their mouths instead of ours, as we are not there.
That proxy in seat 3 is a plateau.
Yes. So the breach is cast. There's the breach.
All right.
Storm count is now 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep. And that looks like a proxied freeze, possibly, from Josh revealed there. Demonic Tutor. Oh no, grape shot. What? What is that?
I don't know if Grape Shot's in that list. Let's take.
That's
a
Demonic Tutor. That
Demonic
is
Tutor?
Demonic Tutor. Yes. So we're seeing a Demonic Tutor. Demonic Tutor most likely going and getting Brain Freeze and or LED, most likely LED. Oh, no, it gets Brain Freeze here.
Isn't the LED already on the field?
That is Philip's LED, if I'm not mistaken.
Oh.
But if you get Freeze, you'll be fine.
Yeah. And there's the
Because
freeze.
you got Demonic Tutor in yard. So they grab Freeze, they freeze themselves, and then they can crack their own, they can crack Ethan's LED,
Yep.
use Demonic Tutor to get their own. Unless that is Josh LED.
Yeah. And if this is the win, again, that was part of the explanation was, as the judge just mentioned to me, that Philip was arguing that if Ethan doesn't win, then Josh does, right? And
Yes.
we're kind of seeing confirmation on that.
Yep. And so Philip didn't want to give the game over to Josh, and Josh knew that Ethan would win. Or sorry, Ethan knew that Josh would win. I'm cooked. Philip did not want to psych-riff the Wandering Minstrel that David had because Philip knew that it would give the game over to Josh. So we're off talking about Ethan. It's about Josh, but we are going to get that confirmation from Philip later. LED goes back to Philip's yard. Josh gets their own breach. Brain Freeze is in the yard. There is 3 of some color on the stack, most likely blue.
Yep. Do we get there? That is the question of the minute.
We got a Lotus Petal in order to continue the loop.
Yep. What is happening now? Does Ethan have something? Oh my gosh, what is that? Is that endurance? No.
No, we are pitching
Oh.
to get endurance.
Uh-oh.
Yep.
Okay.
We are pitching a creature to... I could have sworn that Birds was already tapped. Oh, we untapped it with Wirewood.
Sure did.
Oh, that's genius. So we're pitching our creature to go grab endurance. And Josh is frantically looking for an answer. Lotus Petal goes back to Ethan. It looks like we are seeing some cards escaped. So Josh is casting something. What is that, a Valley? That is a Valley Flood Collar for Josh.
Oh, nice.
No, is that, no, that's not Valley, is it? It looks like Valley to me. That is definitely Valley Flood Collar. Yeah, that is
Yeah.
a Valley Flood Collar for Josh. We're waiting on seeing what comes of the Valley now and what's going to be cast afterwards to see if we can continue the chain. Obviously, Ethan is going to be going and grabbing a way to stop Josh. Most likely the Endurance, like we talked about.
Yep.
Almost definitely. Josh is frantically looking through the graveyard, trying to figure out what to cast next with Valley Flood Collar, but finds nothing, and Ethan will be going to go grab the Endurance. This is coming once all of the Brain Freezes were put onto the stack, too, so that is why Josh is unable to continue this.
Crazy.
Very. There will be a Ristic trigger.
He gonna kill himself? Ristic is a May, though, isn't it?
No. There's a Ristic trigger on the Endurance, so that way Josh could draw into a response.
True. True. Oh. All players in this pod are, I do believe, X1s.
Yeah.
Which is still, again, this is pod 6, so this is in the top 6.
Yeah.
Um,
Yep. Endurance will hit Josh's graveyard, allowing him to not continue the Underworld Breach. This will shuffle away Josh's graveyard, unless Josh can respond. And this is with the Lotus Petal on the stack. So Josh is now looking through what options he has in everyone else's graveyards before passing on the Endurance trigger to stop him from continuing the Breach combo. But it looks like nothing has been found. All graveyards have been passed back, other than David's. It looks like Josh is looking through David's at the moment.
digging hard.
Yeah. A Chrome Mox was found in David's,
Okay.
but it looks like it was passed back.
Yeah.
As the only card in hand, looks like it's not pitchable, as
Okay.
Josh already cracked LED.
Yep.
And there it is. It looks like, oh, never mind. I thought we were shuffling the graveyard there. At some point, we got to realize that there's not an out here, but We can keep looking. We do have a Valley Flood Collar out with a Gataxian Probe. Is the Valley Flood Collar resolved? Oh, yeah, it has. So Git Probe is being cast. Josh hoping to draw something to put under that Chrome Mox from David's graveyard after the Mnemonic Betrayal, allowing him to have access to some more mana. The Git Probe, now that Valley Flood Collar is out, can continue to be recast, exiling from graveyard until he finds something for this.
Here we go.
The LED that was used, by the way, guys, was Phillips off the Mnemonic Betrayal. So Josh is trying to continue this without anything in yard to fuel it. The LED, we have okay, now we have the Mox Diamond being put out.
Does he have the enough lands in hand to keep it out though?
We have no lands in hand unless he got one off Git Probe, which it looks like he did.
Looks like he did. Looks like a orchard.
Yep. No, we're exiling 3 right now for that.
Oh, exiling 3. Never mind.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was wondering why they were getting put over to the side like that.
I believe the Git Probe did in fact find a land for the LED. It did. There it is, Mana Confluence.
All right.
And now we're most likely going to cast the Git Probe again.
Just to find, just to keep digging for what he's trying to, do anything with.
Yeah, absolutely.
Man, going crazy. Simian Spirit Guide and Badlands and
One Ring.
One Ring getting pitched.
Yep.
What are we pointing out here? Chrome Mox and...
They're mentioning David's Chrome Mox
Diabolic
to see if they have
Intent.
anything from hand.
Yeah.
They're probably helping Josh at this point.
Yeah. Again, this is,
Yep. Okay. We are looking through graveyards. Exiling some more cards. What are we escaping? Oh, we're just playing the Chrome Mox from David's yard, and we're going to be imprinting what?
This is still with the Brain Freeze on the stack, yes.
Correct.
Yeah, the Brain Freeze is still on the stack, and this is because Valley Flood Collar's out.
Sorry, not
so...
Brain Freeze, not on the stack. Lotus Petal was
Lotus
on the
Petal.
stack in order to cast the Brain Freeze. We now have the mana
Right.
for it.
The Brain
with-
Freeze is in hand.
Yes.
Okay.
No, it's in yard. It's in yard.
In yard. Oh, yeah, but castable through Breach.
Correct. Problem is, post Brain Freeze, he has to hit his own LED, which pretty
Doable at this point.
Doable,
Honestly,
yeah.
there's been a lot of casts this turn.
Yep, looks like they're ready to have that Brain Freeze leave the yard. I think we're just choosing what to exile at the moment from Josh's yard, what he wants to pitch to the escape cost from Underworld Breach.
That's a rough board state.
That is a very rough board
Yeah,
state.
it's-
Absolutely. But to make known, Kefka has been used as fodder for Culling the Weak to get this plan started. A Mnemonic Betrayal has been cast, and we are currently watching the aftermath of that, where the Underworld Breach was stolen out of Phillips' yard. We casted Phillips' LED, used it, putting it back in his yard. Josh then put all of his hand into the graveyard. He attempted to start winning by casting a Demonic Tutor and getting the Brain Freeze, but we are not casting Brain Freeze with the 2 mana. We are casting what looks
That's a
like
Cabal Ritual.
it looks like the Cabal Ritual. Yeah, we are casting a Cabal Ritual.
Let's see.
Exiling 3 cards. We're probably gonna have something else cast here.
Interesting. Yep, so I don't believe.
Arcane Signet is being used. That way, Josh has mana from this Cabal Ritual alongside the blue of the Arcane Signet in order to recast the Brain Freeze.
Got it. Yeah, I don't believe that Josh is running Grinding Station in his list. I just checked it. And
Yep.
of course, the Breach was taken from, who was it taken from?
The Breach was taken from Philip, but
From Philip.
Josh's own Breach is in the yard.
Yeah, but Josh does have a Breach. Yeah.
And it looks like we're cleaning up. So the Brain Freeze does work there, and that would get Josh the win. So it looks like players do see that and are okay with going from there. So now that this is summed up, guys, don't worry. We are going to get clarification. We're going to try to go get Philip. If we can remind the judge to please ask Philip to come over here. Now that this game is over, we need some clarification.
We need to know what happened.
We're all wondering what happened. And we are also making sure that no one has each other's cards due to that meme bet.
Yeah, there was a lot of passing around things going on there. Okay.
Yep. All right, y'all, we're going to be back in about 5 minutes with Philip for an interview and get those answers. See you guys in just a moment.
All right. Where's the camera? Is it right here? Where am I? Oh, there it is. I was like, hi guys. First off, nice to see you guys again. Thanks for having me on. I really
Thanks for coming on,
appreciate
Philip. Yep, so we're back, and it's Zeb here. I am talking to Philip, who was just in that last match there. He was seat 3 on, what were you on there?
Kenrith the Return King.
Kenrith the
No,
Return King.
Kenrith.
Not
Yeah.
Ken. Cool. So, we saw some interesting things happening while we were watching that game play out. So, can you fill us in on some of what was going on there, especially when people were trying to deal make towards the end of the official game before the draw happened?
Yeah. So basically, what had happened was the Wandering Minstrel player, the player in seat 1, more or less was on a win. He was on a win path. That we were all like, okay, this is going to win. The player after that, the Rocco player, myself, we more or less don't have anything. I do, however, have a Psych Rift that I can use to bounce the Wandering Minstrel. But the reason I offered the draw, do you want to explain why I offered the draw?
A little bit.
Okay, so the reason I offered the draw is because, and nobody saw this, but my last card in hand was a land. And I know that the Kefka player knows this and has the ability to do what he ended up doing in the end of the game. Like, he's going to win. So I know I don't have another turn. There's no way around it. So what I have the ability to do now is, okay, I can ensure that that player, the Wandering Minstrel player, doesn't win the game because I can interact with him, which makes it to where, okay, he gets stopped. And now the Rocco player and the Kefka player, they're now fighting it out.
Right.
But because I am the only one that can do anything about it, I can say, I'm not going to do that and let the Wandering Minstrel player win, which incentivizes all 3 players to draw, which gets me a point in the long run, which matters to getting the top 16.
So did the Rocco player, when this was happening, reveal that they had nothing, even if they got a turn, or?
So he has nothing. He had no mana. He could do the untap thing, I think, but he didn't have the creature in hand because he drew the white card.
Right.
I don't remember what the white card that he discarded was, but that was his draw.
Sure.
Whatever that white creature was, that's what he ended up discarding. So he couldn't do the endurance play that would have also stopped the Wandering Minstrel player. We did know that because that was his draw. That
Exactly.
Was every card that he had, we knew, and that was why he was stuck on the situation that he was in. So because every player knows that the Wandering Minstrel player is going to win, and I'm the only one that can stop it, and I know I have no chance of winning this game, I have full authority to be like, well, I would like to draw, so that way all of us get 1 point.
Sure, for sure. And how much like talking into it did it require from the other players?
If you're a Kenrith player, you know that like every Sisay deck is just faster than you.
Sure.
Yeah, all these other decks you're gonna have to talk. So pretty much every time you offer a draw like that, you're gonna have to like do a little bit of explaining and convincing. One of the best strengths that I would recommend to any CEDH player is learn how other decks win. Like, I understand, like, learning how your deck win is obviously extremely important. Being able to find your win lines is incredibly important. But being able to also tell other people, like, hey, they're going to tutor for this, which then gets them to this win, allows you to do plays like how I did, because then you can force yourself into a draw or a different situation that makes it to where you have a gretter chance of winning the game or drawing the game, which at the end of the day, a draw is better than a loss.
Draw is better than a loss. Interesting. Okay, so when the Rocco player like took his post-draw turn, right? Was he playing as if he was playing the most performant, or was he just like, I'm going to do anything? Did he?
No, we all played as if like this was our best course of action. It was just unfortunately the way that Kefka like degrades your hand so starkly. Sometimes like certain decks like they struggle incredibly because oh man, I really needed that the green creature, the Delighted Halfling, because I could have cast Kenrith, which would have been able to do things, but I was in a situation where I was like, oh well, but everyone was playing as if okay, we're gonna keep going as if we didn't draw or whatever, and then exactly what I predicted happened, which is the Kefka player gets to pull out the win because they have all the cards in the world. They have a Ristic Study. Anytime anybody does anything, and he had a Flash Enabler, which made it even worse, and the Mnemonic Betrayal, which made it even worse.
Yep. Cool. So, and then after that, obviously, you took a turn, not much happened, and then it goes to Kefka, and he goes for Insect Stuff wins. So, all that said, do you think that yourself and the other players at the table were like playing optimally? Do you think that everyone was like, and arguing your points and being like, this is what I have to do in this situation, and then leading up to the draw, which also became the optimal choice?
Yeah, so there's a really famous philosophical quandary called the Prisoner's Dilemma, which is a really good explanation. You can look into it. There's a lot of like philosophy that goes into it, but at the end of the day, the way that I see it is every player, depending on my action, is benefited by me saying we should all work together.
Right.
Now, obviously, everyone does the same thing of, I'm only in it for myself, I want to win. And I get that. We all want to win. 5 points is better than 1, I get that. But 1 point is better than 0, and that's kind of the thing that you have to prove to people is like the prisoner's dilemma of if we all work together. We all get a point. Otherwise, someone here's walking away with 5, and it's whoever I choose. That isn't me, which is like, I don't want to do that either.
So it's either I don't want to king make, don't make me king make. Kind of a thing, right? And everyone goes, you know what? Especially players who are like, I'm not the one that's getting king made, so I'll go for the draw, right?
Yeah, exactly.
And that also is a little bit of leverage because now 2 players are like, I want to draw, and then it'll be easy to get the 3rd player and then the 4th player who might actually have a demanding like position, but that's about it.
One other thing I wanted to mention when it comes to this is if you offer the draw, right? The thing that could happen is like, well, what if one player says no? okay, then it's their problem. You sit there and you don't do anything. You hold that Psych Rift in your hand, and whoever says that they don't want to draw, unless it's the person you're interacting with. If Kefka would have been like, no, I don't want to draw, and been like, okay, then I'm not going to cast Psych Rift, do whatever. And if they get out of it on their own chords, you get to keep the interaction, the game keeps going.
Yeah, because sometimes that player just has it, and they don't want to draw because they know they have some way through.
And then you make them have it. That you get to hold on to your interaction. Like it's a lot easier to visualize if you have Pact Negation. This is a interesting one where I have a bounce spell that happens to do basically the same thing in this instance. But yeah, if you have the ability to force someone else to interact, holding on to your interaction, absolutely. But that's the deal. If they sit there and go, no, I'm not going to take the draw, okay, cool. Figure it out. It's your problem now, not mine.
Cool. All right, Philip, thanks so much for giving us a little bit of insight into what was going on there.
Yeah,
it was a very interesting game to watch and commentate on. Good luck with the rest of your matches today.
Yeah, no, thanks,
all right, guys,
I really
we'll be back
appreciate it.
soon.
Bye-bye.
Yay.
top 16.
Welcome back
You have
to.
won an exclusive playmat.
Oh, we removed our counter we need in the center there. We're going to ask the judge to put that back for us.
Interesting. Where'd it go?
Yep. Oh, I saw the player remove it. We're going to ask them to put that back if they can, so we can have a digital.
Bad.
But we are back at the Steel City Spectacular CEDH 20k event. This is our top pod that did not take a draw, as it's nearing the end of the day and draws are getting more valuable. We are watching a pod of Thrasios Yoshi, Rocco Cabaretti, Raul Moonsage, and then another Rocco.
Yep. 2 Rocco.
Yeah, if we could please message the
Yeah, let's get that
judge
back.
to get the life counter back. That way we are able to see the life totals on stream. It looks like we're doing the stickers for the Rocco player.
So we'll get
If
to
you guys
see.
are not familiar with this is where we need to pick what sticker cards come out for Goblin.
Interesting.
These are only pen and paper players for the life totals, so we will not have life totals this game in the center. That is okay.
They're all analog players. Brr.
Yes.
Cute. No hate. I'm literally just messing around. If you don't like using the apps and stuff like that, it's fine.
Oh, I
It
hate
just
using apps. I don't either.
Yeah.
We need it for the stream.
we just need it for the stream.
But as for VODs for this, guys, we're most likely going to go longer than what YouTube has in a regular VOD. So we are recording all this in crispy 4K, and we'll be putting it up on the channel, and we'll have individual rounds available to be viewed, including interviews. So all of this, every part of the event will be viewable afterwards.
Yep.
Yep.
And they'll be cut to just the games, correct?
Yeah, we'll also have just the games cut out. That's what I was... and then adding any interviews with it. Yeah. So we're going to have each individual round available to you on the Playing with Power channel.
So we have what, 2, 3 sticker decks?
Yes, we have 3 sticker decks, correct.
Yeesh.
I am so excited to see a Raul. Raul is the deck that I've been the most excited about this tournament. It is the deck that gets to push through wins by just keep jamming. It's not the type of deck that has to be worried about keeping counter magic, because if you counter it, whatever, I'm still going to flip Raul.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Yeah, Raul being able to just count to 8 and then, count to 6. And if they are able to win the coin flip on the 6th spell, they will flip it over, transforming it into the Planeswalker side and instantly ult it to be able to cast the top 7 in the library for free.
Yeah, Raul is insane.
Yeah, so most of the time you do not care whether or not those 6 spells resolve. You just want to cast 6 spells.
Yeah, I think everyone else at the table is just going to be scared witless of Raul the entire game.
Yeah. Yep. Turn 2 is very common in Raul. Turn 1 not unheard of, although rare.
And I don't even know if Rocco really does it, but like, there's not a whole lot of like good spot removal in this pod.
They did remove what was showing the player order, so we are going to update that for you guys within the text. So we will have the order they are in on screen in just a moment, doing some quick production fixes.
Can we also, oh yeah, we have round. It's round 5 now.
Yes, it is round 5. We're going to fix that as well. We are on the second to last round of the first day of Swiss. We are going to be having 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow before our cut to top 16 and eventual top 4 as well.
Yeah, I think that if, as Glebus says, if one of the Roccos can drop some kind of stacks pieces, Deafening Silence is probably a great one. That'll slow down Raul real hard.
Yep.
That's definitely what needs to happen. Let's see if they'll like maybe, hard mull till they find a stacks piece. Heck, if I were the Rocco players, I almost might want to start chatting right now and go, hey, make a pact. Let's try to see if we can't get to a stacks piece.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, they're both going to need it. The Raul deck in seat 3, thankfully for them, but is still before one of the Roccos to be able to get down any stacks piece. But certainly 3 very fast decks, and again, only 2 blue players at the table.
says Trasios.
Oh, Trashios.
Yeah, let's not let people.
It is not Trashios. It is indeed Thrasios. Let's fix that.
Man, and we are already in round 5 of this 6th round day 1. This has gone flying by, and you know what? I think it's probably got a lot to do with the structure that we're running.
Absolutely.
Because if you were not tuned in when we were talking about it before, these are 80-minute rounds with a 20-minute time extension for turns. So it's still turns. It's still everyone gets one more turn. But if they are 20 minutes into that final extra turns and no one has been declared a winner, they just cut to a draw immediately.
Absolutely.
And that just means like no more than 100 minutes.
Yep.
And so many CDH tournaments, TDH tournaments I've been to have been like 120-minute, rounds, 140-minute rounds, just because one pod has gone long. And because of that, it's 4:30 local time. We started this at 9. I feel great. Yeah. There's only two matches left, and then we have the rest of the day to just, hang out, play pickup games, talk to people.
Absolutely. There's a lot to do here.
Oh, yeah, there's so much to do here. There's artists, there's some creator-led stuff where people are hanging out, meeting creators, playing with creators. There's a bunch of altarists hanging out that we can get on-the-spot altars from. And there's also, beyond pickup games, there are on-demand games.
Yes, we have a lot of different events that are running on the side, including a 1.5K and a 2K. There's lots of other things like Vintage that you can go play. There's 14 vendors here to shop from. There's so much to do at this event, but I think it's a good moment for us to introduce ourselves back in. I am DefCat, and this is...
I'm Zeb. We are the Playing with Power Boys that are here at this tournament. There are other Playing with Power Boys, but we're the ones that are here right now.
Yeah, and we are going to be taking you through a wonderful game of CEDH being played by Zachary, Austin, Blake, and Dylan, and they are in fact sitting in this pod at the second seat. So most of them are either 4-0 or 3-1.
Right. Yep. Again, pod 1 decided to draw because they are all undefeated. I think there was one that might have had a draw. One or two had a draw going into it, but undefeated otherwise.
Yes,
right?
Undefeated.
This is also very high point table, but they decided to play it out.
Yeah.
Which means one of them is actually going to probably come out ahead of everyone at pod 1 because they drew.
And let's get a name check. Is that in fact Dalen instead of Dylan? I'm going to make sure we have
Let's
the right
name check
there.
it. I do believe that it was Daylin.
Yeah, okay.
And then Blake Geary,
Yep,
Austin
all good there.
Chaput, and Zachary is Zachary.
Zachary. Got it. Let's fix that real quick before getting into this game so that way we are representing all the players' names correctly. So we did see this Rao mulligan quite low, which is really sad to see. Rao obviously needing the full 6 spells, and it looks like they are down to 5, which isn't terrible, but that is going to require them to get either a Jessica's Will or some Past in Flames actions later on in order to cast enough spells.
I mean, a turn 1 Jessica's Will or a turn 1 Wheel might be just the play here, right?
Ooh, yeah, and turn 1 Wheel could be pretty good.
So I do believe that our judge did confirm that both A and seat 1 and seat 3 are both keeping 5. They've molded 5.
And we also have a gemstone put down for the first time today.
Oh, nice.
2 gemstones.
2 gemstones. Woo! That's lucky.
Both Roccos with a gemstone. That's hilarious.
I dig it. I'm here for it.
They have a Carpet of Flowers after a turn 1 Yoshi from Zach. Carpet most likely going into a Mana Dork.
I could see it. Yep, there
Soul Ring.
is a Soul Ring. I mean, that's technically a mana something.
Yeah. It ain't dorky, though. It's just mana.
It's just a straight up mana. Man, that's hot.
Yep. We got a Volcanic Island.
Good grief. Austin is set up for 5 mana on turn 2.
Yeah, and a Rocco. That's huge. It was land go for Blake. Dalen putting down LED after a command tower, representing 5 mana as well. Both Rocco players representing 5 mana. It'll be 5 mana on Austin's turn as long as we see a land drop.
Is that a Misty, I do believe?
Can't make it out. Let's get a zoom in here.
I think that is Breeding Pool. That is a Breeding Pool.
Oh, that is giving another blue
6 mana for Austin.
That's Thrasios, but yikes. We get
That's scary.
Yeah.
I wonder if Zachary is maybe banking on in-hand counter magic for free or something of something of that kind, right?
Yeah.
Blake has not done anything and has 5 cards left in hand still.
Correct, yes.
So, man,
Yep.
there's a little bit of table talk already.
Absolutely.
Yeah, some decisions got to be made
There's
here.
a lot of mana. We're just gonna see. Oh my goodness.
Is that Ranger
That is
Captain?
a Ranger Captain.
All right. Ah, man, that doesn't mean that it's like a guaranteed right yet, though. But like next turn, that means if it's unanswered, which it was, because we're digging. That means that Austin is in a fantastic position now, able to just be like, I'm just going to sit here. One of the things I love to do is politic. This is a defensive Ranger Captain, and I might not be. I'm not going to lie. I don't lie when I say that. Like, I'm just holding this to stop any of y'all from doing anything crazy.
Yeah.
But if it happens to get back to my turn,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. We are looking at what Austin would like to tutor up with the ETB on the Ranger Captain, as Wirewood is definitely a choice as well, not just wanting to go for Esper. There's also other combo pieces that this gets.
that's what's really great about Rocco and other weird little combo decks like that, is that they don't only, they're just like Esper every time. Like I run Lotho, and I've got either Esper or Sarah's Ascendant. And so if you've accidentally like drawn them or milled them at some point, then you're just out of luck.
Absolutely.
Right?
We are passing with it. It's being used definitely as a conversion piece. Oh, we're getting a bop.
Getting a bop. It might just be like
it's more mana. We need the mana.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, ramp is definitely the best portion of it here. There wasn't a portion of a combo that's really needed, but obviously, as we're seeing, no secondary land drop for Austin unless they're slow rolling it, and they don't. We are bolting ourselves with the backside of Sink into Stupor for Rao, and it looks like Blake is going to be casting Rao here. We are seeing 2 mana tapped. That is a Rao.
I mean, in this situation, got to do what you got to do, right?
Yeah. We're going to see what Dalen does here. Oh, that's an Eldamri's call. We're going to go get a legendary creature.
Okay.
Wow.
Do remember, Eladamri's doesn't have to get legendary. It can get any creature.
Any creature, correct, yes.
Man, but what does Dalen want in this situation?
In the face of a Ranger Captain already on top of this.
Right?
Yeah.
Do we... There's no creature that shuts off other creatures' abilities for for low mana cost very easily, right? So there's not that. Collector Oof doesn't really do a whole lot here.
Yep.
You know, what do we do?
You're going to see it in just a second. See if we have land for turn. We've been missing a lot of land drops recently. Austin missing their second. We do get a land. It looks like a land? We don't know.
It's a fun one. I don't know. I don't recognize that off the top.
We're getting a mana vault out of it anyway.
We're getting a mana vault out of it. It's half for colorless, either way.
Mm-hmm. But that is a lot of mana for Rocco.
Oh, for sure.
This is pretty scary. We're tapping it.
That's got to be a Rocco tap, right? Come on.
I think we're casting whatever we got, which was Goblin.
Interesting. I mean, but yeah, no, I mean, that's just more red mana. That's what, like a good 6 or 7 off of that?
Yep. We are getting the sticker Goblin.
So still mana positive.
for 5 red.
Yep, mana positive.
Yep.
Up. There's a piece right there.
Oh my
That's going to be
goodness.
a birthing pod.
That's a birthing pod for Rocco.
The sticker was gelatinous, which
Yes.
gelatinous. I think it's 4 or 5.
I think I saw 5 red on it.
Okay.
I could be wrong.
Gelatin.
It must be 4, considering that we did, in fact, pay the life for.
I think that's
the
4.
birthing pod.
Gelatinous.
Yep.
Yeah.
So there's 1 floating after the birthing pod. We're sacking a 2 CMC to get a 3.
What does 3 get us? So we could
We can get Ranger Captain.
get
of our
Ranger
own.
Captain to hold the fort. Could
Yep.
maybe get, if Ewit is the target, what do we get with Ewit?
Yeah. Ewit goes and grabs it just grabs Goblin.
Goblin and goes again.
Yes. Oh,
Ooh.
Felidar Guardian. This is it.
Blink.
This is game.
Blink the birthing pod and then go again. Yeah,
and
yeah,
then-
and
and
no
that-
one's interacting. Uh oh.
and that's Karmic Guide.
Karmic Guide. Here we go. This
is
could
Infinite
just
Caps.
be it right here and now.
Yeah.
This is the point of interaction. If nothing can happen here, there is like one more opportunity, but like it is real tough.
There were no non-creatures cast, other than the birthing pod.
That's crazy.
Yep. And then we got the Kiki
And
line.
we got the Kiki. Is that just it?
It should be, yeah. So the only way that Rocco would have been stopped here is if the Ranger Captain was cracked well before they were able to.
But
The birthing pod.
it looks like
That's the win. No, we have the win.
we have the win.
Yeah, Dalen winning on Rocco in seat 4.
That was
Wow.
crazy. What was that? Turn 3?
Turn 2?
Turn 2? I feel like that. No, the 3 lance.
Yeah,
That's turn 3.
Gemstone.
Oh, but the gemstone. That was
the
turn
turn
2.
two.
Dang, man. And that was Rocco. All right, that was
Yes.
not Rogthras.
That was Rocco.
That was Rocco.
Yeah?
Fantastic. Excellent. Wow. Playing, I mean, think about it. Our control players were kind of out.
Oh, we have interaction. We're not
Oh,
done.
wait, we're not done. Uh-oh.
Wow.
There's a solitude coming down. What is this? A twist.
Yeah? I could have sworn the judge just said,
Yeah, the judge was mentioning that everyone was agreeing that was out, but maybe it was a bluff in seat 2's part.
yeah.
Because they did not shake, they did not agree 100% on it, and
Yeah.
so Austin was
Ooh. Having to pitch
a rector, so that's
rector.
like the main, the
Combo
linchpin
piece.
of the combo.
Wow.
In order
off
to get
the top from
Man.
Austin.
craziness.
Dalen has to feel crushed.
That's rough. That is so rough.
That is so crushed.
That is
Yeah.
crazy.
Our judge just texted us, perhaps B spoke too quickly.
Yeah, and when we say a number or a letter, that's just
Yeah,
in
Austin.
rotation what they
Yeah.
are. Austin is B
Yeah.
or 2 because that's the second
Yeah.
seat. Interesting. So if this is gonna happen, Dalen doesn't seem to have any way to protect the Kiki combo,
Wow. Yeah.
and is going to have to let it happen.
Yeah.
Okay, we still have a game.
Yep.
Crazy.
Solitude exiles the Karmic Guide, trying to bring back the Felidar Guardian to continue the chain, and it does not happen.
Solitude coming in here with the steel chair, man, just
Absolutely it does.
bopping that frickin' Felidar Guardian on the back and just knocking him out, man.
That was wild. The Rock, baby. Zach has to have something up their sleeve to go into their turn.
Oh yeah, and think about this. Austin spent their academy rector. So
Yeah.
what is Austin going to do on their turn? I'm not saying it was a bad play. I'm saying that
no,
was
not at
probably
all.
like the best play.
Yeah.
And that was fantastic. Like I said, that was the point of interaction.
Yeah.
We got the removal. We're kosher. But like, man, now Austin's like, what do I do now? I mean, just
Austin did have to pitch their win condition, and they were pointing to it just now. Obviously, Austin trying to prove, I'm not going to do anything on my
Right.
turn with the Ranger Captain. We want the Ranger Captain to stop Blake. We want Ral to be under a Ranger Captain's regime.
right. And I think you're right. It was not the Guardian that got hit with the Solitude. It was the Karmic Guide.
Yes.
Yeah, that was my bad. I said the Guardian, which was
yeah.
incorrect.
Yeah, we're hitting the Karmic Guide to not be able to continue the loop before
Right.
the Felidar was able to come down.
And so we're definitely talking about the fact that the win condition for Rocco is not in hand, and that Rocco is asking for the Thrasios Yoshi player to let him keep it for Rao's turn.
Yeah.
But obviously Zach's going, you could still top deck the win.
Yeah.
I don't like that. So we're going to see if the Thrasios Yoshi player is inclined to let Austin on Rocco keep this Ranger Captain in play for the Rao.
For sure. And I want to say, I think that this is not a draw game right now. This is very much, there is still action to be had because the Rocco players have not even played Rocco yet, right? Zachary has not gone into any of the Thras combo, and Blake still has plenty of action on top and in hand that can make Rao go off, right?
Our Rocco in seat 2 is most likely arguing to say that there is no win attempt to be put on the stack, but we'll have to see. But that's just most likely arguing for that. We are all but wondering at the moment. We've got 4 cards in the Thrasios Yoshi player's hand. We do not know what's going on for them. And it seems like Dalen is also talking to the other Rocco player, talking about what they might be able to do. But again, the other Rocco player in seat 2 only has a single land.
Single land, 2 cards in hand, access to, what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 mana still, though?
Yep.
2 cards in hand, though. It's got to be rough. And losing the linchpin of the combo is gotta hurt,
We're
right?
untapping. We're going to Rocco in C2's turn. Blake has shared their hand, most likely in an attempt, a desperate attempt, to get the Thrasios Yoshi player to hit the Ranger Captain. We'll see if it gets cracked. Nothing so far. Ranger Captain's still alive.
Yeah, in this situation, Austin might be like, I'm just going to keep this as a defensive. I'll even keep this up to make deals with someone else about, you know, you don't need to spend your silence effect on that player's turn to stop them. I will do it or something like that, right?
This Ranger Captain, easily a good deal piece. We'll see what he decides to do with it.
A lot of talking.
The Carpet of Flowers currently produces 2 mana, as the fetch is not cracked on Thrasios Yoshi's side yet. But if that fetch was to crack, it would most likely get a Bayou, or sorry, not a Bayou, a Tropical Island. We have a crop rotation.
Going to grab a Gaia's, I'm sure?
I would only have to assume so. We're passing on priority over to Blake on Ral to see if they would like to interact. There is a mental.
Mental. Oh, gosh. If that resolves, that is going to hurt.
Yeah, that is gutting.
Oh, man. I just saw Austin shake his head. He has nothing, and I don't think anyone... Why would anyone come out to protect that?
No.
That is... Oh, that is gutting.
Yep. We've got the Carpet mana, and the Soul Ring mana, and a Birds of Paradise left. What do they want to do here? Because they are now officially off the mana in order to cast Rocco. They're unable to produce 3 different colored pips. Unless whatever that token is there. Oh, that's the Floating Carpet mana.
That's the Floating Carpet mana.
Yep. So we officially are out of mana unless there's a land drop. We have a land drop.
Yeah, we got there.
Yeah.
All right, Austin doing some counting here. In the tank, as they say.
We're just thinking about what's Rocco going to get. That's where we're at. And it's whether or not Rocco's going to get cast.
Yeah, at this point, it's just like, I have to do something to
Yeah.
make the board state, go forward, right?
Yeah.
And it's like, 95% not a win attempt style thing, because there's nothing on Austin's board that can combo.
Yep.
So it's just like, maybe I do something to progress the board state, and it seems like that is what he's going to attempt to do.
Yep. There's a myriad of things that Rocco can get here.
And what is it, for 5, 6?
I believe it is. We tapped total. So 3 mana was spent on the X.
So X is 3. Okay.
Yeah.
There are some things that he could get.
Yeah.
I would expect something to maybe either
I wonder if they run Cradle on a Stick, Circle of Dreams Druid.
Circle of Dreams Druid, yeah.
Maybe. I don't know why you'd want it at this point, but
Yeah.
you know.
Guys looking.
We're getting Wirewood.
Okay. So what does Wirewood do?
I believe that Ranger Captain is a human,
True.
but we're passing from there, and that looks like a gut shot.
To the
No,
Wirewood?
no, it is not. That is a Ren's Resolve.
Yes. So
So,
that
yeah.
is going to be what? Is that an impulse?
No, Ren's Resolve is going to be, I believe, the exiling off the top, or it's going to be the. Is it draw 2, discard 1, or exiling off the top? We'll get clarification on that.
Yeah, let's get clarification.
It is
Yes, so it's
exile.
yeah.
Grape shot into. Is that a lava dart?
That looks
No.
like
Reiterate.
Yeah, reiterate. Yep. Okay.
Reiterate. Yep.
Not great.
No, especially with only blue open.
Yeah, that stinks. Granted, Ren's Resolve is till the end of the next turn.
Yeah, which is amazing. I mean, that puts 2 cards in his hand.
Yeah, and right now Blake needs to see every card he can.
Absolutely, yeah. There's a draw being discussed at the table according to our judge.
Everyone hates their board now, for
Yeah.
obvious reasons. There have been multiple win cons that have been exiled.
Yes. The biggest thing is these players are really far along in the tournament, and so they are going to discuss draws. But let's talk about it from our perspective here. Rocco just lost their win con. Rocco in seat 2 exiled their win con.
Yep.
And has already now casted their Rocco with a backup Wirewood to continue a chain later, and lost one of their lands. We have no idea what Thrasios Yoshi's up to at all. We do not know what's going on there. And at the moment, Ral does not look like it has anything going for itself unless there is a land in hand in order to start casting some spells and then grape shot the board away at most, right?
Yeah, it's not good either way. I would say I think that from my perspective, not knowing their hands, right?
Yeah.
I would think that seat 4, 1, and 2 are actually still primed to at some point go for a win. I think that it would be, they did go for the draw, but I honestly think that they could have gone for another couple turns.
Absolutely, yeah. It looks like we were getting a handshake on a draw here, and everyone is declaring the information that led to this. But we're going to make sure you hear the story straight from the horse's mouth. We are going to go grab one of the players and get a discussion on why this happened. If we can go get any player, the player that discussed the draw, ask them to bring us the player that brought up the draw. And we're going to get them to you shortly here for an interview. Stay close. We're going to have rounds 6 left. That is the last round of the day coming up after this. But don't worry, stay tuned. We're going to have this interview up and running very shortly.
Hey guys, welcome back to the Steel City Spectacular. We are with Blake that was just playing on.
Ral Monsoon Mage.
Yeah, and it seems like that game was exiling win cons galore.
Yeah. Obviously a terrible pod composition for interactive decks, which is like a lot of what the format is right now. 2 Rockos and Ral, which I don't play Mindbreak Ship or Force of Will. I'm not interacting with people. So yeah, it was just like a who can win first or try to put a win first. And obviously the first person got stopped. And stopping them actually was weird because the person that stopped them had to exile
their win con.
Yeah, what was it? Academy Rector?
It was Academy Rector, yeah.
Which made it weird. So we forced a draw. We agreed on a draw, actually. It wasn't really a forced draw. But
no, yeah.
And yeah, to be honest, I don't feel good about it. I don't like draws all that much.
No, no one does. We all want to play Magic in the end of the day.
Last year at the Open, I vehemently just denied draws, and then I came in 17th place by half a percentage point. And I was like, well,
one of those draws would have got you in.
Yeah, draws are just broken. So
and that is the reality of it, right? If you want to play for the money, which is why we're here, we're playing to try to get into top 16, make our money, which you get a lot of money for being in top 16, not just making it in the top 4.
Yeah. And this is an expensive trip, right? So.
Yes, exactly. Yeah, if you didn't fly, just getting into top 16 will make you money, even more than just pay for the trip.
I mean, obviously it's about the gathering. I don't really care about the money all that much. Yeah, I care about doing well and hanging out with my friends. But in that game in specific, for me it was the Ranger Captain. Really, my deck just can't really win through a Ranger Captain unless I can get rid of it in the end step before, which I did have the capability of doing that game. I just wasn't very confident that I could get through both the Rocco's turn. To be honest, I was not very scared of Thras Yoshi just because of their mole size and turn 1 Yoshi, turn 2 Thras is not a very inspiring play, right? I mean, sometimes it's what you got to do, but
absolutely, their mold of 5 didn't seem to treat them very well, but they were probably worried about not having access to anything at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
and honestly, I didn't love my mold of 5 either, but you do what you got to do.
Absolutely, and Ral is huge on being able to cast spells. It's not even resolving them though; it's just casting the spells. You just try to get 6 spells when you're flipped.
Well, you do have to resolve some of them.
Some of them, in order to continue the chain.
Yeah,
absolutely.
But yeah, that was the spot where we stopped his Birthing Pod combo, and I was pretty sure that there was another creature that just combos. Honestly, I thought it was Hyrix Scout or whatever, Tree Scout.
Hyrix Scout.
Yeah. I guess he's on Bellringer. I don't know if I should say that. It's his. I guess they're public, right? So he actually did have a win, but the other Rocco player said that he didn't have a 3-mana creature, which is why we kind of discussed drawing a little bit earlier.
Yeah.
And then we said no because he told us that there wasn't a 3-mana. It turns out there was, but for me it was just I can't win through Ranger. I'm pretty sure both the Roccos are putting wins on the stack next turn. Yeah. And I can support a fight against one of them. Yeah. But I can't even really support a fight against the one with the Ranger because he has a Ranger. So.
And 1 point is better than no points. But in a tournament this size, 513 players, it's way harder to choose to resolve. And statistically so far, this is the smallest amount of draws in a major tournament we've seen. We're seeing less than 20% around because any pod not near the top desperately needs a win.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and so the draws are all secluded near the top due to the fact that you are already in a great position to make it in, and so a draw can be what decides your fate.
Yeah, to be honest, for me personally, I was at 12 points, I was 202, so the difference between a draw, I believe the cutoff for the bubble for points is going to be 20 or 21 points.
Yes.
So technically a draw doesn't really matter.
Yeah, it doesn't help you as much.
Because I need 2 wins either way.
Yeah.
But you never know. It might end up being that, the cutoff is 19 points.
Yeah. Yeah.
And,
there will be a lot of tiebreakers.
I was going into this round, I was 12 points, which to me did not really, obviously it's not a bad record, but it didn't feel like a whole lot of points.
Mm-hmm.
But I was 9th in standing, which really surprised me. I thought it would be, closer to the 20s to 30s. So and I'm sure I'll drop a little bit now because some people will jump me, but it might be the case that I'm just wrong and 18 or 19 points is enough.
We don't know. This is new territory. Yeah. We've surpassed the total number of the previous biggest by well over 100.
Yeah.
So this is the Wild West of this right now. We don't know. And I think this tournament's going to be looked at towards, for a lot of people, deciding whether or not they want to draw. Or, they're going to go into these tournaments. And so, and as a coverage team, we've been thinking, you know what? Since all the draws are going to happen near the top, we're probably going to start pulling games.
Yeah, you
got to
go lower down.
Lower down in the
Yeah.
pod selection so we can get more games fully played out on camera.
Well, it was funny, actually. I was pod 2, and pod 1 was originally, I guess, going to be on camera.
Yeah, and they drew.
Yep. They had ID'd before game, so then we got pulled in, and then, sorry, we drew like 3 turns in, so maybe not great great TV. But
yeah, but for the most part, I think a lot of people sitting at home that don't go to these tournaments can look at something like this and think, there's so many draws, but that really is facilitated by the fact that coverage teams often get put on pod 1 and pod 2.
Yeah.
And what we're looking at are the people that are the most incentivized to draw by far.
Yeah.
That actually have the possibility to, and it benefit them.
Yeah. I'm going to be honest, 20% draw rate kind of surprised me. I expected it to be quite a bit higher.
Absolutely.
So,
Most tournaments right now that are above 128 players are sitting around the 40% mark for draws at this point in rounds. So the fact that we're half of that is fantastic for the format.
yeah. I mean, I was looking at the Envy bracket before this, and I'm not sure the exact numbers, but it looks pretty high draw rate. Obviously, it's a much smaller amount of pods, so like, that's just how math works.
We had an over 50% round over there.
Yeah, which is, I mean...
Yeah, that's not playing the game.
I mean, last year the cutoff was like 11, or like, what, 12 or 13 points?
12, it was 12 points, yep,
so,
was our cutoff.
It makes sense, but...
Yeah. So I got one last question for you. When going into a game and you see 2 Roccos, as a RAL player, are there any cards you're looking for? Because there's a lot of RAL players in the chat. We're very excited to see you. Was there any card you were digging for?
I mean, Jessica's will.
It was like that's what we were expecting, was Jessica's will being the biggest one, because RAL doesn't normally vomit their hand until they're ready to go for it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the best card in the deck, probably.
Yeah.
There's some, Jessica's will's the best card in the deck.
Because RAL is almost mono red.
Yeah, I think my red percentage is like 15 to 20. I mean, like I said, I'm not on Force of Will. I'm
not on Mind Break.
Trap.
Yep.
The only interaction I play is like free.
Any free.
Yeah. And Force of Will isn't really free for me.
Yeah, it's not. Yeah, you need every card in your hand, especially if it's another blue card.
Yeah. I was looking for Jessica's Will. A turn 2 wheel is also like turn 1 RAL, turn 2 wheel. I was pretty confident that both the Roccos were not. I don't know if they can hear the announcement.
They can.
Sorry,
they can hear you. Yeah.
I was pretty confident that both the Roccos were not on a like stack seer version or range version.
We were expecting a Rocco pack to go grab an early stacks piece.
I think they're both on. I mean, after playing that, they are both on turbo versions.
Yeah.
And I have another friend that's also in like the top, 4 or 5 pods on Rocco, and he's also on a turbo version. So to be honest, I prior to this tournament did not respect that deck at all. It seems to be doing really well. So I was just wrong there.
Creature heavy combos are going to be getting through a lot of what the Thras Yoshi and the Thras Rack meta is used to. There's not a lot of hard counters out there. A lot of people have cut delay, and in my opinion, in a very wrong fashion. Delay is very important in this meta.
I actually just cut delay from my deck. But.
I'm telling you, we're hot on delay here in the caster's desk. We like seeing it. We've seen a lot of top rope mind breaks and delays lately.
I swapped it for Remand, which is just like better in my deck.
Oh, yeah. You can't definitely knock that decision, especially in a RAL list, right?
Yeah. RAL's fun. I'd recommend it.
Great deck.
It gets worse as more people know what it does, but I mean, that's true of most decks that aren't blue farm.
Yep.
Not every deck.
Absolutely.
Not every deck. No decks can be blue farm.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, Blake, thank you so much for coming here and being with us on cast. Thank you guys. I'm DefCat. We're signing out for a little break before round 6. Thank you guys.
Shout out to my cats.
Yeah. Hello, everybody. We are into our final round, round 6. We are going to be featuring a lower pod that has 0 incentive of drawing. So we are going to be seeing some magic plays. You're going to get the player names and the decks there on fixed. We randomly selected a lower pod of players that have to get a win in order to go into day 2. In seat 1 is Taylor Nicklin. In seat 2 is Ian. Let's see here. Oh no, wrong pod. My bad. Let's fix that. Our pod is Travis Adams.
Final round of six for day 1. 20k main event. You have 80
Our seat 2 is Pat Buckor. Seat 3 is Ethan Wickens. And our seat 4 is Ian Flanner. We have comedian in this pod. Oh, now let's check what decks they are on. We're going to pull up the app here in just a moment and check the deck lists. We have Travis Adams on Crom Timna. In seat 2, Pat is on Stella Lee, wild card. We have not seen a Stella Lee yet this tournament in our featured match. Ethan Wickens is on Sisse, Weatherlight Captain. And finally, we have Ian Flannery on Kefka Court Mage. Wonderful to see a good friend Ian in this pod. Excited to watch their game. I hope that you guys at home are ready to watch the Magic fully played out. There is 0 reason for anyone in this pod to want to draw, so we are absolutely going to be seeing some Magic played. Been excited to see Ian's take on Kefka. Hopefully some ad nauseas hit the stack while we're here today. We'll have to see. But we are seeing our players sit down for the final round of the day here at the Steel Series 20K. I am your host, DefCat MTG, and I'm going to be bringing to you the best CEDH gameplay possible here at the 20K TDH tournament, Steel City Spectacular. So far, the day has brought us a myriad of decks. We even had a pod with 2 mono greens, a Golgari, and then a Rog Thras. It was incredible. We saw a Godo take round 1 by triple duplicating through a blind obedience. We've been watching Hail Mary large matches. This tournament has done nothing but deliver incredible games to us. And on top of all of this, it broke the record at 513 players in the main event. We cannot wait to see what happens yet. Right now, we are currently selecting stickers for Stella Lee, so that way Stella Lee knows how much mana they will be making off of Mind Goblin. It's Blank Goblin. It's not Mind Goblin. I didn't say that. And we're going to mute while we put on some microphones as my co-caster has returned from... So getting into this, we have Blue Farm in seat 1 with Travis Adams. We have Stella Lee in seat 2 for Pat Buckham and then Backor. We have Ethan Wickens on Sisay Weatherlight Captain in seat 3, and then we have Ian Flannery on Kefka Port Mage in seat 4. I am stoked to see Ian play out of a seat 4.
Yeah, that's rough, but you know what? The other Kefka that technically won their game was also in seat 4, weren't they?
Absolutely, yeah. We did see a Kefka win an extended draw game in seat 4.
Cool beans.
Yeah.
And we're in round 6 now.
Yeah, we are in round 6. Let's get that updated.
And did you mention to our lovely audience why we chose this pod?
Yes, so we have made sure to choose a pod that has 0 incentive to draw. We made sure we found people below the points threshold, and we picked the top pod under that threshold. That way we were able to still see Magic fully played out.
Yeah. Everyone in this pod right now that is playing has every reason to play it out. They want the points. They want to get to day 2. They want to be in a good spot in day 2 to position themselves for prizing out.
Absolutely, yeah. They have no incentive to draw. I'm very excited to see how low seat 4 mulligans and how low seat 1 mulligans trying to turbo out over everything here.
Yeah, for sure. And goodness gracious, I am scared of a Timna Crom in first seat. Like, that's really good.
Absolutely.
And because we've got Stella Lee, that's a combo, and then Saisei, that's like it's Saisei combo. There is an amount of interaction, obviously, but like not as heavy as some of our other decks are going to be.
Absolutely.
And so it's really going to be on seat 4 Kefka and seat 2 to try to find ways to keep Timna Crom from just out the gates taking control of the game.
Absolutely. We're going to have to see a lot more out of these players if we want them to be able to escape the seat 4.
Right. I'm loud, so I'm going to move my mic down a little bit.
I believe my mic may have taken a hit earlier. I believe we had some issues with it.
Saisei? How do you guys pronounce Captain Saisei? Sisei? Saisei? Look, man, I've been reading that card name, or her original name, for like ever as Saisei, all right? Since
What?
You're
joking.
Since like 2000, I've pronounced it Saisei.
Did you not grow up in the South?
No, I'm from Ohio.
There's a lot of sissies in Ohio. My
All
aunt's
right.
name was Sisay.
All right. Look, man, until only about a year ago, I pronounced it Remora instead of Mystic Remora. I'd only read the word.
When I was playing RuneScape growing up, I called it Grimmy Guam instead of Grimy. But I am going to go check on microphone status, see if I can fix how quiet I am.
Yeah, it's just the frickin' like pile on Zeb hour where, everyone makes fun of the way I talk, Thanks, guys. Not making me feel self-conscious at all here. Reading the word explains the word. Who would have thought? Yeah. God.
I'm off camera. I'm sure you can hear me clearly now, because guess what? My mic was turned off.
Ah, that would probably explain
I'm a little bit of a genius. Just a little bit. We're going to do some mid-round stretching. Get some knees going. Oh, that was a pop. That was a good pop, too. Oh, yeah.
Oh, I was half expecting you to just collapse like a paper doll. Like.
No, we're good. We're good. We wore shorts today. We're not that professional.
No. I wore pants, but I did not wear shoes.
What? You're not wearing shoes at a convention? Oh, you're wearing sandals. Oh, that's still shoes. I thought you were.
They're not shoes. They're slips.
Shoeless at a convention is
I'm trying
wild,
to be comfy,
bro.
man.
That's my bit. I normally don't wear shoes. It's the end of the day.
Yeah, no.
It's the end of the day. We're gonna get a little fun with it.
Gosh, for a half second, I thought we were still in round 4. I was like, man, we gotta have like so much more left.
Yep. We are in the last round of the day, but not the last Swiss round of the tournament, y'all. We got 2 more rounds of Swiss tomorrow. These players are live. If they win, they can continue into getting into the top ones. And one of the best parts of this format right now and that we've seen is the high amount of interaction spent on non-blue decks today.
Yes.
Oh my goodness, we saw 3 different monocolor lists end up having the interaction to save the table today.
It's something that like has been, rising for a while now, is that players, when deck building, when trying to break into the meta with non-blue decks, are becoming more and more responsible, learning what cards need to exist if they're going to try to do what they're doing, because you are handicapping yourself a little bit by not playing blue, and in some cases black, because you've got the best counter magic and best removal in those colors, outside of white getting like Swords of Plowshares and stuff like that.
Yep.
So like, I myself, obviously, I love Lotho. I play Lotho. There was a point when I had to talk to some of the best. Actually, oddly enough, I'm going to say that Ian, who is actually in this pod right here.
Yeah, that was crazy. We ended up pulling Ian in.
Yeah, I sat down with Ian last year, and we talked for like 10 minutes about how I can make my deck more responsible, even though I'm not playing blue. And we just brought up like 5 really good white and black cards that allow for free casting or casting through a Grand Abolisher.
Yeah.
And that's what a lot of other decks as well are learning and putting in order to make sure that they can stay up with what is happening.
And it's not even keeping up either, because these decks still jam. Don't get us wrong, we've seen a lot of people jamming today. But I think the largest portion of what makes these players great is how often they're able to sandbag that information.
Oh, yeah.
They let the other players talk. They let the other players start jabbering about what's next when they end up having something. And a lot of the time, if you're not in blue, so many of these players don't realize that the monocolor player is going to have interaction. The mono black player, the mono red player, they're going to go, boom.
Yeah, I mean, no one expects the Withering Boon.
Okay, we had some crazy moles. We have player seat 1, mold to 5, seat 2, mold to 5, seat 6, mold to 6, and seat 7 took their opening hand at 7.
Wow.
We're going in, we have
interesting.
land Chromox bending a mental misstep. Was that a mental misstep bend? It looks like it. Into a blue-black talisman of dominance. We have a power artifact, not power artifact, a jeweled amulet. What I forgot.
Is
the name
that jeweled
of it.
amulet? Yeah.
Is it jeweled amulet? Is what it is. Yeah.
Yeah, it's jeweled amulet.
The one where you have to put the charge counter into it. We have a fetch for Sisay. We're going to be grabbing something with green in it, supposedly, and we're going to be playing a Manador. Ignoble Hierarch. We are off to the races. Ancient Toombe from Ian into what looks to be another
seat 6 and
talisman.
seat 7, whoops.
Oh, whoops. And talisman of the blue-red talisman is creativity?
Innovation.
Innovation?
Or it might be creativity, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, the One Ring. Tapping out for the One Ring in seat 1. Travis jamming it down.
That is something that I was afraid of.
Yeah.
For what that would happen is that Timnacrom would just kind of like blast out some way of getting card advantage like immediately.
Oh,
and
we've
we've
got
got
to do that no matter what.
Oh, of course.
You're bad at the deck unless you do.
I know. Yeah.
You either are casting your commanders on turn 2 or you're casting a draw effect on turn 2. There's nothing else to do other than at most jamming down, like we talked about earlier in this tournament, trying to get a Smothering Tide down.
Yeah. I'm more saying like the fact that it landed, right?
Yeah.
That's not good.
Yep. End step, putting a charge counter into the Jeweled Amulet for Stella Lee before moving into their turn. They'll be untapping with 2 mana available. This is most likely just going to be a turn 2 Stella Lee.
Yep, that's what the deck wants. That's what the deck's going to get.
We got there. Passes all around. No one wants to interact with Stella at this stage with it being unable to tap. Looks like we got a Volcanic Island coming down. Yep, Volcanic Island for Sisay. They were thinking about the mana there for a second, probably looking at what pips they need.
Yeah, it looks like we're kind of in like the calm before right now.
Yeah. We got a Bloom Tender.
That's about to be real nice.
Yep, the tendies have hit the floor.
Yep.
And it looks like the 5-second rule has passed. It's not getting picked up. No counterspell.
No counterspell. Wow. Well, No counterspell for the frickin' One Ring.
Oh yeah.
Who's gonna counter? Who's gonna counter the frickin' Bloom Tender?
And going into his turn, we have an Ancient Tomb, and now we have an Exotic Orchard, which does in fact tap for everything.
Pretty much everything.
No, yeah, it's got black as well. Yeah,
Yep.
So it has everything. No green. Sorry.
No
which
green.
Does not matter.
Yeah, it does not matter.
We have a gorgeous Soul Ring into their own One Ring.
Ian has his own One Ring. This is gonna be kind of goofy.
With Ancient Tomb tapping, that does put Ian down to 5. And they do use Talisman mana. They'll be go down to 5 after the next upkeep. My apologies.
Yeah.
And I doubt we're going to see a combat-heavy game, but it's not out of the question. We've seen games go very long today where damage has added up. We had that one game where the Blue Farm player was down to 10.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Lotho triggers almost killed them.
Yep.
And if the game would have gone on any longer, it would have.
For sure.
Yep.
I've been in games where someone accidentally got themselves killed while trying to go for a Thassa's Oracle win at 1 HP, and a Lotho trigger killed them.
Yep. It happens. We're fetching an Arid Mesa, most likely going to getting the Badlands and or white mana. Yep, we are getting the Badlands. I don't believe they have access to white. Oh, they have a Chrome Mox. No, on blue. That's a bit interesting. I guess they're just going to go for the Crom. And they already had the blue and red. They already had the double black. I'm surprised they weren't going for a Tundra here for the white mana for Timna.
Very strange.
But, I mean, you want Crom down this turn, not Timna anyway.
Right.
We're going to draw the 2. We're going to see if it's just a Crom being jammed for 5, or if we have anything else to develop. I'm sure they're hoping that they drew into Aristic or Mystic.
Right.
Yep.
Thinking.
Touching the baddie. We're touching the baddie.
What are we doing? Oh man,
We're
a lot of thinking.
We're
What color combo do we need to tap for whatever the heck's about to happen
What
here?
we cooking, Travis? What's coming down?
All right, there's
individual
three, four, 5. We got there. Now we know our ABC. Wait, no, that's not it.
Yeah. Crom is coming down. Are we going to go to Crombat, though?
I don't see why not.
Crombat, baby.
Swinging looks like at Ethan.
Yes. Luckily, we remembered that the Wandering Protection was there for Ian and did not swing that way.
Yes. That would be quite embarrassing.
Yep. We are, in fact, keeping track of commander damage.
Yep. Ethan doing a little bit of, Ian doing a little bit of yapping there, it would seem, before things progress.
Yep. Oh, and I believe they were just reminding Ethan of the fact that they are under Wandering Protection. Is that why they were not swung at?
They were not swung at. Yeah.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yep.
All right, so it looks like we've moved into Pat's turn.
Yep.
Was that a fetch?
Nope,
No,
we have not
no,
seen
no,
anything
no.
yet. Yep. Looks like a Sulphur Springs.
Yeah.
Or not Sulphur Springs, it'd be the Storm Coast then.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a zoom in here and see if we can compete with the convention lighting. That is a Storm Coast.
Okay.
We're not tapping it.
No. Mm-hmm.
Give us a play. We're all watching.
We must
Closely.
know. Yeah.
Intently.
Inquiring.
That is a
inquiring mind.
Mox Sapphire and an Arcane Signet we're seeing in hand?
Mox Sapphire in CEDH?
I believe, or not Mox Sapphire, sorry. the medallion. Yeah, Sapphire Medallion.
Sapphire Medallion.
Sorry,
There we
I
go.
was commenting vintage
Yeah,
yesterday for 12
So,
hours.
The blue discounter.
The blue discounter, yes,
Yes.
not Mox Sapphire. Yeah, opting not to play
Just gonna
the Arcane
maybe
Signet.
hold back?
Interesting.
I mean, Stella Lee likes to do stuff like that.
Two different cards that would present mana advantage for the next turn aren't played. Okay. We have a Chrome Mox from Ethan. Let's see what we're pitching under it. It is, in fact, going to be the Turtle.
The turtle, so blue-green.
Yeah, we got blue-green. We, in fact, now have access to Wooburg.
Tapping for 1, 2,
3.
and then
Over-tapping.
over-tapping.
Oh, something from hand. Smothering Tithe, yeah.
That's a phenomenal card
Yep.
to have right now. We could very easily see in a turn cycle when it gets back to Ethan after these one rings draw a billion cards. Ethan being in a prime position to just jam out the combo like crazy.
Easily,
So
yes.
now Ian and Travis have to just like go like, okay, we need these cards for card advantage,
Yeah.
but we need to be very, very careful about what we see Ethan do. Right?
Absolutely. We are passing to Ian. The Smothering Tide lands.
Crazy. Crazy.
That is unbelievable. Either one of these players must be thinking that either the game's ending before Stella Lee comes, or before Sese comes down, or they genuinely had nothing, which in that case is even scarier.
That is scary. That's crazy. So now they have to bank on being able to find answers.
Yep, we're cracking a fetch. It looks like, unable to see which one it was. It looks like
Blue-black or white-black?
yeah, exactly. Yeah, I forgot the name of that one.
Marsh Flats?
No, that's not Marsh Flats. It's the Zendikar Rising version. I own it. I should know. It's Underground Sea
Underground Sea.
that we're grabbing. I think it's the black-red one. That's not Bloodstained Mire though, which is that would be Bloodstained Mire, wouldn't it? Yeah,
Black-red?
Yeah, but it's not that one. Not that it matters. It's just fun to guess.
It's fun to guess.
It's fun. It's I Spy, but for commentators.
Yeah, but for commentators.
Yeah, colorblind, dyslexic commentators.
Hey, speak for yourself.
No, I am speaking for myself. You know how hard it is to play Magic? Colorblind and dyslexic.
That
not
sounds
easy.
That is
It's a lot of memorization.
nightmare mode right there, dude. All right, we got some talking going on here. Ian
We're just
resolving that
slowly
fetch.
fetching, you know.
Yeah, Ian finally resolving that fetch. We've got that UC down now.
I think it's reasonable to be talking about the Smothering Tide right now.
Oh, 100%.
Because we don't want to progress the game state any further without addressing it, right?
Is that a Ristic coming
Yep.
down? Okay.
Yep.
Wow, that is mad amounts of card advantage.
Absolutely.
And very scary with that smothering.
Wow.
I wonder if that is a desperation play to just see as many cards as possible in order to deal with what's coming around the bend, or it could also be a bluff in which Ian might already have.
I think you're cooking a little too hard. It's just a Ristic.
It's never just a Ristic.
They're playing a Ristic because it's the best card to play. It's Ristic.
I mean, yes.
We don't need to cook that hard.
Sure.
We got a Scalding Tarn coming down for Travis. And Ian very thoughtfully does not tap his One Ring in order to draw more treasures in. We are going to see whether or not that Smothering Tide trigger was either missed or paid for. But right now, looking, we only see one treasure on Ethan's board. We don't know whether or not they're just not catching it or what's going on there. Not something we'd call the judge for because it is a
Technically,
May.
it's a May.
It can be a missed trigger, so it's not something that we're going to intervene on. But there may have been a missed trigger on Smothering Tithe for this draw. And it looks like it. Yep. Game actions have passed to the point where that's not going back.
Oof. Gotta keep track of your triggers.
Coming down. Ristic trigger. Paid for.
All right.
That missed treasure is damning.
It's rough. That is for sure.
That takes you off the full 10 mana.
Yep. And both of our One Ring players know that they can just wait until right after Ethan's turn in order to crack them to try to draw cards. So they can starve Ethan for a little bit here and then go for just broke.
Absolutely.
After that turn cycle's over.
Yep. Did we draw? No, yeah. Ristic is debating on being paid. Actually, the Underground Sea has been untapped. We are discussing whether or not it should be paid for.
Well, think of it like this: if Ian were to go for the draw, but not want Ethan to get the treasure, Ian would have to tap, which would remove a couple, lands from like lands or mana from like the cycle, and meaning that like Ian has a lower chance of being able to interact. This might be like a bait almost.
I don't know if we're baiting anything. I just think we're talking about whether or not we want Ian to have more cards with the amount of card draw they already have, or if we want to give treasure to Ethan, because Ethan will win as long as they're able to get 2 casts with the Bloom Tender. And the Bloom Tender is going, as long as they have 10 mana right now, the Bloom Tender turns in from 2 mana currently being tapped, 1 mana currently being
it's
tapped.
all mono green.
Instantly to 5.
Yep.
So we're not going to cast the Tymna.
Sheesh.
I'm sure Ian brought up the fact that, yes, you'd be drawing me a card, but you as well will be with Crom when attacking due to the Tymna. So we're trying to find the angle that feels comfortable for both of these players dealing with the Smothering Tithe on board, and that's annoying for everybody. That's a Birgi. Ristic trigger. We are paying for it. We're paying for the colorless from the Talisman.
So it seems that the judge is confirming that there was some table talk in which they took back the casting of Tymna.
Yep.
Yep.
Just like what we saw. Absolutely. And when we talk about politics, a lot of people obviously bring up Ian. And being able to talk about the fact that, hey, us throwing down draw engines while Smothering Tithe is out maybe not be the best idea. Travis could have said, yes, that is, I'm sure that's why you played Ristic.
Right.
There's lots of ways to talk through this. Ian just is able to angle it really well. Ian does get hit with Crom for their sins. We are going to put another charge counter on to Jeweled Amulet in the end step of Travis going in to Pat's turn on Stella Lee. Birki also not a bad creature to cast.
No.
Historically.
And have stick?
Oh, yeah.
That's crazy. That is crazy.
Yep. Some finger pointing going on. So we know about the Arcane Signet. Let's zoom in here. We have the Arcane Signet.
I see some blue, so maybe some counter magic in there.
Okay.
Was that a intuition? I think I saw flash past. Let's see if
Looking close.
if Pat is on intuition.
Yeah. I believe one of them
Yes,
might be a
I think that's an intuition in there.
Yeah. Yeah, that is an intuition, correct. It looks like intuition days and then sapphire medallion.
Mm-hmm.
And possibly, I think I see a cowboy hat. Maybe a Thunder Junction card I'm unaware of.
Yeah. I don't know.
We're at the point of the game where conversations have to happen in order for players to know that they aren't punting to one another. So they are pointing cards out that are on the field that they want dealt with by other players. But I don't know what's going on, but why is there still only 1 treasure on a Smothering Tithe when no triggers have been paid for?
Are we sure that they're not being paid for?
There we go. There we go.
It's still technically in the beginning of the main phase.
It is.
So they caught it.
They did catch it this time.
I'm not sure if it's Ethan missing, like just completely forgetting,
it must be. But I believe we've missed
2.
Just one.
Just the one?
Just the one. No, 2. Ian's draw.
Yeah.
No, Ian's draw was paid for.
Yeah,
So
Ian's draw was paid for. It's just the one.
So it's just Travis's draw that we missed.
And again, this is very high stress environment.
Extremely, yeah.
You know, sometimes you're just gonna blank on it because you're so into paying attention to exactly everything your opponents are doing, you forget your own cards.
Yep. We're going for the Arcane Signet. We're going to trigger Ristic, and it looks like it's not going to get paid for. We're still poking the Ristic, and there's the draw.
Okay.
And we're not missing that trigger.
There we go.
There's our 3rd treasure from Smothering Tithe. We're looking at casting more spells. Stella Lee likes that historically.
Oh, for sure.
Is this a intuition?
There's that
main
intuition.
Phase?
We're going for it, it would seem. Going for something.
Main phase tuition. Prom should be triggering here.
I think they maybe are going around the table, but
We have the draw from Ian. think we're missing the Crom trigger. It's not been pointed at. I think this is another missed one. Goodness, these players are missing out on a lot for themselves without these triggers. Stella Lee is going to get its trigger, and it's a brain freeze. Oh, that makes it a perfect pile for intuition. Oh, my God.
That's crazy, dude.
Pat, where'd all that luck come from?
That's a lot.
Wow.
That's a lot of luck in a very few cards. Oh,
we got some magic.
We just got to see how this is rolling out because we haven't seen almost anything out of Ian when it comes to you know.
We have 2 untapped rings sitting
as well. Like, and what's crazy is this creates a situation where like Pat's like, do I go for it or do I just get like really scared because they're gonna waste all of their counter magic on me, and then it's gonna go to Ethan, and Ethan's gonna have a ton of mana, and like, what do we do?
I mean, if I'm Pat, if I'm looking at this board state, I'm thinking there's no way I get another turn.
Sure.
There are 2 rings, a Ristic, and that many treasures. I don't believe in any world I'm getting another turn.
Yeah.
Yep. I love this. I love what Pat's doing. Just jam, bro. I believe in this. Oh, the brain freeze off the top. That's poetic.
It really creates a very sticky situation for everyone else at the table.
Yeah, it does.
Because it's like, oh, what's the worst that can happen here? Oh, gosh.
Yeah, the worst happened.
That's kind of the worst that could happen.
Yeah. So we're going to see the Lion's Eye Diamond. We're going to see the Underworld Breach. What is the third card picked? It's all interaction.
It's all interaction. We've got a Fierce. We have...
Force of Will, Fierce, and one other card. I think it's the LED.
Yeah.
It looks like an old border. I can only assume. No, that's what's under it. Hold on. We're going to scooch our camera up just a little bit so we can get a better look at that. That is... Let's zoom in a little farther. It's a 1-man Pact.
Pact of Negation.
Wow.
Like. So I'm wondering if Pat is afraid of mutually assured destruction, and so instead of going for combo out of the intuition, is instead going for protection, to go, hey guys, I'm not going to be the problem. We can't draw. I'm going to go for some way to keep us going.
We have another spell cast here. Trying to figure what this card is. If anyone in chat is used to that art.
Oh, is that Wisps? Is that the blue Wisp that...
We can check deck lists real quick.
Yeah. I already have his pulled up.
We're going to get confirmation for the judge if we're unable to do it. There are lights in this gigantic venue that are sadly glaring on one player. We are unable to prevent the lights from. Ian is sharing some hand information, probably showing the counterspell that they do
Crimson and Cerulean Wisps are in the deck, so that might be Cerulean.
Cerulean Wisps. Let's read that card for our viewers, because I do not know that card.
Yeah. That's probably
Cerulean Wisps.
So Cerulean Wisps is 1 blue for an instant. Target creature becomes blue until end of turn. Untap that creature. Draw a card. Crimson Wisps, I do believe, also untaps the targeted creature. And that's 100% because Stella Lee taps the duplicate stuff. So you get to, twiddle. So definitely some good stuff going on right now on Stella Lee's side.
So Ian showed what is most likely interaction and or a counter spell in hand over to Pat.
Yeah. Quick correction. Crimson Wisps just gives haste to the creature and draws a card.
Yes.
Still very good, especially for Stella Lee, because that allows her to tap immediately.
Yeah. Ian most likely trying to ask that this card is taken back and not jammed right now. Not wanting to waste the counter spell.
Do remember, chat, they cannot draw because they will be under points to proceed to the next round.
Yeah, we know for a fact we are not seeing a draw from this pod. That would make them unable to make it into top 16. This is the do or die moment. This is the probably most tense game we're going to see until the top 16.
Oh, for sure.
Oh, actually, no. I guess every round tomorrow is going to be tense. It's going to be
for someone.
For a lot of people, it's going to be the last round possible.
Yeah, because then the next cutoff is top 16.
Yep, there it is. Ian has successfully politicked to have that card put back in hand and not cast due to what's in hand. Great use of the ability to share information.
Yes. And again, just because you cast that card, as long as no one's passed priority on it,
Yes.
it is still able to go right back where it came from, and mana can be reset.
Yep. Pat was going to have his win stopped anyway, and they all agree that Ethan is the problem. There is the Eladamri's call at end step to go grab the conversion piece for Sisay in order to win. It's been cast. Let's see what the table wants to do.
All right, we've got some more revealed information. That's
There's
a Swords to
being
Plowshares.
revealed. No, Swords is... Oh, okay. So Swords is revealed. Not... Oh, it is played.
It does look like it's being played now.
Yep.
What is the target? Nothing on Ian's board can be targeted by it. There's no creatures.
It is in graveyard now, so I'm assuming it's been cast.
The way that Ethan is messing with his cards, I'm thinking the Bloom Tender.
Yeah. We're debating on whether or not this is going to hit that Bloom Tender. Yep,
there
Bloom
it is.
Tender's been hit. Probably wondering whether or not they needed it in the first place at all.
Yeah.
Especially with this much mana.
Is that an Eladamri's call?
It is, yeah. It looks like this is what's going to resolve. It's what the Swords was on top of.
Got it.
So we have our judge letting us know what the conversation is. We're going to read this to you. Player D talking out of a win attempt. Convinced it would make player A and D activate their rings for answers. He'd be stopped, and then draws would be given, due to the treasures. So right now, Ian is politicking with Ethan to not go for a win attempt, as both Travis and Ian would have to activate their one rings in response, and then both Ian and Travis would be in a position where there's no way either of them are going to win. Ian does not want to see a jam here because it puts us into that really messy state.
For sure.
In a game where they can't draw.
Nope.
No one wants to be in that position.
They can draw cards, but they can't draw the match.
Exactly. And once that many cards are drawn, it's whoever can go last, whoever can jam last, and do it hopefully with Flash enabled.
Yeah. So a lot of people have talked about it, that the last year or so of TEDH has just been who can win over top the other, right?
Yeah. It's who can hold back the Valley Flood Collar for some people in their list, High Fate Trickster, although it's a little bit more mana than most people want to spend anymore. And, of course, Emergent Zone and the aforementioned Born Upon a Wind.
Yep.
Which
Man.
we have only seen one Born cast today.
Yeah, it's crazy because I love Born. I think it's one of the best CEDH cards printed in the last year or two. And I've just always been a big fan of stuff like that, and the fact that it replaces itself, it's an instant, it draws a card, it's crazy.
Yep, it's a big moment too.
All right.
So did we reveal the creature off Eladamri's call? I don't think we saw it, but I'm sure we will once this resolves.
I'll get confirmation from the judge here real quick.
We'll ask our judge, get confirmation on which creature that was. One, two, three, four, five, 6 mana available for Ethan. Wondering whether or not jamming is possible.
Yeah. Real tough situation knowing how dedicated the other players are to stopping anything that's going to happen.
Yep.
But also knowing that the odds of another turn after this one are extremely slim.
Extremely. A Selvala.
Okay.
Setting up for next turn, it looks like, instead.
Yeah, was that the card off of the Eladamri's then?
Yeah, we will see. We'll get confirmation from our judge, but it most likely was. Okay. We got Ian is drawing. Yeah, it was Selvala. We have confirmed that. No trigger missed, but it looks like Ian may be going to the next turn without tapping the ring. That a Commandeer? No.
No.
Mockingbird, isn't it? No, that is...
Um,
Oh, it's a okay.
it's
that's
a
why.
proxy. It's a
proxy.
Pokemon. It's
I was
that
like,
little
what?
otter. It's
I
that-
saw the giant orb and was like, is that Commandeer?
What the heck? I'll ask what that is.
Yeah. It looks like a Valley Flood Collar.
It's an altered valley flood.
It is
collar.
okay, yeah.
Because
Valley-
it's still an otter.
Yeah,
right?
it's still an otter.
So that has to,
oh, that's
yeah.
good.
So that has to be at the end of Ethan's turn.
Yes.
I think.
So we're doing this in
And
end
there's the
step,
ring tap.
and then a Lotus Petal, and now we're untapping. Ethan is at 5 treasures, baby, and about to
Yeah.
be 6. Wow.
Man, Ian has a lot of cards in hand now.
Gosh, I am shocked we made it past Ethan's turn after that Smothering Tide with the Sisay.
I think that everyone was just scared enough of it to
Yeah.
respect it and either argue for or hold interaction
Yeah.
that Ethan was too scared.
Yeah, I
you know?
agree.
And it might not be the worst decision because there's still, while it's rough for both Pat and Ethan now, if they can get Ian and Travis to
Yeah.
waste all of their resources on each other, there's still a shot.
Yeah. There are a laundry list of items that all these players want to see cast in order to go for it, and the first one on that list is Valley Flood Collar. That is huge for Ian. The ability at any moment now, during this messy board state, to go for the win is unprecedentedly strong. There is nothing on this board more valuable right now, other than at most the Smothering Tithe, than this Valley Flood Collar.
I would argue perhaps the Bergie, just because that's like one of the main non-deterministic combo pieces that Travis is going to want to use on the next turn.
Yeah.
And a lot of us don't think about that because usually you just think of Bergie as a
Storm Payoff.
a storm payoff or a ritual.
Yeah.
Because you only play her usually the turn you're going to win.
Yeah.
But that Bergie has lasted the entire turn
Yeah.
cycle. Not having to pay the 3 on the turn you want to use her
Yeah.
is extremely powerful.
It is, very much so. It does give Travis the availability to jam, but without a Ristic Study to back it up with it while jamming, I don't really know. But there, oh, Travis is showing Graveyard. I was like, oh, we had a hand
Yeah,
shown.
what the heck? What
Just
the
Graveyard.
heck?
But yeah, Travis will get a lot of cards in hand with that One Ring, as it is still untapped before their turn.
Yep.
Travis is going to be seeing, what, 6 cards?
Ian is tapping the One Ring for
Yep.
4 cards, I think, now.
Main phase. Wow.
Got to do it main phase. Ian more than likely believes that this is the time.
Yep.
Right? Because Travis is only going to get 1 tap of the ring right now.
Yep.
Right? Until his turn.
Is Ian on anger?
Let's find out.
I wonder if Kefka comes down, whether or not Ian can discard anger in order to have haste.
Right.
Let's check this out. We are not on anger.
We are not on anger.
We're not on anger. So no haste enabler for Kefka. But Kefka would still draw probably 3 cards here
Oh, for sure.
if it came down. I don't think that's what we're going for, considering how many cards in hand and mana available. There's probably better options in hand for Ian than this Kefka. And we are seeing a Rain of Filth? Yo, no way.
That is a rain. So
This is about to be sick. Are we about to watch Nas?
will we finally see a Nas
Will we finally
today?
see a Nas today? We sack the baddie, throw the black up.
Yep. Good grief, man.
Soul Ring is 2 colors.
How deep are we going to go?
Give me 2 more. Give me 2 more. We're tapping the UC using the black and a colorless floating for a meme bet.
Meme bet.
Oh.
We've seen multiple meme bets today, and you know what? I don't think one of them has been like less than hyper impactful on the
Oh my
game.
gosh! Every meme bet that's gone down. Hence, what we were probably showing Graveyards earlier. This makes sense now.
100%.
This is exciting. You know, this game is pretty fun when there's no reason to draw.
Pretty dang good.
Yeah, it's pretty fun. I'm having a good time right now.
Yeah. All right. So everyone is, I think, allowing it to resolve.
Yeah, I don't think
And
they're worried
they're-
about anything that's in the yard.
The showing graves.
I'm almost positive Ian's looking at this Eladomri's call. And or the intuition.
Intuition.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh yuck.
Yeah, that's rough. That is rough.
What does Eladomri's call get though in Kefka right now that is like really? I mean, at most we're gonna look at maybe a Displacer Kitten, throw Kefka down.
I was going to say,
and then,
Displacer is like maybe a target.
Yeah, I don't know if they're on it. They're not.
Yeah, no.
Oh, they are. They are.
Displacer.
Oh, I didn't see. The spell
We've
there.
got basically Displacer, Bergie of their own.
Yep, Birgi.
Like literally, like those are the big targets.
Yep.
What do we get? Like a Mockingbird?
So
No.
counting the available mana able to be sacrificed from lands, right now Ian has a total of 7 mana available. We have the Floating Colorless, 4 from the lands, Lotus Petal, and the Mox Diamond.
So Pat is messing around with
Force of Will.
Okay. Pitching a blue card from hand.
Yep.
Paying
Most
alive.
likely the untapper we saw last turn.
Yep. All right. Not wanting that meme bet to resolve. It does not resolve.
Oh, that was bait. That was so bait.
We'll see.
Please
Ian
be
has
Nas.
1 floating and some more chilling out. I don't think that's enough for Nas, is it?
It's 7 mana total because remember we have Rain of Filth.
Got it.
Sorry,
yeah.
it's 8 mana because he hasn't
Yeah.
sacked the UC yet.
True. Big if true.
Yeah.
What is next?
I don't know if we've seen a land drop this turn either. Oh, it's an Ancient 2. We have 9 available mana.
Uh-oh, SpaghettiOs.
Wow.
Well,
Sack Tomb, Sack UC, Black, triple colorless, baby. There it is! Give it to me! Yes! We see it!
there's the Nas. How much life does Ian have? 23.
Oh, I'm so excited. You have no idea.
Let's see what Ian hits.
Now, reminder, we have a Pact of Negation in Stelli's hand, right? No, they were given the Forcible Pacts in the yard.
Yep.
Oh, my goodness.
And
11 mana on the side of Sisei.
and there have been some pretty impactful cards.
Oh, Mindbreak Trap.
Oh, wow.
Mindbreak Trap from Ethan.
And that's why Ethan hasn't been playing much interaction, was because there was not 3 casts and a turn up to this point, I don't think.
Yep.
Yeah.
Haven't seen it yet. Makes
Yep.
sense.
Makes perfect sense. Oh man. Is Ethan like, am I actually gonna get a turn?
Oh, man, it's hit. The Nas is exiled. Wow.
It's a sad day for
Oh,
Magic players,
We're tapping
and thus a
for-
sad day for the world.
We're tapping 3 Necro with Valley Flood Collar. Oh!
If it's not one thing, it's the other, I guess.
Oh, this is some magic, baby.
Dude, that is
sick.
three heavy hitting value pieces, one after the other.
We're about to see 20 cards ripped, probably at minimum, in with a Valley Flood Collar. Puke out the free mana.
Ethan's got to do it. Ian's got to do it.
I don't
There's
think
no,
the
there's
table
no
has
not.
anything.
There's no way Ian does not go for it right now.
Oh my gosh. This is gorgeous.
And Travis has already cracked One Ring for the turn, yes?
Correct. Yeah, we've already seen the
Okay.
One Ring cracked.
And also remember, since it was Ethan that played that counter magic,
Yeah.
that meant that the priority passed all the way around the table to get back to Ethan, meaning Travis probably didn't have anything at the time.
Yeah, Travis most likely did not have anything. That
Unless
is
unless
correct.
they were bluffing. Confirmed. Ian is paying 19 into the Necro.
Oh,
Ian is going for it.
19 into the. Oh my gosh.
Has to go for it.
This is incredible from Ian. Will we see anything else this turn with the Valley Flood Collar? Are we going to get a Valley Flood Collar flash win? If Ian wins this, we have to know why it was 19. I need to know the reasoning behind that.
stopping at 4 HP. What could smack Ian for 4 for 3 right now out of nowhere, huh?
Dead to Crom with 4. We're talking about what pain. So mental misstep is 2 health. We've got force of will, that's 1. That's, So okay, probably those 2. A dismember on the Valley Flood Caller. That is heartbreaking. Oh, this is after Necro cards went to hand. So the Mox Opal is played, and the Dismember is in response to the Mox Opal.
Yeah, so the Valley is dismembered.
Yep. Lion's Eye Diamond on top of the Dismember. Does Lion's Eye Diamond resolve? It looks like it does.
Oh, man.
Oh, my gosh. If I see a breach, that Mox Opal plus the Talisman would have been breach if breach is in hand.
I mean, we're going to find out one way or the other here in the next couple seconds.
Does Ian have another piece of mana? Oh, Simeon! We're pitching Simeon!
It's happening!
It's happening! Talisman. Oh, Rite of Flame.
That is a Rite of Flame.
Go to 2 red.
2 red. What?
Wow.
Is Ian just trying to stack as much mana before cracking the LED then?
I would assume so, and I would bet we're most likely gonna see a breach, and if not, at most a Kefka. But the table's gonna be able to talk about what they discard to Kefka to stop Ian. Yeah, we've also missed almost every Crom trigger this game.
Yeah, it's been a little bit interesting when it comes to that.
Bro, Drew, everything. Chrome, Mox, pitching. What is that, Italian?
Yeah, don't need it at this point. Taps for
that
two
is
different,
Italian.
Yeah, taps for 2 different colors now.
Wow.
Yeah, unfortunately, like we were mentioning before, the high stress of being in this make or break moment.
Yep.
I cannot count the number of times I've done almost exactly the same thing.
Cabal Ritual with Threshold for 5 black.
That's a lot.
Oh my goodness. What in the world? This might, maybe there's nothing in hand left. Hopefully, are they on the keys package? Are they running the keys? Maybe they're gonna tap the 1 ring here. What could be left on
no keys.
Ian's hand? There's no keys. It might just have to be Kefka for some card draw to try to draw out of this.
Yeah, no, I mean he might just be out of gas.
Yep,
it's entirely possible. I mean, I'm wondering why he would have created all that mana, but
yep,
it's entirely possible.
It looks like we're storm counting.
Interesting.
We might be freezing.
What does freeze get Ian at this point?
I'm wondering.
The meme bet's gone.
I'm wondering if there's something tasty in the deck that could hit the yard and do something. Because we're not on white, we don't have the ability to be running the aforementioned Sabines.
Yeah.
All right, we're tapping some mana. Hopefully not just making more. Oh, that's a colorless and a red and a couple black. Is this a Beergy?
It is.
Oh, I wonder if it's the backside of a Beergy.
Oh, in order to dig. Yeah.
This could be our Hornfell. I love this play if it is. I think I see a card being flipped. It is the backside of Beergy.
It's the backside of Beergy. So now Ian is going to try to dig to find answers.
Yes.
Or just to go for it over top of this.
So you discard a card from hand to exile 2 off the top of your library.
And
it is discard a card, right? Because
it's discard a card.
Ian did put it into exile.
Well, that's because that's the Necro.
Oh, due to the Necro replacement effect.
Necro, yeah. It's not a replacement effect. It's a trigger. It goes to the graveyard, then it goes to exile.
Let's get a zoom in on here because this is big deal right here. Let's look at what's getting hit off of this. There's the freeze. We haven't seen the breach yet. We're pitching a lot of lands.
There goes the Steam Vents, revealing a land
Talisman.
and a Talisman.
We like the Talisman.
Pitch another land, revealing a Jeweled Amulet and
City of
a City
Traders.
of Traders.
That corner thing always looks like a price tag on City Traders. Thassa's?
There's
Please be
Thassa's.
demonic. Oh, Dark Ritual.
Dark
Okay,
Rit's not
Dark
bad.
Rit's pretty good. No one's going to be
More
mad about
mana is
that.
more mana, man.
Gemstone, a good pitch.
Yeah, you don't want to see that anymore. What
Culling
is that?
the Weak?
Culling the Weak and
Put back your hand. You can copy if you sack things.
Chain.
Chain of Vapor.
Chain of Vapor is kind of
Another land of Marsh Flats. Going to be in Defense Grid. Another land. Jeez, nothing that wins us the game on its own. Another land. Beseech. There it is.
There's a Beseech.
That's it. No, that's it
and
right there.
plenty of mana and a Dispel.
And a Dispel.
Way to back
Beseech
it up.
Wins.
There's that. Ian is probably like breathing like a sigh of relief after seeing that.
Yep.
And there's the breach.
Yeah, this game's over. This game's over, baby. I wouldn't be shocked if we see Handshake soon.
Yeah, it all depends on whether Travis is just like maybe just like sandbagging his own Mindbreak trap really hard.
Yes,
to just try to
Mindbreak
get-
Trap's the only thing.
Just
yeah.
to try to get Ian to just dump out, right?
Yeah.
But like even then, there's a Dispel on the in an exile pile, right?
Yep,
It's like
yep.
if I really do feel like the moment has passed. I'm not
Absolutely.
sure.
What a this
Man.
was a fantastic game so far. I mean, we'll see if anything else happens, but this looks like all she wrote. Most likely gonna make Ian play it out, as you should.
Yes, obviously.
But we got Breach LED. We have Thassa's with the tutor to go ahead and cast Tainted Pact. We
Yep.
have the mana. We have the Calling the Weak.
And it looks
And we have one.
like
Ian has been announced that winner by our
Yep.
judge. Is that? Can I?
it's
can I
not.
see
It's
it?
not confirmed.
It's not confirmed. Okay, there it is.
And there's the
handshake.
shake.
Let's
Okay,
go
it
get
is
Ian in the
confirmed.
booth.
All right.
Oh my
That's
goodness.
a win for seat 4, Ian Flannery on Kefka.
Oh
Court
my
Mage,
goodness.
Without even resolving Kefka, I don't believe.
Yeah, we didn't resolve that bad boy. What a win! Oh, that was gorgeous. That was
Interesting.
gorgeous.
That was a
mnemonic Nas
That was-
Necro.
that was so crazy having to resolve all 3 in a row, or try to resolve all 3 in a row. It was very unfortunate that the player in seat 1 missed so many Crom triggers, and seat 4 also missed a couple.
I'm sure we're gonna talk about that.
Yeah, and again, I have to stress that is definitely because you're in a high octane situation.
Yep.
You forget things because you're paying so much attention to everybody else.
Yep.
It happens to the best of us at all times.
That means Ian is alive for day 2. They are now at 10 points, meaning they're gonna have to win out the rest of the weekend in order to make top 16.
Sure. Yep.
Yep. That's what we're gonna have to see. We're gonna be looking to have Ian come to the booth. Has the judge has been made aware of that?
Yeah, let's tag him.
A seat 4 win.
Seat 4 win. That's technically 2 seat 4 win Kefkas now.
Yeah, that's
Even
true.
though the first one was a draw.
Yeah, it did go to a draw, but played out was a win for the Kefka player. That was awesome. I can't say how exciting it is to see a player jam that many win cons in a row and still go for it. That is my favorite
Right.
form of CEDH.
For sure.
Anyone who comes up and does that, I'm going to be fanboying over. 100%. I love decks that jam. And I was doing this yesterday in the Vintage Cast as we were going over this a plethora of things. There was a insane amount of wins that happened because someone did not interact. They left all the counter magic out of their deck and they just decided, you know what? I think Psychic Fog, Ancestral Recall, Breach is still a win con. And they did it. And that's what I wanted to see out of this. So incredible. Alrighty.
Cool.
If you want to grab the mic to Ian there,
Alrighty.
that way.
Well, is it this my turn?
Oh no, I really want to interview Ian.
All right.
That was amazing.
Goodbye.
You can get all the interviews tomorrow, but that win was just sexy.
There you go, buddy.
Masterclass. Yep.
Ugh. I'm glad we could provide the sexy win for you.
Yes.
How's it going, man?
Mnemonic, Adnaz, Necro.
Yeah, no counter spells in hand, but just a bunch of ways to push again and again and again and again. Yeah.
That feels like what Kefka wants to do, right?
Hypothetically,
Yeah.
yeah. It's been a weird day because I think I've either mulled to 3. This is also my 3rd time in 4th seat.
We noticed.
Yeah. My record, or my seating record has been, I think it was 4-3, 4-3, 1-4.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. And the 1 was your win, correct?
No.
No, it wasn't.
No,
What was
no,
your
no.
other win this weekend?
My other win this weekend was a 4th seat win again, where I basically kept a hand that kind of did nothing, except for if I milled into, but basically if I stuck a breach with almost no backup.
Yeah.
I got there, and it was a desperation play, and it stuck. So
That's awesome.
Yeah.
Obviously, your hand was just full of going for it, but the Rain of Filth early and making sure you had it available and it somehow not being seen as a red herring was just incredible.
Yeah.
I love the sequencing you put on too, but a big topic today obviously has been, hey, politics are frustrating. What do I do about draws? You know, a lot of people that are looking to this tournament for a lot of advice about should I attend? And so far, you've been playing through having to play for a win every game. You've had no luxury of draws. What has that been like?
You know, as I said, it really feels like an outlier tournament. You know, I'm a player who like really doesn't like blaming Lady Luck for my outcomes, and it's been one of those tournaments where legitimately, like, for example, there was a game earlier in 4th seat, mulled to a turn 1 Ristic study, felt fantastic about it, drew 30 cards, needed a single counterspell to stop somebody, and did not see a single one. You know, so it's been one of those tournaments where it's a little strange. As far as like the initial concept, I mean, yes, draws are a thing, right? And yes, people can force draws. Oh, we get to actually, you know, while we're here on stream, a free lesson from yours truly. There's a concept I've been using a lot in my coaching session, what I like to call YouTube swordsman.
Yes.
And a YouTube swordsman is someone who, for example, watches a YouTube video on how to use a sword, and then walks into a melee and just kind of swings it around wildly.
Absolutely,
right? And I think if you're having problems with draws in your local scene, or if you're coming out to smaller tournaments or even larger ones like this, it's most likely at the hands of the YouTube swordsman. Because I think a lot of people hear, oh, well, we can politic out of losing, right? And they just lose complete sight of, but at the end of the day, I need to be winning, right?
Absolutely.
It's actually why I gave up on playing mid-range decks, like really hard mid-range decks.
Very hard. One where it's completely dedicated to going wall.
Yeah, and I think I want to say about 8 tournaments ago, I kind of shifted into, if it's going to be a mid-range deck, it's got to have
quite recent
some
for you.
Boom.
8 tournaments is recent for you.
Yeah, it's probably more if I'm being
okay, fair enough.
It was Heisenberg, whenever that was. It was a couple months ago. Yeah. So I just said, like, all right, no more mid-range. You know, I think the most mid-range decks I've played since then has been Loot, I guess. And even then, that was like a 6 layers deep on Breach deck, right? And I basically said, like, hey, these mid-range games can get too grindy, but, like, I'm not out here to draw games.
No, not at all. And no one wants to watch draws. And a big thing that we got to talk about finally, one, this tournament has one of the lowest representation of draw games of any major tournament. We're under 30% as of this round.
Let's go.
And that's a beautiful thing. The more players you have, the less draws are incentivized. And the more the rounds go on, the less draws are happening. We're decreasing every single round. But what does every major tournament coverage do? They show the top pod and what's going to happen in the top 6 pods. We're going to see draws because they're incentivized to due to point structure. And it's given those online that only watch tournaments this thought that, oh, draws are this massive issue when not at all. Most people are playing in the middle of the pack.
Right. And like, don't get me wrong, draws happen. They're natural. Like I had a tournament very recently where my top 16 record was 2 wins, 0 losses, 3 draws, right? And the draws were all natural, right? Like they weren't, no one forced an idea out of nowhere. No one's like, it wasn't like, the skill of a player to like pull it out. It's just like, hey, everyone played good Magic and no one had the cards to put them on top, right? And stuff like that, right? And I think a lot of this draw dynamic, it can become so negative, you know?
Extremely.
I really think it can. But honestly, the person who should be excited about the draw is the person who has nothing. Right? The person who gets absolutely BTFO'd by like turn order or whatever it is, right? Those people should be thrilled for it.
We saw, I think it was Blake on Rocco get this earlier where everyone said, oh, Rocco's got it next turn. He went, okay, sure I do. Didn't say a word and then just let someone talk into a draw. And then they said, hey, can we play it out? We wanted to see what you had. Get an Esper Sentinel. That was it. And the game,
That's crazy. That's
Yep.
crazy.
Yep. The kind of player who asked for
Yeah.
the draw also did not have anything, so it was beneficial
Yeah.
for them as well, and it makes sense.
Yeah.
And a big part of getting ahead in tournament is knowing when to do that, but it
Yeah.
feels like a lot of people
Yeah.
are doing round 1, round 2 draws when they should still be jamming.
Yeah, it's really interesting too, right? Because like, all this to be said, right? We're sort of flirting with two extremes, right?
Yeah.
Because then there's also the jammers, the people who just jam to jam to jam to jam, right?
Yep.
And as we saw in that pod, right? Like, our Stella Elite player had that intention to jam in that
Oh,
moment. right?
absolutely. I was shocked when we saw a main phase intuition.
Right. And that was a situation where it wasn't even like, it wasn't even table talk to like get him to not do anything.
Yep.
He literally had the answers. Like he was not getting through.
Yeah, we
multiple
saw the
times
card
down.
shown over to the
Yeah,
other player. There
right.
was no politicking. It was just revealed information that made them not want to do
Yeah,
it.
exactly.
Absolutely. We're good. We have good mic things.
Oh, hell yeah.
There's currently a very loud voice of God overhead, as
Yeah,
in Baldy. Another big portion, and I'll
Yep.
kind of leave with this. So many people obviously look to you as
Yeah.
someone to learn from. So many people also who have not met you attempt either villainy online or you name it. And there's a lot of players in this tournament that's happening to, where there's a ton of outside perspective. And Excalibur has shown off the best tournament structure. This event so far has been incredible. We're sticking to timers on rounds. We're sticking to having the biggest events possible. We have 14 vendors, so it's a fun activity even outside the competition scene. I
Yeah.
feel like this is what heals things naturally. Instead of
Sure.
trying to do some large social push or change minds online, it's just good events.
Sure. I guess. I don't know that I can give the green check mark to everything that I just heard.
Oh,
there.
absolutely, yeah.
I'm actually really not a big fan of this structure.
Really?
If I'm being frank, yeah.
I would love to hear your reasons on that.
Yeah, the EV for the players is atrocious. Right?
Really?
If you think about it, the top 16 cut 540 players.
Yes.
Right. It's really unforgiving. Like we anything 300 and below, at least historically speaking, we did like a top 40 cut for, right?
Yep.
Obviously outside the top deck days, but other tournament groups, you see it in Europe with the PT there, and so, or CDH PT to be clear.
Yeah.
And so I'm actually really not a big fan of such an aggressive structure because I know for a fact there will be very, very good players who played really, really good Magic who are not going to make this top 16.
Absolutely, yeah.
And you can argue that is a thing that has been reflected in Magic of old.
Yep.
But I mean, even our head TO here at Excalibur, Baldy, constantly, constantly says this is not Magic the way people knew it.
No.
It's a completely different format. And
Absolutely.
So for me, modeling this thing that so drastically is not the other type of Magic after the other type of Magic, to me doesn't make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it can be really hard to wrap your head around. And what was discussed in the birth of this tournament was, are we going to cut to 64 before 16? And that, would you say if there was prizing out to that 64, that would alleviate the frustration on the expected value of this tournament?
I think so. I think from my experience, players who make the top cut financially, but not the real top cut, are almost never happy.
Yeah.
It is, and that's not an indictment on TOs. That is just like people want to be able to play for that type.
Yeah. Oh, we were
right?
talking about playing the top 64 and then actually having it be down to 16 and then 4.
Oh, you're talking about playing all the way 64.
Correct. Not prizing to 64. We're talking about actually playing a 64, 16, and then top 4.
Sure.
Obviously,
I'm a little partial to a top 40 personally. I think 40 is a much cleaner system.
I completely agree with that.
This is a weird one for folks who haven't been exposed to it, but I genuinely think it's kind of brilliant. So top 40 cut is basically top 8 go right to the semifinals.
Yep.
The rest of the 32 folks are now in 8 4-pods.
Yeah.
They battle it out for the last 8 spots in top 16.
Yeah.
And to me, that's not only a really fantastic structure as far as accessibility, right? For folks who are close and who maybe just got one bad draw because they had the win, but someone else maybe slow played a little bit.
Absolutely.
And you know what I mean? Whoever knows, right? And it gives those people another fighting single elimination chance while not punishing the players who have done the best in the tournament. Right?
Absolutely.
And I think that layering is like what I consider the most brilliant structure, just because I think
it is the most satisfying for the most people. And
Yeah.
and for me as a community focused person, I want people to go to tournaments and feel satisfied.
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
And to be clear, I'm not saying players are out there being like, this sucks, right? There's so many players here, happy, having a great time.
Yeah.
Like, I can't tell you how cool it is to see people that I've met by going to tournaments on the West Coast here.
Oh,
with,
yeah.
With people from Canada and people from the East Coast and Philly and New Jersey and all of the people
all the
that
Tennessee
I see.
crews, Carolina crews.
Exactly. Everyone I see down at Charlie's, like
Yep.
all of the people from literally all over the country here
Yep.
for this event is amazing. And I don't want to put a cloud over
No,
that,
yeah,
right?
and we're not doing that.
Yeah.
But it's still important to have
Yeah.
these discussions, and I'm so happy we got to
Yeah.
talk to you about this because ending the first day of the largest TDH tournament ever run, and we can talk about what can be better, is exciting, and especially when the event staff is so excited and open to these suggestions and wanting to do better by the players.
Absolutely.
No one here wants to complain about it because it's going to stay this way. We're all attempting to make it better.
Yeah,
and
exactly.
Those are great things to say.
Yeah, yeah. And I think, like, let's now flip that. Like, let's do the compliment sandwich, right?
Yeah.
The judge staff has been absolutely fantastic. The tournament structure is great. The space is huge. You don't know how many Magic events, how many CEDH tournaments I've been to where everyone's just like, hey, can anybody move their deck box down because we're so cramped?
I don't know if you can feel it right now, but we have moving air. We have moving air in an air-conditioned space with easy access to water for free.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I feel like from my experience so far, the players' needs are being listened to.
Yes.
The vendors' needs are being listened to. The creators' needs are being listened to.
Yep.
Everyone seems to be happy.
Absolutely.
And, you know, one of the reasons I immediately jumped on when Excalibur mentioned that they were throwing a tournament together was like, I knew this organizational team. And I said, yeah, I know you guys know what you're doing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Let's do this. Let's go. And clearly it's working. We're the largest TDH tournament ever.
Yeah, it's fun. You're going to see a lot of people you know. It's also a little bit easier than a MagicCon it is to see some of the creators and play with them at an event like this. Yeah,
sort of, yeah.
Absolutely. And with all that in mind, closing out this first day, I think we've learned a ton from this tournament. And it's the first of its type, so I think it's better that we look at this as the first learning experience.
Absolutely.
Going into Niagara, going up in November, which is very exciting.
Yeah.
But on top of that, too, I can't tell you how excited I've been to be here and watch these games and cast for them. Watching yours for the end of the day was such an awesome end cap. You did such a great job in that game, especially like the proper revealing of information, showing what proper politics looks like in a game, and then still jamming.
Yeah. Dude, I love a jam, man. I love a jam.
Yeah. The Valley almost getting hit by the Dismember was a heartbreak until we saw the lines on. They went, oh, this game's not over.
Yeah. No, it was a snug line there for sure. Yeah. I just got to do a miracle run from now on. Just gotta win every game.
Not uncommon though, right?
It has been known to be something I've done.
Yep.
I would have rather just locked it day one.
Absolutely.
Can't be more clear about that. I would have much rather done that. But we'll see if we can miracle run tomorrow, and hopefully my luck from today will have reversed itself.
Very much so. Yeah, we're rooting for you. We're rooting for all of our friends from Playing with Power. We're very excited for you. Guys, thank you so much for tuning in. This is our final little bit of the cast for ending up around a 10-hour day, which is pretty good for 6 rounds.
Yeah.
Very thankful. That, again, just shows the tournament structure, shows how well these TOs doing.
For sure.
Absolutely. We're having less than one game.
Yeah. Yeah,
6 rounds and less than one game for some.
One other quick thing I want to shout out.
Absolutely, we have time.
The MTRA addendum added 20 minutes to the end of round. It's helped with that so much. And the team here, I mean, I think the most one round went over because of a time extension was to 26 minutes. That was the longest we had to wait between rounds. That is crazy good. It's awesome. It's such a good ship.
It cuts down on lunch packs where everyone's like, we're not going to have time. You mind if we go get lunch? We'll just draw it for the fact we want food.
Yeah, we did 6 rounds of Magic today.
Yeah. And we still, and no one lost their voice, you know, all that. No one's
yet.
Next day, we'll talk about that. That'll probably happen.
Absolutely.
Guys, thank you so much. I'm Def Cat, and this is...
Hi, I'm Ian, also known as Comedian MTG.
And where can they find you, Ian?
Oh, boy. Okay. YouTube, Comedian MTG, co-host of the Mind Sculptors podcast, background person and featured performer on Scry Babies, co-host of the Dyson Daydreams YouTube channel.
If you like Pokemon, you like Dungeons & Dragons, you're going to be in luck.
Also, CEDH coach professionally. Boom, boom, boom.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for watching. This has been the Steel Cities spectacular end of day 1 rounds, 6 Swiss rounds played in under 10 hours. Thank you guys so